Summer, 1565. The island of Malta is about to witness one of history's most ferocious sieges. The Ottoman forces, intent on annihilating the last Crusader stronghold, had just overrun a small fort and sent a grim message across the water. The headless bodies of the captured Knights Hospitaller were floated on wooden crosses toward the main fortress. In response, Grand Master Jean Parisot de Valette, the aging leader of the Knights, ordered his own Turkish prisoners to be beheaded. Their severed heads fired back at the Ottoman camp from cannons. It was a gruesome exchange, but it shows the uncompromising resolve of the Knights Hospitaller, an order of warrior monks that by then had stood for centuries as a bulwark of Christian defense. From their humble beginnings, tending sick pilgrims in the 11th century Jerusalem, to their transformation into a militant brotherhood fighting epic battles, the Knights Hospitaller carved an extraordinary place in history. It's a place that we should all learn about, and that's what we're here to do today. So welcome. If you're a newcomer, good to meet you, and for those returning, it's really nice to have you back. Why don't you tell me where you're listening from in the comments? Also, another reminder, the video's all ad-free along with everything else. It's because we're all crowdfunded here. Patreon, YouTube memberships, the occasional donation through PayPal or Super Thanks, and of course the merch store. That's how we keep it all ad-free for your viewing pleasure. But if you want to do us a solid, then just like, comment, tell your friends, hype the video. That just helps us in the algorithm. In any case, with the welcomes said and done, let's go on another journey back to medieval times and learn the full history of the Knights Hospitaller. Well, let's look at the origins. We've got to go back pretty far. Those streets of 11th century Jerusalem. Decades before the First Crusade, by the way. In a city then under Islamic rule, a group of merchants from Amalfi, that is one of the old Italian trading hubs, obtained permission around the year 1070 to establish a Christian hospital. Now this hospital, dedicated to St. John the Baptist, was built near the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Staffed by Benedictine monks and volunteers, it offered shelter and medical care to the poor, the sick, and just tired pilgrims who traveled far away to reach those holy places. For years, it operated quietly as a charitable hospice in a multicultural city, tending to patients of various backgrounds. And this was the seed from which the Order of Hospitallers would grow, a religious community devoted to healing and hospitality in the Holy Land. Ever wonder where we get the name from? Yes, there it is. But in 1099, things changed. Now, if you know your dates, that's when the First Crusade erupted. And, well, the Hospitallers were right in the thick of that. After a brutal siege, the crusading armies captured Jerusalem, and amid the chaos and regime change, the Amalfitan Hospital remained a rare sanctuary for mercy. A man named Gerard, known to us in history as Brother Gerard or Blessed Gerard, was in charge of the hospice at this time. Contemporary accounts describe Gerard as a pious and compassionate figure, devoted to aiding the needy, and thus he won favor with the new Latin Christian rulers of Jerusalem, who recognized the value of this hospital in caring for wounded crusaders and sick pilgrims alike. Under Gerard's guidance, the hospital in Jerusalem expanded its operations after the First Crusade. It could accommodate impressive numbers of patients, as later pilgrims would report. The hospital of St. John sometimes cared for hundreds at a time, and it wasn't just Christians either. No discrimination here. They cared for them regardless of origin or religion. course, this is all in keeping with its charitable mission. Gerard and his companions became renowned for their generosity. They fed the poor, nursed the ill back to health, and provided lodging to travellers. As they saw it, this was all for the sake of Christ, all just doing the good Christian thing. This nascent community, led by Gerard, gradually formalized into a religious order in these early years. It was in the year 1113 that Pope Pascal II issued a pivotal papal bull. This was titled Pi Postulatio Voluntatis, and it officially recognized Gerard's hospital and placed it under direct papal protection, which in those days was really the best protection you could get. This papal charter effectively established the Hospital of St. John of Jerusalem as a new order within the church itself. It confirmed the hospital's independence and right to receive donations, and it also acknowledged the brothers' work to sustain the poor and pilgrims. But importantly, this bull of 1113 laid the legal foundation for the order's future. It affirmed the charitable purpose of the hospital and approved the election of Gerard's successors. And so, with papal sanction, the Hospital of St. John began to receive lands, properties, and alms from devout patrons across Europe, all eager to support its spiritual and humanitarian mission. In these years, the members of the order, called Hospitallers or Brothers of the Hospital, took religious vows of poverty, chastity, obedience, and followed a rule of life that was pretty similar to other monastic orders. But their work, that was the distinctive part. They were neither cloistered scholars nor parish clergy, but rather they were caregivers, right out there in a frontier environment. Throughout the early 12th century, the Hospitallers' fame as healers grew. Pilgrim chronicles from this period give remarkable testimony to the scale and quality of the hospital in Jerusalem. The German pilgrim, John of Versberg, writing around 1165, marveled at the, quote, enormous multitude of sick people, both men and women being cared for in various rooms of the hospital at St. John on any given day. He reported that as many as 2,000 patients could be accommodated at once, with dozens who died each day being carried out, and new sufferers constantly arriving to take those empty places. The hospitals provided these unfortunates with food, bedding, and medical attention, but it was all at great expense, an expense that John of Versberg believed even the most powerful kings and despots would struggle to sustain. Another contemporary traveler, known as Theodoric, likewise praised Jerusalem's hospitals' richly provisioned halls and its more than 1,000 beds, concluding that no one could comprehend its vast charitable outlay without seeing it firsthand. These accounts are, however, likely somewhat idealized, but I think the important part is this, that they convey the immense reputation that the Hospitaller Infirmary had earned. Even a fraction of those beds, well, it's still pretty impressive back in the day, especially as a charity, asking for nothing in return. That is something unique. So what really had begun as a modest hospice had by the mid-1100s become one of the most celebrated institutions in the Latin Kingdom of Jerusalem, a place where Christian charity was manifest on a grand scale. During these early decades, the order's primary identity was a brotherhood of compassion. Hospitallers devoted themselves to imitating the Good Samaritan, feeding the hungry, taking care of the sick, and of course sheltering all those pilgrims going to and from. Gerard, their founder, died around 1120, and was venerated after as a model of Christian charity and virtues. He would actually eventually be beatified, known as Blessed Gerard. But initially, there was nothing overtly martial about the group. They didn't have their origins in a great battle. No trial by fire. They were just doing the good charitable thing, leading by example, just taking care of those who needed to be taken care of. They were friars, they were lay brethren, medicine men. They were not knights in armor. But the seeds of change were already present. The world had requirements that needed to be filled. The Kingdom of Jerusalem and other Crusader states were military societies under constant threat, and all able-bodied men were expected to help defend them. The Hospitallers, despite their mission, were no exception. As the Latin settlers came under attack from surrounding forces, it seemed not enough for the Brothers of St. John to merely heal the victims. They increasingly found it necessary to protect the vulnerable by taking up arms themselves. But, as they say in medicine, perhaps an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of the cure. Well, the transformation of the Hospitallers from a purely charitable order into a military one was not an overnight process, rather a gradual one driven by the harsh realities of living out there in the Crusader kingdom. If they had been up in Europe or some other more peaceful place, perhaps not the Spanish frontier or the French frontier, but think about Ireland or that sort of thing. If you've watched my video about the lives of Irish monks, well, they would have gotten away with just being monks the whole time. But it's hard to do that in what is effectively a war zone. In any case, Gerard's immediate successor was Raymond Dupay, a French knight who became master of the hospital around 1120. Under Raymond's leadership, the Order of St. John took a decisive step of arming its members for combat. But don't get me wrong, that did not mean that they were switching lanes completely. They weren't abandoning the care of the sick. The hospital work certainly continued, but rather augmenting the Order's duties to include the armed defense of pilgrims in Latin territories. Initially, a small escort guard may have been organized to protect pilgrim caravans on the roads, but over time, however, the Hospitallers developed a full-fledged military wing alongside their charitable activities. Raymond Dupay is traditionally credited with formalizing this dual vocation. He drew up a rule, that is a set of statutes, for the order that retained the ethos of hospitality and service, while also permitting brethren to bear weapons in the defense of Christendom. By the mid-century, the Knights Hospitaller had emerged as one of the key military orders of the Crusades, second only to the Knights Templar, who had been founded in 1119, but they were explicitly on a military mission. I did a video about them a while back if you're interested. Well, the Hospitallers adopted the white 8-pointed cross as their emblem, a symbol that would become iconic. On the battlefield, they eventually wore a black or dark habit emblazoned with this white cross. But unlike secular knights, these were kind of warrior monks. They took monastic vows and lived communally under religious discipline, yet they fought with the sword against the enemies of the faith. They weren't afraid to get their hands dirty or their clothes bloody when the time called for it. Well, this was a new kind of holy knight, something that the church had not quite dealt with before, and it certainly raised a few eyebrows. You see, the problem is mixing bloodshed with holy vows. That's a radical concept. How do you reconcile "thou shalt not kill" with "go out there and kill as many Saracens as you can"? Well, influential churchmen like St. Bernard of Clairvaux they had their own ideas. He staunchly defended the ideal of military orders portraying them as Knights of Christ, who were fighting sin in the world through physical combat. And over time, the concept gained broad acceptance. In fact, many European nobles were inspired to join the Hospitallers, or just lend their support to them, seeing in the order a noble outlet for chivalry harnessed to a sacred cause. The 12th century history of the Hospitallers is marked by rapid growth in both wealth and military responsibilities. Donations poured in from Europe, estates, farms, mills, and revenues to endow the order's work. These assets were organized into a network of commanderies, that is, local chapters, across Italy, France, Provence, Spain, England, and beyond, and they generated income to send to the central convent in the Holy Land. It was with these resources that the Hospitallers not only sustained their hospitals, but equipped their knights and soldiers. Increasingly, the order was granted strategic castles to garrison on the frontier of the Crusader states. For example, in 1142, Raymond II, the Count of Tripoli, ceded the Hospitallers to the formidable castle of Crac de Chevalier in Syria. Perched atop a ridge, Crac de Chevalier would become the order's most famous fortress. They expanded it into a virtually impenetrable stronghold and used it as a base to dominate the surrounding region. Other fortresses and lands soon came under Hospitaller control, especially in the county of Tripoli and the northern reaches of the Kingdom of Jerusalem. The order's growing temporal power meant that the Knights of St. John were not just caretakers, but feudal lords and frontline warriors. And so throughout the latter half of the 1100s, the Hospitallers played an increasingly active role in the major military campaigns of the Crusader states. They joined King Baldwin II and King Amalric I of Jerusalem on expeditions, and for instance, they earned a reputation for their discipline and bravery while out there in the field. The Knights of the Hospital, alongside their Templar rivals, often constituted the heavy cavalry shock troops in battles against the Muslim forces. They were frequently entrusted with holding crucial positions, the vanguard of a Crusader army on the march, or the rear guard covering retreats. And this was certainly a heavy responsibility, and a deadly one. They suffered accordingly in several battles. Yet their presence bolstered the Latin kingdom's defenses significantly. It's important to note that even as they were militarizing, the Hospitallers did not neglect their healing ministry. In every Crusader city where they had a presence, they ran hospices or infirmaries for the sick and wounded. The combination of caring for souls and bodies in peacetime and fighting in wartime made the Order of St. John a very respected institution, but also a very unique one. It was a dual role, but it was not without tension. Some contemporaries wondered if monks should shed blood, even in a just cause. Within the order itself, the demands of warfare could certainly strain the resources and spiritual focus. A notable episode of that occurred in the 1160s, when Grandmaster Gilbert d'Assilé led the Hospitallers to support King Amalric's invasion of Egypt. These campaigns were costly failures, and the order was nearly bankrupted. The Hospitallers had invested men and money in an ambitious offensive far from their core mission of hospitality. In the aftermath, Pope Alexander III rebuked the order in an 1170 letter, essentially urging them to remember that mercy was holier than combat. He advised the Hospitallers to return to the original work established by their forefathers, that is, to go back to caring for the poor and sick, implying that this was a better way to serve God than military misadventures. And this papal admonition shows that even in the 12th century, church authorities were concerned that the Knights of St. John might lose sight of their founding purpose amid the temptations of power and warfare. But despite such concerns, circumstances left the Hospitallers little choice but to continue in arms. The Crusader kingdom of Jerusalem reached its zenith around the mid-12th century, but it was soon after that they faced existential threats. An iron sword in a golden age, I suppose. In 1185, on the eve of the decisive showdown with Saladin, the Hospitaller, Master Roger de Moulins, co-signed a peace treaty with that formidable Muslim leader. Evidence that the order was by then a quasi-political power broker. But the peace was short-lived, and within 2 years, open war erupted anew. The Hospitallers would be put to their greatest test. And so the year 1187 came, and with it brought catastrophe to the Crusader realm, and to the military orders in particular. We find ourselves at the Battle of Hattin, July 1187, where Sultan Saladin's army destroyed the main Crusader force of the Kingdom of Jerusalem. The Knights Hospitaller, alongside with the Templars, fought valiantly in this battle, but they were overwhelmed by the superior numbers and tactics of the Islamic forces under Saladin. Contemporary chronicles record that the military orders were considered the backbone of the Christian army, so much that Saladin, after his victories, singled out Hospitaller and Templar captives for execution, viewing these warrior monks as dangerous fanatics who would never cease opposing him. Saladin ordered nearly all the captured Hospitaller knights to be put to death, but the master of the temple was famously spared. Very few others escaped the sword. The loss of so many seasoned knights in one day was a devastating blow to the Order of St. John. Even more catastrophic was the loss of Jerusalem itself. By the end of 1187, Saladin had conquered the Holy City and most of the Crusader territories. The Hospitallers were forced to abandon their greatest hospital in Jerusalem that had been the heart of their mission for decades. The fall of Jerusalem certainly marked the end of an era. The birthplace of the order was gone, and they had to regroup in the remaining Christian-held ports along the Mediterranean coast. In the aftermath of Hattin, the surviving Hospitallers retreated to the city of Tyre, one of the last strongholds that had not quite yet been taken by Saladin, and then to Antioch and Tripoli. When the Third Crusade arrived, 1189 to 1192, by the way, under Richard the Lionheart and other Western kings, the Knights Hospitaller eagerly joined in the effort to reclaim the lost kingdom. They fought at the protracted siege of Acre, 1189 to 91, which culminated in a very hard-won Crusader victory, but victory nonetheless, not quite Pyrrhic, but certainly no cause to write home about. Acre became the new capital of the diminished Kingdom of Jerusalem, and the Hospitallers established their headquarters and a new hospital there. Throughout the Third Crusade, Hospitaller knights rode alongside Richard I of England and his allies in battles along the coast, such as the Battle of Arsuf in 1191, where their disciplined charge helped defeat Saladin's cavalry. Although the crusade failed to capture Jerusalem again, the Crusaders, with the military order's help, did secure a strip of coastal territory from Jaffa to Tyre. This provided a lifeline for the Christian presence in the Holy Land, one that would endure another century, largely due to the staunch defense by orders like the Hospitallers. The 13th century for the Hospitallers was a tumultuous period of both resurgence and relentless pressure. The order, now based in Acre, rebuilt its strength by recruiting new knights from Europe and receiving the patronage of monarchs and nobles. It continued to run hospitals. The Acre infirmary cared for the poor and sick as Jerusalem's had done before, while also fielding a formidable fighting force. The brothers and St. John participated in the Fifth Crusade from 1217 to 1221, which aimed to conquer Egypt. In that campaign, the Hospitallers played a major role in the siege of Damietta, and their Grand Master was an important counselor to the Crusade leaders. Though the Fifth Crusade ultimately failed, the Order's martial reputation only grew. Not long after, the Holy Roman Emperor Frederick II negotiated a treaty in 1229 that temporarily restored Jerusalem to Christian rule without fighting, a deal that the Hospitallers and Templars alike viewed with ambivalence, pretty much because it involved compromises with Muslim power, and, well, that wasn't a popular thing to do at the time. The Hospitallers maintained a cautious relationship with Frederick II, even briefly facing his hostility, but they continued to prioritize the defense of the Holy Land above European politics. But then came one of the darkest days for the Hospitallers, and the Crusader states in general, in October of 1244 at the Battle of La Fourbière near Gaza. There, a joint force of Crusaders and allied Muslim troops clashed with the invading Khwarezmian Turks, allied to the Egyptian Sultan. The result was a massacre for the Christian side. It was said that of the hundreds of Knights Hospitaller present, only a handful got away surviving. The Grand Master of the Hospitallers was captured and held prisoner. He was later ransomed, unlike many of his brethren who perished. This disaster, even worse than Hattin in terms of losses for the military orders, left the remaining Crusader territories exceedingly vulnerable. Over the next decades, the Knights Hospitaller and Templars struggled to shore up the defense of their shrinking Christian enclaves in Syria-Palestine. They poured resources into fortifying their castles and cities, knowing that fierce new enemies, the Mamluk Sultans of Egypt, were on the rise, and intent on finishing the work of expelling the Franks. But despite this grim situation, the Hospitallers fought on with determination through the mid-13th century. They were present in 1248 and 1254, when King Louis IX of France, Saint Louis, led the Seventh Crusade, again going after Egypt. The Order's knights fought in the Nile Delta, and the Hospitalier master, also Guillaume de Chateauneuf, who was from before he'd been freed, was an important figure in advising King Louis. That crusade ended in failure, and King Louis was captured. The Hospitallers contributed to the huge ransom paid for his release. King Louis later embarked on another crusade in 1270 to Tunis, but it was also short-lived. By then, the Muslim threat to the remaining Crusader ports was more pressing. The Hospitallers concentrated on defending what was left of Outremer, that is, beyond the sea, as they say, principally the city of Acre and a few fortresses in Syria, such as Crac de Chevalier and Margat. They also still held territory in the county of Tripoli and had significant presence on the island of Cyprus, which had become a new base for Christian power after 1192. However, one by one, the Crusader strongholds fell to the Mamluk onslaught. Sultan Baybars, an expert general, captured the Hospitaller fortress of Crac de Chevalier in 1271, after a long siege. According to later accounts, Baybars employed a clever ruse. He forged a letter, purportedly from the Hospitaller Grand Master, instructing the garrison at Crac de Chevalier to surrender. The weary defenders, isolated, with no hope of relief, believed the letter and yielded the castle. Baybars, who admired the fortress's strength, allowed the surviving knights safe passage upon surrender. But the loss of Crac de Chevalier, which had been a cornerstone of Latin defense for over a century, well, that was a severe blow. There was no way of putting it nicely. In 1285, the great hospitaller fortress of Margat also fell to the Mamluks. The territory of the order that could protect was shrinking rapidly. The final act came in 1291. The city of Acre, the last capital of the Kingdom of Jerusalem and home to the Hospitallers' convent, was besieged by Sultan al-Ashraf Khalil's forces. The Knights Hospitaller, alongside the Templars and other defenders, put up a desperate resistance. For weeks, they fought street to street, as sections of the city walls were breached. The Grand Master of the hospital at the time, Jean de Villiers, was gravely wounded in the fighting. He was evacuated by ship just before Acre's walls were overwhelmed. Other Hospitallers perished defending the city's hospital and their quarter. By May 1291, Acre was lost, a final major Crusader city to fall. A few survivors, including Grand Master de Villiers, managed to flee by sea to Cyprus. With the fall of Acre, the Latin Crusader presence on the mainland Middle East was effectively extinguished. A tiny outpost on the island of Ruad off the Syrian coast held out until 1302, but eventually it succumbed. The Knights Hospitaller had been effectively driven out of the Holy Land. Of course, this was a moment of existential crisis for the Order of St. John. For nearly 2 centuries, they had poured their lives into the defense of Christian Outremer. But now, there was no Christian Outremer. So what were they going to do? The same question was on the minds of the Templar Order. They faced a similar crisis, though their fate would take a very different turn. Rest in pieces to them. If you want to learn more about them, you'll have to go watch my video about the Templar Knights. We won't go too far into it here, but tragedies, betrayal, it really has everything. Well, the Hospitallers, under Jean de Villiers' leadership, regrouped on the island of Cyprus, which at least offered a nearby refuge and staging ground. From there, they could, along with other refugees from Acre, contemplate how to continue their mission, whatever mission that was going to be. The Hospitallers still had significant wealth and extensive lands back in Europe, so not all was lost. They also had a corps of dedicated knights, not just strong in combat prowess, but fiercely loyal. They would not be disbanding any time soon, that's for sure. Instead, the Order began to reinvent itself, yet again looking toward the sea for a new frontier. After the loss of the Holy Land, the Hospitallers had to find a new role and a new base to carry on the fight. The focus on the crusading effort was shifting, however. There was no longer a fight to hold Jerusalem, that was in the rearview mirror, but it was rather to contain the expansion of the Ottoman Turks and other Muslim powers in the Mediterranean, but mainly the Ottomans, they were the main worry. The Knights Hospitaller thus evolved into a maritime military order, redirecting their holy war to the seas. Their important opportunity came in the early 14th century. In 1306, under the bold leadership of Master Fawkes de Villars, the Hospitallers launched an expedition to seize the island of Rhodes in the Aegean Sea. Now, Rhodes at the time was under a local Byzantine Greek ruler, nominally under the declining Eastern Roman Empire. The Hospitallers, with the blessing of the people, support from Western naval forces, attacked and captured Rhodes by 1309. Over the next few years, they also secured control of surrounding islands in the Dodecanese and parts of the nearby Anatolian coastline. It was effectively a new Crusader conquest, and it gave the Order of St. John a sovereign territory of its own. The Knights of St. John thus transitioned from the land-based lords in Palestine to island rulers in the Mediterranean. Rhodes would be their home for the next 2 centuries. They fortified the island heavily, turning the city of Rhodes into a strong citadel with massive walls and a fortified harbor. The location was strategic, allowing them to patrol the waters between Europe and the Levant. On Rhodes, the order developed a new identity as both a monastic state and a naval power. The Hospitallers continued to consider themselves knights in the crusading tradition, now often called the Knights of Rhodes, and they committed to defending Christian shipping in Mediterranean shores from Turkish piracy and aggression. They maintained a fleet of galleys, crewed by order brethren and mercenaries, and regularly launched naval raids known as caravans against the Muslim-held ports and sea lanes. In essence, they became warrior knights of the seas, attacking Ottoman and pirate vessels, and protecting pilgrims traveling by the sea to the Holy Land. Well, even though the Holy Land was no longer in Christian hands, well, pilgrims still went there and often faced corsairs and all sorts of trouble. The Hospitaller Order also underwent internal reorganization during the Rhodes era. By the 14th century, it had adopted a system of langues, or the French word for tongues, or linguistic divisions. I suppose we should say longs, excuse me. Well, knights were grouped by their language nationality into different langues such as Provence, Auvergne, France, Italy, Aragon, including much of Spain, that is, Aragon, and English, which include knights from England, Scotland, and Ireland. And then there was Germany too, but yeah. So each langue had its own auberge hall, that is, in Rhodes, and its regional headquarters back in Europe. This was a structure that helped manage the diverse international membership and the extensive properties that funded the order. It was also during this era that the leader of the Hospitallers formally began to be styled Grand Master, a title that was already in use earlier, but somewhat in a colloquial way. It was now standard. The Grand Master at Rhodes effectively acted as independent princes on their island. They coined money, negotiated with emperors and sultans, and administered laws, all while remaining a religious order under monastic vows. Throughout the 14th and 15th centuries, the Knights of Rhodes were embroiled in almost constant conflict with Muslim powers, especially the rising Ottoman Empire. At times they also contended with naval forces of Egypt, and, well, with also various Turkish pirate fleets. The Knights' fortress at Rhodes proved to be remarkably resilient. Several attempts were made to dislodge them. For instance, an Egyptian Mamluk fleet attacked Rhodes in 1440, and again in 1444. But the Knights repelled those assaults. The Ottoman Turks, after conquering Constantinople in 1453, turned their attention to eliminating this troublesome band of Christian corsairs on their southwestern flank. Sultan Mehmed II, who, by the way, was the conqueror of Constantinople, launched a major invasion of Rhodes in 1480. A large Ottoman fleet and army besieged the island, greatly outnumbering the defenders. But by this time the Hospitallers only had a few hundred knights, supplemented by a local Rhodian militia and foreign supporters, perhaps a few thousand men in total, to withstand an army of tens of thousands. It was not looking good. The siege of 1480 was quite intense, and the walls of Rhodes were battered, at one point nearly breached. Grandmaster Pierre d'Aubusson led the defense with valor, even fighting in the thick of combat on the walls. And in one critical assault, the Ottomans forced their way into a section of the city, and d'Aubusson, although wounded by multiple arrows, rallied the knights for a final counterattack that expelled the invaders from the breach. After several weeks of ferocious fighting and high casualties on both sides, the Ottoman commander abandoned the siege in August of 1480. And just like that, the Knights Hospitaller had achieved a stunning but hard-won victory against the odds. This defense of Rhodes was celebrated across Europe. The seemingly invincible Mehmed II had finally been foiled, and the Hospitaller's role as the shield of Christendom was reinforced mightily far and wide. The reprieve was not permanent, however. The Ottomans would return, and with an even greater force. The intervening decades saw the Knights continue their naval raids, and also engage in diplomatic maneuvering. They occasionally aligned with Ottoman rivals, for example, forging understandings with the Mamluks of Egypt or with the Persian rulers to keep their enemies divided. But by the early 16th century, the Ottomans under Sultan Suleiman the Magnificent, with that big onion-shaped hat of his, it's really something to behold, were determined to eliminate Rhodes as a Christian stronghold. In 1522, Suleiman amassed an enormous invasion force. Some historical accounts say up to 100,000 soldiers and a fleet of hundreds of ships besieging Rhodes. The defending Hospitallers, led by Grand Master Philippe Villers de l'Isle Adam, hope I got that one right, numbered perhaps 600 knights, and maybe a few thousand soldiers, including a few Greek Christians and mercenaries. The siege that unfolded in 1522 was one of the epic confrontations of the early modern era. For 6 months, the knights and the people of Rhodes resisted wave after wave of assaults, bombardments, tunnel mines. The city's fortifications were gradually reduced to rubble by the Ottoman artillery. Yet the defenders stubbornly fought on, street by street, sometimes hand to hand. By the winter of 1522, however, it was clear that the Hospitallers could not hold out much longer. They had suffered heavy losses and were running low on supplies. With large breaches in the walls and no hope of relief from Europe, Grand Master L'Isle Adam eventually agreed to negotiate. Sultan Suleiman, respecting the courage of the knights, offered relatively honorable surrender terms. In December of 1522, the Knights of St. John formally capitulated. And remarkably, Suleiman allowed the surviving knights and any Rhodian civilians who wished to depart to do so freely. He even let them carry their arms and sacred relics with them. So that's nice, I guess. Well, on January the 1st, 1523, after an emotional farewell ceremony, the Grand Master L'Isle Adam led the remaining knights out of Rhodes. They embarked on the ships provided and sailed away under the Ottoman escort, thus ending the Order's 213-year presence on Rhodes. Suleiman had Rhodes at last, but he also permitted the Order of St. John to live on in exile, a decision that would have consequences down the line. And just like that, they were all homeless. The Knights Hospitaller spent several years after 1523 just wandering around in Europe, trying to find a new base of operations. But the task of finding them a territory fell in part to the Pope and to powerful Catholic rulers who valued the Order's military prowess. Finally, in 1530, there was a solution. Charles V, the King of Spain and the Holy Roman Emperor, offered the knights the island of Malta and Gozo in the central Mediterranean, along with the North African port of Tripoli, as a perpetual fief. This grant was made with the approval of Pope Clement. The terms required the knights to continue their fight against Islam in the Mediterranean and symbolically to send tribute of a single Maltese falcon each year to the the Viceroy of Sicily, an echo of medieval feudal token payments. Well, the knights found all this to be pretty reasonable, so they accepted. It's not bad. The entire island of Malta, just for that sort of token payment. Well, of course, they have to fight the Muslims as well, but you would just hope there wouldn't be too much fighting. Well, thus they packed their things, and they moved to Malta, a rocky archipelago that was strategically located between Sicily and North Africa, but at the time sparsely populated and underdeveloped. Settling into their new home, the Hospitallers, now often called the Knights of Malta, set about improving the island's fortifications and infrastructure. They took control of the old capital, Medina, and, more importantly, the coastal forts guarding the Grand Harbour. Tripoli, in North Africa, proved untenable. The Order had trouble controlling it and eventually lost Tripoli to an Ottoman attack in 1551. But Malta itself would become a crucial stronghold. The Knights, true to form, continued to engage in naval warfare against Ottoman and Barbary coast fleets from their new base. Their galleys patrolled the seas and launched raids on Ottoman shipping. Over the decades, the Ottoman Empire grew increasingly frustrated with the nuisance and threat posed by these Knights of Malta, who weren't only disrupting trade and troop movements, but occasionally intercepting rather valuable prizes. At one point they even captured the Ottoman Sultan's lavish personal galley and his chief eunuch, an incident that particularly enraged Sultan Suleiman. There's nothing worse than losing your chief eunuch. Sure we can all relate. Well, tensions culminated in what is perhaps the most famous chapter of Hospitaller history. That is the Great Siege of Malta of 1565. Anticipating an Ottoman attempt to conquer Malta, the Knights had fortified two key peninsulas at the mouth of the Grand Harbour, building Fort St. Elmo and strengthening the older forts of St. Angelo and St. Michael that protected the towns of Birgu and Sengli. In May of 1565, Sultan Suleiman unleashed a massive invasion force, said to number around 30,000 soldiers, including elite janissaries and corsair forces, led by the infamous Admiral Dragut, backed by over 180 ships. Opposing them were roughly 500 knights and sergeants of the Order, alongside a couple thousand native Maltese militia and several thousand Spanish and Italian soldiers who had been sent to assist the defense. Now, all told, the Christian defenders likely numbered just under 8,000. And, well, 30,000 soldiers and the 500 knights, well, it's a bit. The odds were grimly lopsided, we can say that much. The siege that followed was among the most brutal, but also the most heroic in military history. The Ottomans began by attacking the isolated Fort St. Elmo, which commanded the harbour entrance. The knights and soldiers in St. Elmo knew they were likely sacrificing themselves to buy time, yet they resisted ferociously for about a month. After sustaining incredible bombardments and repeated assaults, Fort St. Elmo finally fell in late June of 1565. The entire garrison of defenders was killed, having exacted a far greater toll on the Ottomans than Suleiman's generals had anticipated. They were certainly not going to be ransomed back after that beating. Well, enraged by the stubborn defense, the Ottoman commander had the fallen knights' bodies mutilated. Many were decapitated, and their headless corpses were floated across the harbor on crude crosses to terrorize the remaining defenders. This was the horrific scene that we talked about in the introduction, which Grandmaster de Valette answered in kind by executing Turkish prisoners and firing their heads out of a cannon. Grisly episodes. This shows the desperation and resolve of both sides. In any case, St. Elmo was gone, and the Ottomans turned their full might on the main positions at Birgu and Sengli. Throughout July and August of 1565, intense fighting raged around the walls and bastions. The Knights of Malta, led by the indomitable Jean de Valette, who at age 70 fought on the ramparts alongside his men. Impressive enough alone that he lived to age 70 in 1565. Well, he was up there repelling the numerous assaults alongside them, so well done to him. At times, the situation was extremely dire. In one assault, Ottoman forces breached the defences and entered part of the town. But the knights counterattacked and sealed the gap in fierce hand-to-hand combat. As weeks dragged on, both sides suffered from the summer heat, the disease, and the dwindling supplies. Hard to get food and water in a siege. That's the reason why they siege people, to stop them from doing so the more you know. The defenders grew exhausted, and their numbers shrank. But they were not going to give up. They refused to capitulate, and Grandmaster de Valette's leadership and the knight's oath to never yield kept morale intact even at the darkest hours. By September, the siege had reached a critical point. The Ottomans prepared for a massive assault to crush the last resistance. At the 11th hour, however, a relief force from Sicily, a few thousand Spanish troops, arrived on Malta. This small Christian reinforcement attacked the Ottoman besiegers from the rear. Weary, sick, and now fearing encirclement, the Ottoman commanders lost their nerve. The invaders withdrew suddenly in mid-September 1565, ending the siege, and against all expectations, Malta had been saved. The Great Siege of Malta became legendary. Europe rejoiced at the victory, seeing it as a turning point in the long struggle against the Ottoman expansion. And indeed, in 1571, just 6 years later, a Christian coalition fleet, including the Order's galleys, would decisively defeat the Ottoman navy at the Battle of Lepanto, and many contemporaries linked that triumph back to the defense of Malta, which had shown the Ottomans were not quite as invincible as everybody thought they were. And so in the wake of 1565, the Knights of Malta took stock of their precarious but triumphant position. They had lost a large proportion of their brethren in the siege, but new recruits soon filled the ranks, inspired by the glory of that victory. Word spreading far and wide, everybody wanted to join up with the Hospitallers. So, Grandmaster de Valette immediately began construction on a new fortified city on Malta, on higher ground, overlooking the harbor. This city, named Valletta in his honor, became the new capital. Built with the latest bastion fortifications, Valletta was one of the most advanced military citadels of its time, and a monument to the Order's resilience. The Knights also expanded their naval power, continuing to send out squadrons to patrol for corsairs. In 1570–71, they joined the Pope's Holy League against the Ottomans. A contingent of Knights Hospitaller fought bravely at Lepanto, where the Ottoman naval threat was curtailed. Over the next century, the Knights of Malta settled into the role of regional maritime defenders against Christian avengers, rather. They maintained a standing fleet and carried a campaign of privateering against Muslim shipping well into the 17th century. This ongoing naval war was a form of licensed piracy. The caravans of the galleys, which Order justified as part of its perpetual crusade. They captured enemy ships and liberated many Christian slaves held by the Barbary corsairs, while unfortunately also sending the captured Muslim crews to serve as galley slaves on their own vessels. So these practices were brutal, but pretty typical of the age. They weren't unique in their approach, that's for sure. Through such actions, the Order continued to be feared by its foes, and admired sometimes grudgingly by Europeans, even as the nature of warfare and politics changed around them. In cultural terms, the Order of Malta reached its zenith of prestige and opulence in the 17th and 18th centuries. The international nobility still vied to send their sons to become knights of this esteemed Catholic order. The knights built splendid churches, palaces, and hospitals in Baroque style in Valletta. They also cultivated arts and science. For instance, the Order's hospital in Malta was renowned for its high standard of medical care and cleanliness, continuing that hospitaller tradition of healing. Yet with wealth and relative security came a bit of complacency. By the 18th century, the strategic context had shifted. The Ottoman Empire was no longer a dire menace to Europe, and secular nation-states had modernized armies and navies that overshadowed the small order. The Knights of Malta, while still militarily active to a degree, found themselves increasingly without a clear mission. Some observers critiqued that once the austere warrior monks had grown soft, they indulged in the comforts that were available to those of their rank. Duels and intrigues among knights, lavish lifestyles, and factionalism hinted that the old zealous spirit was beginning to wane. The final crisis for the Knights of Malta came from an unexpected quarter. That was the rise of revolutionary France. In 1798, during the French Revolutionary Wars, General Napoleon Bonaparte led a French expedition toward Egypt and made a stop at Malta. At that time, the Grand Master was Ferdinand von Hompesch, and the order's rule strictly pervaded fighting against fellow Christians. Exploiting this rule, and the fact that many knights were French and sympathetic to him, Napoleon demanded the surrender of Malta. After token resistance and considerable internal dissent, the order capitulated. The French forces took Malta without a pitched battle. Napoleon unceremoniously expelled the knights, seizing their wealth and properties on the island. This abrupt fall, essentially at the hands of Christian power, was a humiliating end to the order's sovereign tenure on Malta. And so, after 268 years, the Knights of St. John were once again scattered and dispossessed, just as they had been after losing Rhodes. But they didn't quite cease functioning. In the wake of their eviction from Malta, there was just a bit of a replanning, an intermission. The late 1790s and early 1800s was certainly a chaotic time. It didn't help that many of the knights were elderly, recruitment had dwindled, and now they had no base. They sought refuge in various European courts, notably the Russian Tsar Paul I, who admired the chivalric ideals of the order, offered protection. In 1799, some knights elected Paul I as their Grand Master, even though as a Russian Orthodox Christian he did not meet the Catholic requirements. But, well, I think they were moving beyond that at this point. This move was quite irregular, and it was not recognized by the Pope, but it reflected desperation to find a patron, and if the Pope wasn't going to come in and sort problems out himself, he can't quite get angry when they go over to the other side, can't he? Well, Tsar Paul took the title and formed a Russian branch of the Order of St. John, though it was quite short-lived. Well, more like Paul was short-lived. He was assassinated in 1801. It's one way to lose your patron. Meanwhile, the remaining legitimate knights, mostly those not under Napoleon's sway, regrouped in Italy. And for a while, the order had a shadowy existence, with claims of Grand Masters in exile. The Treaty of Amiens in 1802 even contemplated restoring Malta to the knights, but Britain, which had taken over Malta from the French, ultimately refused to relinquish control of the island. Without a territory, the order's sovereign status was in limbo. But over the 19th century, the Knights Hospitaller found a new calling that echoed their very beginnings. They transitioned from being a military order to primarily a humanitarian one. In 1834, the order established its headquarters in Rome under papal auspices. Slowly, it revived as a Catholic charitable organization, focusing on medical and relief work. This entity became to be known as the Sovereign Military Order of Malta, or SMOM, a sovereign in limited and honorary sense, but without a country. The order retained its traditional structure, a Grand Master at the head, professed knights, and so on, and continued to be recognized diplomatically by many nations. But its mission, however, returned to the hospitaller roots, running hospitals, clinics, ambulance services, providing aid in wars and disasters, and caring for the poor and sick around the world. By the late 19th and 20th centuries, the Knights of Malta, as they were popularly called now, became known for their neutral humanitarian work, kind of like the Red Cross, this kind of thing. They provided medical support in conflicts, set up leprosaria and charitable agency, and continued the spirit of service that Blessed Gerard had established 800 years prior. In a sense, it had come full circle. What began as a brotherhood of healers had, after a long and warlike interlude, refocused on healing once more. The white 8-pointed Maltese cross, which had once flown over Crusader castles, now became one painted on the side of ambulances, clinics, and first aid kits. I suppose the legacy of the Knights Hospitaller lives on in various offshoots and continuations. The Catholic Sovereign Military Order of Malta remains active today, with thousands of members and volunteers worldwide engaged in charity. It even retains some of the old ceremonial privileges, issuing stamps, passports for its officers, maintaining diplomatic relations, etc., a nod to that historic status. Additionally, Protestant branches of the order emerged after the Reformation, for example in Germany, Sweden, and in the British Commonwealth, i.e. the Venerable Order of St. John. These organizations, though separate from the Catholic order, also dedicate themselves to medical aid and charitable works, such as the St. John ambulance brigades found in many countries. You might have one in your country. They all draw inspiration from the medieval Hospitallers. 14th century France. An itinerant horse dealer stops at a tavern near the coast. But he is no simple merchant. He is Enoquin de Beauce, an English spy sent to infiltrate the French noble household during the 100 Years' War. Far to the east, in 13th century Cairo, a Mamluk agent walks through the market fully veiled, hiding his identity as he carries a secret message for Sultan Baybars. And in a Japanese fortress town, a shinobi ninja silently scales the wall at midnight to map out the enemy defense. We speak briefly of a few examples among many, and these examples spanning different cultures are not something out of fanciful fiction. They rather reflect a very real, though often hidden world of medieval espionage. Spies and informants roamed the courts, camps, temples, and trade routes of the medieval world, quietly shaping history from the shadows. Medieval chroniclers and manuals hint at whispered intrigues, a captured letter revealing a plot, a double agent turning the tide of a siege, or an assassin lurking in the royal court right under everyone's noses. Chivalric knights and roaring battles dominate the popular imagination of the Middle Ages, but behind the scenes, a more subtle war was being waged. And it is what we uncover today, in our time together, peeling back the layers on those hidden agents of medieval times. So come with me, and we'll slip behind the curtain. But first, let me welcome you to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you. For those returning, good to see you again. You may not have clicked the subscribe button yet. If you have not, I invite you to do so, and leave your thoughts in the comments below on what you think about medieval spies. Also, this video is 100% ad-free. Thank you very much to the generous contributions of those on YouTube memberships, Patreon, and those who occasionally donate. Once again, you have my thanks, eternal gratitude. Now, with all that being said, let's get nice and relaxed, and we can look into the world of medieval spies. From the earliest medieval campaigns, commanders understood that knowledge was power, and therefore knowledge could decide a victory or defeat. The use of scouts by those commanders, that's an old warfare tactic, as old as war itself, and medieval leaders, they were no exception. As a matter of fact, medieval war manuals explicitly urged the use of spies. Around 1409, the French writer Christine de Peasant advised every general to dispatch them, for to inquire and understand the purpose of the enemy. But true espionage, that went beyond simple scouting. It meant to penetrate the enemy's secrets, not just observing their movements. This could be a perilous endeavor, yet many took the risk. Medieval chronicles abound with references to covert agents in wartime, from humble camp spies to high-ranking traitors. Let's go back to the 100 Years' War. We mentioned that in the introduction. Perhaps the most quintessential of medieval conflicts, the war between England and France. English forces, fighting on foreign soil, needed the best intelligence they could get. One major hurdle was language. A spy who couldn't blend in would be quickly unmasked. But fortunately, for King Edward III, his court included many French-speaking allies, such as Flemish and Gascon knights, whom he sent to snoop around on the French plans. According to the chronicler Jean Froissart, the English even planted multilingual agents, fluent in English, French, and German, within the French army itself. These spies mingled among the enemy ranks, gathering gossip and sensitive information undetected. Froissart dramatically illustrates the payoff. In 1345, the Earl of Derby learned of a French siege plan by means of a spy he had in the French army, enabling a surprise counterattack. The raid succeeded brilliantly, largely because one secret informer kept the English one step ahead. The war intensified, and English espionage grew more daring. In 1386, anticipating a French invasion fleet, the English recruited our aforementioned Antoine Dubos, a mercenary fluent in French, to infiltrate the French high command. Posing as a servant for hire, Antoine wormed his way into the households of two French nobles coordinating the invasion. For a time, he fed London priceless details about troop musters and logistics. However, eventually his luck seemed to have run out. Caught snooping around Montreal, he was arrested and tortured in Paris. Antoine's grim fate, execution after interrogation, showed the risks that medieval spies faced. Yet, after the death of Antoine, there was much more to do. The confessions that he had, screamed out during his interrogation seems to have blown open an entire network of English subterfuge agents within French territory. Now, at the main peak of all this, in 1386 to 87, English spies roamed across northern France in many different disguises, from mercenaries to horse traders and merchants, all the rest, and they took up menial jobs in French households to overhear plans. Of course, once the plans were all heard, they would relay these by word of mouth to the English commanders at Calais. Now, Calais is an important city. At the time, it was an English-held port, and it became this intelligence hub, funneling secrets back home to Westminster. So what emerges from these accounts is a proto-spy ring that starts to resemble a more coordinated intelligence service, long before such institutions formally existed. Let's look at other medieval armies, likewise employing espionage, though often in more ad hoc and creative ways. The Byzantine Empire, heir to Roman statecraft, they left behind their own military treatises that frankly discuss the craft of spies. One anonymous Byzantine strategicon, likely 6th century in origin, laid out criteria for selecting good spies. They must not be of the enemy's race, must know the enemy's language and customs, and have no grudges that might skew their loyalty. They must be men of natural intelligence, fluent in the enemy's language, and experienced travelers in their country, the treatise goes on to advise. It even suggests tradecraft for communications. A spy should arrange a secret meeting with a confederate in a busy foreign marketplace under the pretext of trading goods. An early example of what they call a dead drop in plain sight. The Byzantine generals were warned to be as crafty in counter-espionage as in spying. Emperor Leo VI's Tactica, circa 900, recommended that if one's army was outmatched, any enemy spies caught should be killed or locked up immediately to deny information to the foe. Conversely, if one's army was stronger, Leo suggested a clever psychological ploy. Allow enemy spies to observe exaggerated displays of strength, and then release them, so they would report back and their compatriots succumb to cowardice at the thought of facing such forces. The Tactica also outlines methods to flush out infiltrators in the camp. For example, sudden musters to see who did not know the unit passwords. The very inclusion of these tips in military manuals shows that espionage was a known factor at this time, and although it's a little bit before the medieval period, it's certainly worth mentioning as these traditions carried forward into later times. Even legendary warrior kings were not above a good bit of subterfuge. An oft story told, first recorded by medieval writers after the Norman conquest, claims that Alfred of Great Wessex personally infiltrated a Danish Viking camp in the 9th century, disguised as a humble minstrel. While scholars note this tale comes from a later tradition rather than contemporary evidence, its endurance in English lore speaks to a fascination with cunning as a component of generalship. The image of King Alfred strumming a harp by the enemy's fire, all the while noting their numbers and plans, it's the epitome of the ideal of the warrior spy. Brave enough to fight in the shield wall, yet cunning enough to sneak behind the enemy lines in a peasant's garb. Now, whether or not Alfred truly did this, we know many medieval commanders employed agents to scout and infiltrate. During the Crusades, for example, both Christian and Muslim leaders relied on espionage amid holy war. Let's take one example. Before the First Crusades assault on Antioch in 1098, Crusader Bohemond of Taranto recruited a spy inside the city, a renegade, former Muslim guard, who helped facilitate the city's fall by stealth. Decades later, Nur ad-Din Zangi and Saladin routinely sent spies to Frankish strongholds. In fact, a remarkable anecdote claims Saladin managed to recruit the Frankish queen of the city of Antioch as an informant in the 1180s. The full truth of that is a bit debatable, but it is clear that cross-cultural spying did occur during the Crusades, aided by the region's religious and ethnic mingling. Hospitaller and Templar knights maintained networks of local contacts, and Arabic-speaking Christian converts would move between camps gathering intelligence. The Muslim side likewise used merchants and local Christians as scouts. Spies were so endemic that crusading armies often executed suspicious locals as potential informers, sometimes rather unjustly. And so the war for the Holy Land was not only a clash of swords, but a battle of wits, with each side vying to outmaneuver the other with the help of secret eyes and ears in the dark. But nomadic empires, too, they had mastered espionage of their own style. The Mongols, known for swift and brutal conquest in the 13th century, also excelled at intelligence gathering, a softer tool, a complement for their hard power. Genghis Khan's forces routinely sent agents ahead of the horde, posing as traders, monks, even fleeing refugees, mapping out enemy terrain and probe defenses. Many cities in Central Asia and the Middle East opened their gates in panic after Mongol spies sowed rumors of the horde's invincibility. The Mongols also integrated conquered engineers and officials who brought valuable inside knowledge, and in turn, their adversaries sought information on this seemingly unstoppable horde. The Mamluk Sultan Baybars in Egypt built an extensive spy network to monitor the Mongol movements and frustrate their plans. He established an information network from Syria's northern frontier to Gaza, with mountaintop watch stations to spot invading armies and pigeon posts to relay warnings swiftly back to Cairo. A postal relay with fresh horses allowed urgent messages to cover hundreds of miles in days, a medieval intelligence hotline. Baybars also formed a secret elite cadre called the Crusade, messengers or seekers, whose sole task was espionage and clandestine missions against the Mongols and Crusaders. These agents were so secret that their names were never written down. They operated in complete anonymity. A contemporary biographer of Baybars noted that the Sultan lavished funds upon these spies, paying them, quote, blood money, commensurate with the lethal risks that they took. The Crusade excelled in both intelligence and sabotage. Chronicles account how they recruited disaffected insiders in the Mongol Ilkhanate, and when that failed, they forged letters, falsely implicating loyal Mongol officials as traitors, a ruse that led the Mongols to execute their own generals. In this way, Baybar's spies turned the enemy's fear and suspicion into a weapon, creating chaos behind Mongol lines without ever even loosing a single arrow. From England to Byzantium, the Levant to the Asian steppe, commanders who invested in espionage often gained a decisive edge, or at least mitigated the blind uncertainty of pre-modern battle. The eyes of the army, that's what spies were sometimes called. They could save thousands of lives by preventing ambushes and unwelcome surprises. Yet, espionage in war was inherently unreliable and fraught with danger. Medieval spies lacked many tools modern agents would take for granted. No wiretaps, cameras, or telegraphs back in those days. Just wits, and whatever trust they could earn. And then there was the risk of gruesome punishment if caught. A captured spy might be hanged, beheaded, thrown into a dungeon for years. False information was another pitfall. Some spies were double agents, or simply fed rumors that they'd heard in taverns. As one analysis puts it, medieval spies tended to repeat gossip learned at many hands removed, and we all know how unreliable that can get. Wise generals treated spy reports with caution, corroborating them through multiple sources if possible. But despite these challenges, the incentive to spy was too great to resist. The alternative was to march in blindly, hoping one's enemy was not a step ahead. Thus medieval warfare became a cat-and-mouse game of screening and scouting. Camouflage, code words, and decoys were used to mislead the enemy spies, while counter-spies tried to sniff out those very tricks. The existence of this long-running spy versus spy contest in the Middle Ages, it shows us that human intelligence, in, both senses of the word, has always been a crucial element of warfare. But let's go a little bit beyond the battlefield. You see, espionage thrived in the royal courts and corridors of power too. In the medieval period, politics was intensely personal. Kings and queens guarded their thrones from ambitious vassals, while rival states jockeyed through diplomacy and subterfuge. Without modern bureaucracies or communication technology, rulers often relied on webs of informants to keep them apprised of distant happenings, or in the worst case, hidden conspiracies. A common maxim in medieval governments was that the ruler ought to plant spies on his subjects and associates, like eyes that spy on their whereabouts, their news, especially if there was any doubt about them. This advice, echoed in various mirrors for princes, that is, guides for rulers, from early Islamic eras to late medieval era, showed that the systematic surveillance was considered a normal duty, simply the prudence of an intelligent monarch. One of the earliest organized intelligence networks emerged under the Umayyad and Abbasid caliphates of the Muslim world. As early as the 7th century, the Umayyads set up the Barid, a state postal service, but it also doubled as an espionage apparatus. The couriers who carried letters were also expected to report on local conditions and officials, earning the nickname Sahib al-Kabar, or bearer of news. In essence, the mailman was just another spy. Early caliphs planted agents in provincial courts to ensure governors remained loyal and that the tax revenues kept flowing in. This, of course, could be as simple as a trusted courier quietly noting the mood of the populace in each town, or as elaborate as a network of informers relaying intelligence back to the capital. By the 10th and 11th centuries, this ethos of surveillance reached a point where in some cities like Basra, people assumed any stranger might be a spy for the caliph and greeted unknown faces with outright suspicion. The Seljuk Turks, they came to power in the 11th century and found their own agents so overzealous that they had to set rules. For example, forbidding spies from invading the privacy of women's quarters or breaking down doors without cause. Clearly, intelligence gathering was so pervasive even in peacetime governance, to the extent that social paranoia sometimes ran high due to it. Back in Christian Europe, royal spy networks were genuinely a bit more ad hoc. But by the later Middle Ages, some rulers developed reputations as spy masters. King Edward II of England, just for one example, early 14th century, he employed agents to monitor his treacherous barons. However, his enemies also spied on him, and famously used his favorite private correspondence as evidence to rally opposition. The Avignon papacy in the 14th century had cardinals who acted as quasi-spies, funneling political information from across Christendom to the Pope. Meanwhile, King Charles VII of France organized a bureau called the Cabinet Noir. What a cool name! They intercepted and decoded letters, an early form of postal espionage that presaged those modern intelligence agencies. But it was Charles' contemporary, King Louis XI of France, who truly earned a nickname as the Spider at the center of the web of spies. Louis XI, reigning 1461 to 83, was dubbed the Universal Spider by his foes for his endless intrigues. He recruited informants from all walks of life, merchants, pilgrims, even shoemakers, to act as his eyes and ears throughout Europe. The shoemakers were the soul of the operation, surely. The Burgundian diplomat Philippe de Comines, who later served Louis, wrote admiringly of how the king maintained secret contacts in foreign courts, always paying for good information. Louis sent agents to follow the movements of rival dukes, bribed messengers to hand over copies of letters, and posted his own spies in the households of powerful nobles, disguised as perhaps grooms or clerks. In one instance, when Louis was plotting against the Duke of Burgundy, he had a surgeon in the Duke's service on his payroll, feeding him details of the Duke's health and itinerary. Such underhanded methods scandalized more than a few contemporaries, as they violated this chivalric ideals of honest dealings among nobles. Yet by the late 15th century, real politic was winning out over chivalry, and espionage in politics was becoming somewhat institutionalized, I suppose. Comines frankly observed that a wise king must know everything he can, and couldn't rely solely on overt ambassadors. And speaking of ambassadors, diplomats in the medieval world were inherently double agents as spies. When Italian city-states like Venice, Milan, Florence began to send resident ambassadors to each other in the 15th century, one of their primary duties was gathering intelligence. These envoys wrote regular dispatches home, not only about treaties and ceremonies, but also the military preparations, finances, and even gossip about the foreign court. Earlier in the medieval era, diplomatic missions were more episodic, but rulers still expected envoys to take note of anything useful. The Byzantine Empire's legendary Bureau of Barbarians in Constantinople managed foreign envoys and very likely collected intelligence they let slip. Byzantine officials were masters of polite interrogation, plying visiting dignitaries and merchants with lavish hospitality, while subtly probing them for information on their realms. In turn, Byzantium sent out its own spies, under the guise of diplomats or traders. Emperor Justinian, in the 6th century, dispatched envoys to the Persian court, who were explicitly tasked with gathering military intelligence. And, time permitting, sow a bit of discord, a mission that sometimes blurred into bribery and subterfuge. By the High Middle Ages, Italian merchant banks and trading houses formed another pan-European information network. The agents of the Medici Bank, for example, reported from far-flung markets about not just commodity prices, but local politics. Venetian merchants abroad routinely wrote letters that doubled as intelligence briefings, knowing the Senate valued such reports. In a medieval world without newspapers, those who controlled the flow of news, well, they had the power. Rulers often maintained friendly relations with merchant communities, precisely to tap into their knowledge of other regions. Trade and politics intertwined. But nowhere did political espionage and religion intermingle more than in the medieval Islamic states, like the Fatimid Caliphate of Egypt. The Fatimid court in Cairo, around the year 1000, was a hotbed of palace intrigue, where spies and counter-spies operated under the patronage of royals. The eccentric caliph Al-Hakim bi Amir Allah, 996 to 1021, is credited with an unusual innovation: the extensive use of female spies. You see, chroniclers say that Al-Hakim recognized that women, often overlooked in a male-dominated society, made excellent clandestine agents. He employed elderly women to visit the homes of leading families under friendly pretenses and subtly pry information from the ladies of the household. These grandmothers turned spies would return with reports on who might be fomenting dissent or which nobles were meeting in secret. Well, not to be outdone by her brother, Al-Hakim's half-sister Sit al-Mulk organized her own spy network, of course, to advance her own political goals. The reach of women in domestic spaces gave them access to whispers that male officials could never hear. Another Fatimid vizier, Al-Afdal Shahanshah, notoriously enlisted his mother in an espionage caper during a struggle against political rivals. She masqueraded as a soldier's mother and wandered Cairo, loudly lamenting how badly the current regime treated its servants, a ruse designated to draw out sympathizers of the opposition. When, eventually, an unwary citizen would agree and speak ill of the vizier, the disguised mother spy reported their words back to her son, helping Al-Afdal identify and eliminate hidden rebels. Pretty clever. Well, all of this shows that medieval espionage was an equal opportunity employer. Transcends gender and class when circumstances require. A clever mind and loyalty to one's patron, that was the only real qualification. Religious institutions themselves played their own roles in espionage and information networks. The medieval Catholic Church, operating across Europe, had perhaps the largest intelligence service by default, i.e., the clergy. Monks, priests, bishops, they frequently traveled or corresponded, and they could act as conduits of news, or even secrets between realms. Popes received a steady stream of reports from the legates and prelates in distant lands. During the Albigensian Crusade, that is the one involving the Cathars, by the way, and the medieval Inquisition, 13th and 14th centuries, the Church leaned on local informants to unearth heresy, effectively a domestic spy system, where neighbors would, report on those holding unorthodox beliefs. In the 14th century England, foreign monks became suspects of espionage, simply due to their international ties. Parliament in 1378 even accused French monastic houses in England of harboring spies, and used this as an excuse to dissolve the alien priories. Whether or not those monks actually plotted treason, the incident shows how the specter of espionage permeated political paranoia. Secular rulers were uneasy about any uncontrolled channels of communication, and foreign clergymen or merchants could easily fall under suspicion of spying. Sometimes rightly so, but a lot of the time, not. Conversely, there were of course cases of clerics acting as double agents. During the 100 Years' War, an English prior named John Bouquet was caught carrying correspondence from the French. Perhaps it was messages written in code. Well, the poor fellow was thrown into Newgate prison for spying. And if you've watched my video about medieval English prisons, you'll know that was not the place to be. Thus, medieval governance operated amid constant low-level surveillance. Kings watched vassals, popes watched kings, and sometimes even queens and courtiers pursued their own secret agendas. Well, let's move on to the church's involvement in particular, because of course having such a great institution, they've got their hands in many different things. Well, religion in the Middle Ages, it wasn't just a matter of piety. It was entwined with politics, war, and thus espionage. Holy wars and sectarian strife. That's one way to breed subterfuge, and perhaps the most notorious example of a religious group employing this cloak and dagger tactics is the sect known to Crusaders as the Assassins. In the 12th to 13th centuries, the Nizaris, a breakaway Shia Muslim faction, controlled mountain fortress in Persia and Syria under their leader, whom the Franks dubbed the Old Man of the Mountain. Surrounded by larger Sunni and Crusader states, the Nizaris used targeted assassination as their chief weapon, and pulling off those missions required careful espionage. Assassin devotees infiltrated the courts of powerful enemies by posing as converts or servants, sometimes for months, even years, waiting for the right moment to strike. And thus they became experts in blending in. A Nizari agent might serve incognito as a bodyguard to a Seljuk vizier, gathering his trust and intelligence about his routines, and then one day plunge a dagger into his back. The elimination of key figures like Marquis Conrad de Montferrat, assassinated in 1192, entire by Nizari agents disguised as Christian monks, sowed fear and uncertainty, a psychological effect far exceeding the assassins' small numbers. To counter this invisible threat, rulers hired food tasters, doubled their guards, and kept spies of their own to sniff out potential impostors. The assassins demonstrated how religious fanaticism combined with espionage could completely destabilize a realm, and in turn, they forced those realms to adopt countermeasures. But religious espionage was not limited to dramatic assassinations. Often it took the form of information gathering under the guise of piety. Pilgrimages, for example, they allow travelers to cross borders relatively freely, and some pilgrims, well, they were wearing the right outfit, but they were essentially spies. Kings occasionally sent knights on pilgrimages to holy shrines in hostile territories, with instructions to observe fortifications or political conditions along the way. Conversely, members of religious orders wandering abroad could be recruited as informants. The Franciscan and Dominican friars, who ventured into the Mongol Empire in the 1240s, such as John of Plano Carpini and William of Rubruck, they were true missionaries. Yet, the detailed reports they wrote about the Mongol military strength, customs, and geography were eagerly studied by the Pope and European monarchs. Effectively, intelligence dossiers, cloaked in the mantle of travelogues and journals. Throughout the Crusades, military orders like the Knights Templars and Hospitaller maintained extensive networks from Europe to the Holy Land, and their letters and ciphers criss-crossing the Mediterranean often carried strategic insight. It is telling that when the Templars were suppressed in 1307, one accusation was that they were communicating secretly with the Muslim world, an unfounded charge, but reflective of the suspicion that their international reach had enabled more espionage. Back to the Islamic sphere, the Hajj pilgrimage to Mecca each year brought together Muslims from Spain to Central Asia. Rulers sometimes placed agents among the Hajj caravans to glean distant political news. The Mamluk Sultan in Cairo might thus learn of unrest in North Africa, or a new pretender in Arabia via returning pilgrims. The religious diplomacy between Christian and Muslim powers also saw spying under truce. During the Third Crusade, Richard the Lionheart and Saladin famously exchanged envoys and gifts. Meanwhile, each kept spies in the other's camps. Arab chroniclers mention how Saladin's intelligence chief, Rais al-Jasus, the chief of spies, intercepted letters between the Crusader princes and used turncoat Franks to feed false information to the enemy. On the Christian side, Richard had Arabic-speaking knights, and perhaps sympathetic local Christians who passed him intelligence. For example, warning him of Saladin's ambush plans on the road to Jaffa. In one instance, Richard's forces preemptively struck at a watering point, having been tipped off about Saladin's intended surprise attack, which certainly implies effective espionage or scouting on the part of the Crusaders. Espionage served not just war, but also religious persecution and power struggles. We briefly mentioned the Inquisitions, but we'll quickly go over them in a bit more detail. Within Christendom, the medieval Inquisition, especially in the 13th century against the Cathars of the Languedoc region of southern France, relied heavily on informants. The inquisitors, like Bernard Guy in the early 14th century, encouraged the faithful to report clandestine, heretical meetings. Neighbors would observe who attended secret Cathar prayer gatherings. In a sense, the whole society was being mobilized as amateur spies in service of religious orthodoxy. The covert nature of the Cathar heresy, meeting in caves or remote barns, it forced the church to adopt these spy tactics. We're talking disguises, surprise raids, and networks of informers who infiltrated heretic circles. Some inquisitors even planted fake converts to Catharism who would gain trust and then betray the leaders. It's pretty morally sinister, but you can't deny it's effective, because by the 1320s, the Cathar movement was largely destroyed, thanks in part to espionage from within. You certainly don't see many Cathar churches around, don't you? Meanwhile, at the highest levels, papal and imperial intrigues featured espionage worthy of any royal court. In the 12th century showdown between Thomas Becket and King Henry II of England, both sides maintained agents to monitor the other's moves. Henry had royal clerks spying on Becket's allies, while Becket, still in exile, had informants in England keeping him apprised of the king's hostility. Similarly, during the Great Schism, the split between the rival popes in Rome and Avignon around 1400, each papal claimant dispatched spies and propagandists across Europe to undermine the other. Effectively, a spiritual Cold War fought through espionage and secret correspondence. Well, to sum it all up, religion provided both a motive and a cover for medieval espionage. Beneath that cloak of faith, spies could travel and converse where soldiers simply could not, and where faiths or sects clashed, from the Holy Land to heresy at home, The struggle often relied on stealth and information as much as open preaching, or, on the worst days, force. And let that remind you that even in an age supposedly guided by divine providence, medieval actors took matters into their own hands. They deployed spies in a very human way in the service of God, or at least their interpretation of God's will. Of course, the medieval world was not just clashes of arms and ideology, but also intense competition for technology and wealth. In this arena, too, espionage stepped in to play its role. Long-distance trade and nascent global markets gave opportunities for industrial spies, those who would steal artisans' techniques or geographic knowledge to benefit their patrons. And the most famous case of medieval industrial espionage is the theft of silk from China. You see, here's what happened. For centuries, the Byzantine Empire craved the luxurious silk textiles that came via the Silk Road from East Asia. Silk production was a carefully guarded Chinese monopoly. No one else could do it. And exporting silkworms, well, if you got caught trying to smuggle them out, they would kill you. According to the historian Procopius, around the year 5500, Emperor Justinian I managed to break this monopoly with a bold spy mission. Now, I know this is a little bit before the medieval period, but I'm going to put it in anyway, because I want to. Two monks who had traveled in Serinda, the Far East, informed Justinian that they knew the secret of silk, that it was made by the cocoons of worms feeding on mulberry leaves. And so they offered to acquire these wondrous worms for Byzantium. Under Justinian's patronage, the monks journeyed back to the east, likely Central Asia, and smuggled the silkworm eggs hidden in hollow canes all the way back to Constantinople. Procopius writes that the eggs hatched into worms which fed on mulberry leaves. Thus began the art of making silk in the Eastern Roman Empire. Of course, this cloak and dagger operation, two robed monks as undercover agents, it paid off magnificently. Byzantium established its own silk workshops, freeing it from paying gold to Persian middlemen for Chinese silk. It was perhaps the first recorded instance of international industrial espionage. The stolen secret of sericulture gave the Byzantine economy a boost and altered the balance of trade. Notably, it was achieved not by military conquest, but by stealth. Throughout the Middle Ages, we find similar, if a little bit less dramatic examples of economic espionage. Knowledge, as always, was power, whether the recipe for Damascus steel, or design of an improved windmill, or even the map of a new sea route. Medieval guilds zealously guarded their crafts. If a skilled craftsman tried to emigrate, he might be stopped or even assassinated to prevent trade secrets from leaking. Italian glassmakers in Venice, famous for their quality, were legally forbidden to leave the Venetian lagoon for this very reason. There are accounts of agents sent to lure foreign artisans to a new land with higher pay, essentially talent poaching. For example, in the 15th century, the Ottoman Sultan Mehmed II, eager to develop cannon casting in his empire, enticed European cannon founders to Constantinople, or simply just captured them in war to replicate the latest Christian technology. Conversely, artisans who left Islamic regions for Europe brought technologies in metalworking and textiles that ultimately gave the West a new edge. Trade networks themselves were conduits of intelligence. Merchant spies became commonplace. In the 13th and 14th centuries, the Italian merchant republics Venice, Genoa, Pisa, they were all locked in a fierce rivalry over trade with the East. They all kept agents in foreign ports to glean information about each other's deals and about political changes that might affect commerce. A Venetian in Alexandria might secretly report the movements of a Genoese fleet, or bribe a local to obtain a peek at his competitor's cargo manifests. Western merchants in Constantinople were notorious for dabbling in espionage. During wars between Christian and Muslim powers, some merchants sold information to one side or the other, motivated by nothing more than profit. And so, commerce created cosmopolitan meeting points, ports, fairs, caravanserais, where news and secrets inevitably traded hands. Savvy rulers tapped into it. The Crown of Aragon, for instance, used Jewish and Muslim merchants as informants on naval activities in the Mediterranean. In the Indian Ocean, Arab traders closely guarded their navigation methods, like the use of monsoon winds. They didn't want the Europeans to know about that. But one legend holds that around 1500, a Gujarati pilot revealed the monsoon timing to Vasco da Gama's crew, a revelation that helped the Portuguese establish a direct sea trade to India, albeit just after the medieval period. Earlier, Marco Polo, in the late 13th century, provided Europe with a trove of information about the wealth and politics of East Asia. Whether he was acting deliberately as a Venetian trade intelligence agent is unclear. But his book, it certainly served that purpose for those who followed. Sometimes, espionage targeted strategic resources. A subtle example comes from the 12th century wars between the Song dynasty of China and the Jurchen Jin dynasty. The Song general, Liu Guangshi, facing invasion, devised a psychological ploy involving coinage. He issued special coins as tokens to encourage enemy troops to defect to the Song side. Many of them, by the way, were ethnic Han conscripts under the Jurchens. These coins promised safe passage to any bearer who came over to Song lines. By sowing distrust and offering reward, this act blurred into espionage. It induced the enemy soldiers to become Song informants, or just outright turncoats. Some later theorists even speculated that these coins could have been used as identification tokens for Song spies operating in Jin territory, though the historical record favors this defection narrative. Either way, it was a clever exploitation of information as currency, quite literally. Another arena of economic espionage was geography and exploration. Knowing the exact locations of gold mines, spice islands, or trade routes, that was immensely valuable. States went to lengths to keep such knowledge secret or ferret out each other's secrets. In the late medieval period, as Atlantic exploration began, the Portuguese jealously guarded their maps of the African coast. According to some accounts, rival Spanish agents tried to obtain these maps in the 1480s, essentially engaging in covert ops for cartographic intelligence. Back on land, the trans-Saharan gold routes were an object of mystery and desire for Europeans, and there are indicators that the African traders gave deliberately misleading information to Berber middlemen to prevent them from bypassing certain caravan routes, a form of protective disinformation that confused foreign seekers. But by and large, fully fledged industrial espionage in the modern sense was limited by medieval constraints. Many technologies were localized. Stealing a secret formula, for example, the Chinese porcelain recipe, it was futile without the raw materials and skilled context to replicate it. And indeed, Chinese porcelain remained unmatched in the West until much later. All spies could bring back were samples and vague descriptions. But that doesn't mean that you should underestimate the medieval entrepreneurial espionage spirit. Individuals like the 12th century scholar Adelard of Bath traveled to Islamic Spain and the Middle East, learning advanced knowledge of mathematics and astronomy, written in Arabic, and then smuggled this intellectual treasure back through translations, thus enriching European science. And while not espionage in a cloak and dagger sense, this transfer was sometimes done quietly to avoid the scrutiny of conservative authorities. In a way, books and manuscripts, they were the era's sensitive data, and acquiring a prized manuscript from a distant library, well, that could be as valuable as stealing state secrets. And so, of course, rulers patronized scholars to obtain such works, which occasionally involved some stealth or persuasion in foreign lands. By the end of the Middle Ages, the groundwork for the organized economic intelligence was laid. The Italian city-states and Hanseatic League had established archives of treaties and trade reports. The Portuguese and Spanish had been systematically charting new territories, and cities like Bruges and Nuremberg teemed with correspondents swapping commercial news. So it's really no surprise that in the 16th and 17th centuries, states would formalize these practices with chartered companies and secret services dedicated to securing economic advantage via espionage. But even in earlier medieval centuries, we see that whenever goods and coins crossed border, information rode alongside with them. The medieval merchant was often part adventurer, part diplomat, and part spy, whether gathering news of Mongol intentions on the Silk Road, or carrying letters between European courts as an unofficial courier. You always had to find a way to make a little bit of extra money, even if it was coming with some danger. And so we come to the end. Espionage. It was everywhere and nowhere. A kind of open secret of statecraft, warfare, and commerce that left very few overt traces, but still managed to have profound effects. We've journeyed across continents and centuries, and we've found spies in princely courts and monastic cells, and also on battlefields and caravan routes. These spies were as diverse as the societies they served. Kings in disguise among their enemies, soldiers of fortune selling secrets for gold, even pious nuns and cunning grandmothers eavesdropping in palaces, double-dealing merchants in distant ports, nameless scouts slipping through moonlit forests. It's pretty cool, isn't it? I'd like you to put the image into your head of a crusader. He is marching out on campaign to the Holy Land, into battle not only with sword and shield, but carrying something special. He has a fragment of wood, and it's not just a normal piece of wood, but this is believed to be a fragment from the very cross upon which Christ was crucified. And now picture an army halting to kneel before this splinter of holy wood, or perhaps a saint's bone, a Christian relic. They pray for divine aid before the clash of swords. In the age of the Crusades, such scenes were not flights of fancy, but recorded reality. Relics, physical objects associated with holy figures. They held immense sway over the medieval Christian mind. They were thought to channel the sacred, offer protection, inspiration, and even a tangible connection to God's favor. And from the launch of the First Crusade in 1095, through those tumultuous campaigns that followed, relics became coveted treasures and symbols of both spiritual devotion and military morale. Battles were fought under relic-borne banners. Miracles were proclaimed at their discovery, and the loss of a relic could plunge the Crusaders into complete despair. It's a part of the Crusades that's probably not often talked about, but it's an underlying theme from the earliest Crusades all the way to the later times, that these humble objects, sometimes big, sometimes small, played quite a big part. It's a story that we are here to tell today. So if you'll allow me, with introductions over, to welcome you to the channel. For those who are new to the channel, well, it's good to meet you. Those who are coming back, good to have you back. If you're not familiar with the channel, well, first things first is I will reassure you will not have any interruptions in this video. You can enjoy it from start to finish without any of those ads. We all hate ads. And this is why we are crowdfunded. We get our donations from PayPal and YouTube Super Thanks, also the Patreon and YouTube memberships, along with the merch store helps us out quite a lot. So thank you to all of those who have joined that prestigious club, which can be found through links in the pinned comment, video, and channel description. But apart from that, do us a solid, will you? A like, comment, subscribe, hit the hype button, and tell your friends. It all helps in the algorithm, as we are, as YouTubers, slaves to such things. Now, with all things out of the way and all said and done, as we do have to say them, let's begin with the video, and I promise I won't ask you to like and subscribe again. Let's go. So for the people of the crusading era, a relic was not just a museum piece, but it was alive with spiritual power. The bones of martyrs, fragments of Christ's passion like the true cross or holy nails, and other sacred items were thought to work miracles and convey God's grace to the faithful. Churches and cities in medieval Europe fiercely prized their relic collections, and they drew pilgrims from far and wide. Tales of miraculous healings or divine visions surrounded the relics, and they were commonly accepted. This intense relic veneration formed the backdrop against which Pope Urban II called the First Crusade in 1095. When Urban urged Christian knights to liberate the Holy Land from Muslim control, he framed the mission in profoundly spiritual terms. The goal was not only to reclaim sacred territory such as Jerusalem, but it was also to rescue the holy places and the treasures within. The tomb of Christ, the true cross, and many other relics, from what many crusaders saw as an incoming desecration, and in some cases an ongoing one. Although no contemporary transcript of Urban's sermon at Clermont survives, later accounts emphasize the spiritual rewards of the crusade and the sanctity of the cause. It is clear that the thought of reuniting Christendom with its holy relics and sites was quite a powerful motivator. Medieval crusaders described their journey as an armed pilgrimage. They wore the cross on their garments and marched with the zeal of people on a holy mission, quite literally, to the land of the Bible. Well, even before leaving Europe, many crusaders armed themselves not just with swords, but with their own relics for protection and blessing. According to chroniclers, it was common for leaders and priests on the First Crusade to carry cherished relics from home. Bit of a good luck charm. Bishop Adhemar of Lipoi, a papal legate accompanying the crusade, reportedly brought what he believed to be a piece of the true cross from his cathedral in France. This sliver of wood, believed to be from the cross of Christ, was carried around like a sacred talisman. Likewise, other nobles carried relics of saints. For example, Raymond of Toulouse's contingent brought along a precious chalice that had belonged to a revered French hermit, and the Count of Flanders' chaplain carried relics of St. George. In fact, one priest in the Flemish army is said to have stolen an arm bone of St. George from a Byzantine monastery en route. So determined were they to have a patron saint's relic with them, just conveniently ignoring that "thou shalt not steal" rule. I'm sure poor old St. George won't mind if they take some of his bones along for the ride. Well, the mentality was that holy relics would safeguard and sanctify the enterprise. As one historian notes, for the Crusaders, God was in their midst, tangibly through these relics, of course, and each success on the journey was interpreted as a sign of divine favor. But it is important to note, the period leading up to the Crusades also saw a breakdown in relations between Latin, that is Western European, and Greek and Byzantine Christians. Greek Byzantine Christians, that's it. Well, this culminated in the Great Schism of 1054. The schism even extended to attitudes about relics, too. You see, Latin monks and knights, considering the Greek schismatic, sometimes felt no compunction about pilfering relics from Eastern churches. They saw it as rather rescuing holy objects from the hands of the unworthy. In one notorious case, shortly after the First Crusade, a Venetian monk in 1108 broke into the church of Constantinople and stole the relics of St. Stephen, spiriting them back to Venice. Incidents like that, they show a theme that we will see repeatedly. Relics were spoils, but also sacred treasures, and the lines between piety and greed, well, they could be a little bit blurry. So let's start with the First Crusade, 1096 to 1099. It offers some of the most dramatic accounts of relics influencing events. As the Crusader armies made their frankly epic overland march toward Jerusalem, they constantly invoked divine aid, and the relics played a starring role in those devotions. Chroniclers like Raymond d'Aguilera, a priest who was an eyewitness, by the way, recount how periods of hardship and doubt were overcome by timely miracles involving relics. Two episodes stand out in particular: the discovery of the Holy Lance at Antioch in 1098, and of course the finding of the true cross in Jerusalem in 1099. These instances, occurring at critical junctures, became legendary examples of relics altering the course of the crusade. Let's start with the Holy Lance of Antioch, which sounds like some kind of rare drop from a World of Warcraft raid or something, doesn't it? Well, jokes aside, in early 1098 the Crusaders were besieging the city of Antioch, which is in Syria, and it was grueling. The Crusader army was starving, morale was low, and to make matters worse, a massive Muslim relief force under General Kerboga was approaching. The Crusaders themselves were trapped inside Antioch's walls, which they had managed to breach, but the enemies were pressing from without and within, so it was a bit of a Pyrrhic victory for them in that regard. Well, at the crescendo of this crisis, a poor Provençal foot soldier named Peter Bartholomew stepped forward with a remarkable claim. He approached Count Raymond of Toulouse and Bishop Adhemar, and he reported a vision. St. Andrew the Apostle, he said, had appeared to him repeatedly and revealed that the very holy lance which had pierced Christ's side on the cross was buried in the floor of Antioch's Cathedral of St. Peter. If this relic could be found, it would assure the Crusaders of God's help. Well, that's an extraordinary assertion. One might even say a desperate gamble born of faith. The leaders were, initially and understandably, skeptical. Bishop Adhemar in particular doubted it, pointing out that another lance relic was known in Constantinople. Nevertheless, given the hopeless circumstances, they decided that, well, they may as well search for it anyway. June 5th, 1098, Peter Bartholomew led a group of crusaders into the cathedral church and began to excavate the flagstone floor. Hours of digging yielded nothing, and most present grew discouraged. The Count of Toulouse himself decided to just leave the scene. I can imagine shrugging his shoulders. But at that moment, Peter Bartholomew dramatically jumped into the pit, and according to accounts, he soon shouted with joy, brandishing an iron object, the head of a lance. Those around him erupted in exultation, hailing it as a miraculous discovery of the Holy Lance itself. Raymond d'Aguilera, who was present, wrote that when the lance point emerged from the earth, quote, "What great joy and exultation then filled the city I cannot describe." The effect on morale was electrifying. The besieged crusaders, who had been on the brink of despair, now believed they possessed a literal token of God's favor, kind of like having the lightning rod from Zeus himself. Carrying the purported Holy Lance before them as a standard, the revitalized army of the Crusaders marched out of Antioch to face Kerboga's forces. And in the ensuing battle, they scored an astounding victory, routing a much larger Muslim army. Many of the Crusaders attributed this triumph to divine intervention granted through a relic. Some reported visions of saints and angelic knights riding alongside them in battle. In any case, in the minds of the faithful, the discovery of the lance had proved to be the turning point, a miracle that saved the First Crusade. But then the modern historians come in and just ruin all the fun. I'm sorry to say it. But of course, many of them debate the authenticity of Peter Bartholomew's lance. You see, even at the time there were doubters. Bishop Adhemar remained unconvinced, and he privately suspected that there was fraud or self-delusion. And indeed, Adhemar's skepticism was borne out when some months later, Peter Bartholomew volunteered to go an ordeal by fire to prove his honesty. He walked through a blaze, carrying the lance, and he suffered fatal burns, which, well, discredited the relic in the eyes of many. Nevertheless, at the crucial moment outside Antioch, belief in the lance's power was very real, and it had very tangible consequences. The lance was kept by Count Raymond's entourage thereafter and became an object of rivalry among leaders. Ultimately, the fate of the relic is murky. Sources say that the Holy Lance of Antioch was later sent to Constantinople for safekeeping, and still later perhaps to Western Europe. There were already other claimants to the title of Holy Lance in Byzantium and Rome, a reminder that relic duplication and controversy were not uncommon. But authentic or not, the impact of Peter Bartholomew's lance on the First Crusade success is undeniable. It's just another example of how a powerful narrative around a relic could galvanize an army. Well, next, let's talk about the Saints' march to Jerusalem. After Antioch, the crusading host continued southward, gathering any other relics they could get along the way. The chronicles mention that as the Provençal army left Antioch, a local priest guided them to a church where relics of 4 saints, including St. John Chrysostom and St. Cyprian, were hidden. The Crusaders dutifully packed these relics to accompany them on the road to Jerusalem. One amusing anecdote, from Raymond d'Aguilera illustrates this mindset quite nicely. Apparently, the Crusaders found a small casket of unidentified bones, along with a few named relics. Well, unsure of whether to bother carrying unknown relics, one of the priests hesitated. This was until he had a dream of St. George, who chastised him and identified the bones of those as a saint who wished to join their pilgrimage. Now, suitably admonished, they carried the mysterious relic as well. Stories like that might be embellished. Use your imagination a little bit. But they do reveal the Crusaders saw themselves as moving under the patronage and company of these heavenly saints. Quite literally via the relics in their baggage. In any case, finally, in the summer of 1099, after a grueling 3-year odyssey, the crusading armies reached the prize, Jerusalem. The holy city was heavily fortified and held by a Fatimid Egyptian garrison. The siege of Jerusalem between June and July 1099 was that climactic crescendo of the First Crusade. And by this point, the Crusaders had endured extreme hunger and losses. They were far from home. They were completely outnumbered, and attempting what must have seemed quite impossible, to storm the most sacred city in Christendom by force. And it is here that relics and ritual again took the center stage in a dramatic fashion. You see, when initial assaults on Jerusalem's walls failed, the crusading leaders resorted to spiritual measures. They declared a period of fasting and penance for the whole army, hoping to purge any sin that might be causing God to withhold victory. Then, on the 8th of July, 1099, the Crusader host, everyone, no exceptions, engaged in a solemn religious procession around the city perimeter. This was inspired in part by biblical precedent. They surely recalled how in the Bible the walls of Jericho fell after a ritual procession, if you're familiar with that. It was led by priests and bishops. The Crusaders were barefoot and dressed in penitential garb, marched with crosses, relics of saints, and holy icons raised on high. Eyewitnesses described that relics of the saints and pieces of the true cross, that is, the small fragment Adamar had brought, were carried at the head of the columns. They chanted litanies and psalms as they circled Jerusalem's walls, while the Muslim defenders watched from above, reportedly mocking the display by holding up their own crosses and taunting the invaders. Well, it's a pretty extraordinary ritual. It shows a belief in material expressions of faith. Perhaps they could win divine aid. In any case, by parading relics and humbling themselves, they hoped to turn the tide somehow. According to Raymond d'Aguilera, the effect was immediate. The very next day, morale soared, and the besiegers launched a determined final assault. July 15th, 1099, the Crusaders breached the defenses and captured Jerusalem after a bloody fight. The success was attributed in no small part to God's favor, obtained through prayer and the veneration of relics. And indeed, once they controlled the city, the Crusaders' first actions were religious. Sobbing with joy, they processed to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, the site of Christ's tomb, by the way, to give their thanks. They had achieved what they believed was a holy miracle. And well, the proof is in the pudding. The holiest city on earth was in Christian hands again. Well, with Jerusalem secured, the Crusaders established the Latin Kingdom of Jerusalem and other Crusader states in the Levant. And in the years and decades after 1099, relics began to pour in, and they continued to play a pretty key role in the religious and political life of these new Crusader kingdoms. They really couldn't get enough of them, collecting them like how I collect Warhammer 40k, basically. Well, the First Crusade's victory had opened access to the vast repository of relics long kept in the East, Jerusalem itself being the center of Christ's Passion, housed incomparable treasures. Maybe the greatest of them was the true cross. By tradition, the very wood of Christ's crucifixion, which St. Helena, and his Emperor Constantine's mother, by the way, were said to have discovered in Jerusalem back in the 4th century, so just at the time when Rome was really becoming Christian. Now, throughout the early Middle Ages, true pieces of the cross had been distributed and venerated in many places, but a major portion remained in Jerusalem up to the time of the Crusades. During periods of danger, such as a destructive Muslim ruler's reign in 1009, Jerusalem's Christian clergy had reportedly hidden the true cross relic away for safekeeping. A wise choice, that's for sure. And when the Crusaders took the city in 1099, the local Eastern clergy revealed to them where the relic was concealed, and it was brought out amid understandable rejoicing. But this was not just legend. Multiple independent chronicles mention that soon after the conquest, the Crusaders discovered or recovered the true cross in Jerusalem with the guidance of the local Christians. The new Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem, elected in 1099 as Arnulf of Choquet, helped authenticate and elevate the relic's status. And from that point on, the true cross became the most precious possession of the Kingdom of Jerusalem. It was housed in the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, and only brought out on special occasions, particularly in times of war, when the kingdom's survival was at stake. The relic was kept in a lavish reliquary. Accounts describe a golden cross inside a reliquary, which wood was encased. That is a golden cross reliquary, inside which the wood relic was encased. While it was also entrusted to the canons of the Holy Sepulchre. The high official titled Custodian of the Holy Cross was responsible for it. Crusader chronicles from the 12th century frequently reference the true cross in major events. For example, when the Crusaders faced the Battle of Ascalon in August of 1099, just weeks after capturing Jerusalem, they carried the true cross into the field under the Patriarch Arnulf. That battle saw the Crusaders defeat a large Egyptian army, effectively securing their hold on Jerusalem. The presence of the cross was accredited to the victory. In subsequent decades, whenever the kings of Jerusalem marched to war against a significant threat, they would retrieve the true cross from the shrine and carry it with the army, borne aloft by priests. It was a portable palladium, believed to guarantee God's protection so long as the Crusaders remained worthy. And one notable example is found in the accounts of King Baldwin II of Jerusalem. In the year 1124, the Crusaders besieged the coastal city of Tyre with the aid of a Venetian fleet. During negotiations, the Venetians, pragmatic as ever, requested a share of the kingdom's relics as part of their reward. According to some reports, King Baldwin agreed to give the Venetians a fragment of the true cross in return for their naval support. This shows that relics could be diplomatic currency, and indeed, a fragment purported to be from the true cross did reach Venice, where it was venerated at St. Mark's Basilica. In another instance, King Baldwin II in 1120 led a procession of the cross to quell a threatened revolt, showing once again the role in unifying and admonishing the populace. It's pretty clear that the true cross had become not just a spiritual symbol, but kind of a political talisman, a sort of holy standard of the kingdom. But it wasn't the only relic. Saintly relics were transferred from the West or obtained locally during the 12th century. The new Latin rulers scoured their domains for anything of holy significance. Churches in Jerusalem, Antioch, and other cities were soon amassing collections of relics. Pilgrims visiting the Holy Land wrote about seeing and touching many biblical relics: the cup of the Last Supper, bones of the apostles and prophets, and even, fantastically, relics like the stone on which Christ stood at the Ascension, or the very cradle of Jesus from Bethlehem Hard to prove that wrong or right. Well, some of these claims were doubtless spurious or based on local traditions of, say, questionable authenticity. But that didn't really matter. What mattered was that it gave people hope, and that the Latin clergy celebrated these relics. They held feast day display ceremonies and wove them into the liturgical life of the Crusader states. Relic veneration served to sacralize the Latin kingdom, to make it a true holy realm in the eyes of its inhabitants and supporters in Europe. But not all relic-related activities were pious and innocent. The Crusader states were not particularly wealthy in material resources, so on occasion they leveraged relics for financial and military aid. One practice was to send or gift precious relics to Western rulers as diplomatic favors. For instance, kings of Jerusalem might send small fragments of the True Cross or the Holy Sepulchre's sacred oil to allied kings or to the Pope, hoping to secure their support. I suppose relics could be sliced up, divided and disseminated, because even a tiny sliver retained in medieval belief all the power of the whole thing. There is a famous quip, by the way, by Martin Luther, much later, but still important, that, quote, "So many fragments of the true cross exist that one could build a house from them." Maybe an exaggeration, just a little bit, but, well, it still shows how prevalent these particles became due to the practice of division and donation of relics. But like I said, how are you meant to prove that it's not part of the true cross? Anyone could give you any old piece of wood, say it's part of the true cross, and, well, you couldn't prove them otherwise. Contemporary inventories, however, suggest that all known fragments would only amount to a fraction of a full cross, but still, medieval people did exercise some restraint amid the enthusiasm. In any case, throughout the 12th century, the Kingdom of Jerusalem reached its zenith under rulers like Baldwin IV, that was the leprosy guy, and they had a relatively stable existence. But by the 1180s, it was in grave peril. Saladin was a rising power, the Sultan of Syria and his newly conquered Egypt. This would set the stage for a crisis, in which the fate of the kingdom's chief relic, the True Cross, hung in the balance. But before we reach that fateful moment, it's worth noting how ingrained the cross's presence was in the Crusader army's psychology. The military chronicles describe scenes before the battle where priests blessed the troops with relics, particularly the True Cross. On the eve of the great battle at Ascalon in 1099, as noted, the patriarch brought forth the True Cross, and the entire army knelt. Similar scenes likely played out many times in ensuing decades. The cross was venerated in camp. Knights would queue to kiss it, or at least see it from afar and be comforted. It embodied the notion that God rode with the Crusaders. And because of this, there was a fear that began to lurk. What would happen if the cross should ever fall into the hands of the enemy? Well, that's unthinkable, isn't it? The prospect would mean not only military defeat, but a theological catastrophe. It can only be interpreted as a sign of God's severe displeasure. Well, spoiler alert, the unthinkable came to pass eventually. The Battle of Hattin, July 4th, 1187, one of the most infamous and consequential battles in Crusade history. Or to truly grasp its impact, remember that for nearly 90 years since the First Crusade, the Latin Kingdom of Jerusalem had managed, through many close calls, to hold on to the Holy City and its sacred relics. But by 1187, Saladin had united Muslim forces and was determined to annihilate the Crusader stronghold. When Guy of Lusignan led out the Frankish army to confront Saladin near the Horns of Hattin in Galilee. He did so carrying the kingdom's most precious asset, a gold foil Charizard. No, I'm just kidding. The true cross, of course. It was borne in the midst of the army by the Bishop of Acre, in a reliquary mounted on a staff like a standard. Crusader sources emphasize how knights and soldiers took heart at seeing the golden reliquary of the cross shining in their ranks. Many surely believed that God would not allow any harm to befall them. After all, they were carrying the true cross. But, as it happened, the battle was a complete disaster. The Frankish army, parched and exhausted, was enveloped and overwhelmed by Saladin's forces. Thousands of Crusader fighters were either killed or captured, and in the chaos and carnage of that blazing hot day, the Bishop of Acre, who held the cross, was slain. The true cross was seized by the troops of Saladin. Chroniclers describe the Muslims triumphantly snatching the reliquary and raising it aloft. One account says the relic was fixed upside down on a lance and paraded, a deliberate show of Muslim dominance and humiliation for the Christians who looked on in horror. The loss of the true cross sent a spiritual shockwave throughout the Christian camp, at least for those still alive or taken prisoner at Hattin, and you can only imagine the despair. It was as if the very beating heart of the kingdom had been ripped out. You won't be needing this anymore. In the minds of contemporaries, it wasn't just a king or knights who were defeated, but the favor of God itself had departed. Writers quickly drew parallel to the biblical story of the Ark of the Covenant being captured by the Philistines, a moment of divine judgment in the Old Testament. Just like the ancient Israelites, the Crusaders had carried their sacred object into battle, expecting divine aid, and like them, they saw its capture as a sign of collective failure and sin. The subsequent events were catastrophic. With the Christian field army wiped out at Hattin, Saladin swept through the kingdom. Within months he conquered most cities, including, crucially, Jerusalem itself, which fell in October of 1187. Thus the loss of the true cross and the fall of Jerusalem went hand in hand. Saladin, though a chivalrous figure in many accounts, did not treat the true cross lightly. Islamic chroniclers note that he sent the relic as a trophy to his capital in Damascus. There are tantalizing hints in records that the wood of the cross might have been displayed publicly in Damascus to demonstrate Islam's victory. Some Christian sources even feared the Muslims might dishonor the relic, though Saladin, being a shrewd statesman, probably kept it intact as a valuable bargaining chip or a symbol. Whatever the case, the true cross never returned to Christian hands. It effectively vanished from history after this point. Later sources claimed that bits of the cross had been broken off and dispersed, or that Saladin had hidden it. Some decades later, during peace negotiations, Muslim leaders would respond to inquiries about the cross with shrugs. Allegedly, they couldn't locate it. It is possible that Saladin's successors simply didn't prioritize preserving it, and it was lost or destroyed quietly. In any case, the morale hit was irreparable for medieval Christendom. It's hard to recover after that one. The news of the True Cross's capture sent Europe into an uproar. In 1187, when the awful tidings reached the Pope and the princes, it spurred an immediate call for a new crusade, what became known as the Third Crusade. Pope Gregory VIII issued a papal bull, Audita Tremendi, lamenting the tragedy. He specifically cited the loss of the Lord's cross as an unspeakable calamity and a sign that God was scourging his people. The psychological impact of losing the relic cannot be overstated. I'm telling you, contemporary chronicles from England, France, and Germany all register this shock and grief. One wrote that no sorrow of ancient times equaled this one. The cross had been the pride and rallying point of the kingdom of Jerusalem, and now it was captured in infidel hands. Christendom felt punished. They felt ashamed. This collective trauma, it helps explain the otherwise unlikely spectacle of the kings of England, France, and the Holy Roman Empire, all taking up the cross, figuratively and literally, in the Third Crusade. They were responding not just to the loss of territories, but to a spiritual affront. The idea of recovering the true cross became one of the avowed aims of the Third Crusade's leaders. They were going to get it back, no matter what. During the Third Crusade of 1189 to 92, the fate of the lost relic remained a pressing concern in negotiations. King Richard Lionheart of England, in particular, was keen to secure the return of the cross if possible. After the Crusaders, led by Richard and King Philip of France, captured Acre in 1191, they famously took thousands of Muslim prisoners. According to accounts, Richard offered to release these captives if Saladin would return the true cross. And indeed, it was a term written into some drafts of the surrender. But it didn't go well. Saladin stalled on the matter. Either he no longer possessed the true cross, or he just had no intention of giving up such a prize. The negotiations dragged on, and ultimately Richard, frustrated by delays, executed the prisoners, which was obviously not received very well by the other side. The Treaty of Jaffa in 1192, which ended the Third Crusade, notably did not achieve the restitution of the true cross. Contemporary sources dryly note that despite all King Richard's victories, the most precious gem was missing. The cross was gone. Now this failure carries with it a lasting legacy. In subsequent crusading lore, the loss of the true cross was viewed as a symbol of why the Crusaders could not fully succeed. They had incurred God's judgment. It also meant Latin Christians in the Holy Land had lost their most potent relic for their morale. Later battles came in the 13th century, but we no longer hear of the true cross guiding the armies. Rather, they just come in on a wing and a prayer. The Latins in Palestine still had relics. Fragments of the cross were in Europe, or small pieces in some churches. But nothing as central and powerful as before 1187. The balance of supernatural power in their eyes had shifted. One might say that after Hattin, the remaining Crusader settlers had to rely more on practical measures and new alliances, as that aura of invincibility granted by carrying relics had finally been shattered. And consider this. The true cross, the relic that inspired the First Crusade's fervor and underpinned the kingdom's identity, was itself a casualty of crusading fate. It's an ironic parallel to Christ's own passion. The cross had been crucified by being captured and held up to mockery. Medieval Christian writers often spiritualized this. They said it was a trial allowed by God, akin to how the relic had once been seized by pagans like the Persians in 614, but ultimately would lead to renewal and repentance. But in practice, the relic was gone. Rumors persisted for centuries, whispers that maybe some piece of it survived hidden in the east, but nothing was ever found. The true cross that the Crusaders had guarded so devoutly simply vanished from history, somewhere in Saladin's treasury. Maybe one day we'll find it. Maybe it's out there somewhere, buried in some old vault, some hidden place. Fingers crossed. But even as the Third Crusade was fighting, and unsuccessfully so, to reclaim Jerusalem and its lost relic, another dynamic was unfolding in the Christian world, one that would lead to a very different kind of crusade, and ultimately a new chapter in relic history. This was the growing estrangement and rivalry between the Latin West and the Greek East, particularly the Byzantine Empire based in Constantinople. The Fourth Crusade of 1202 to 1204 infamously culminated not in an expedition to the Holy Land, but in the seizure and sack of Constantinople by Western Crusaders. While this episode is a dark stain on crusading history, Christians pillaging the greatest Christian city in the world had enormous consequences for the distribution of relics. Constantinople in 1200 was arguably the richest repository of Christian relics on earth. As the capital of the Eastern Roman Empire, it had accumulated relics for centuries. The Byzantine emperors were proud custodians of Christ's Passion relics and saints' bodies. They possessed, for instance, a reputed fragment of the true cross separate from the one lost at Hattin, one of the holy nails, a spear of Longinus, that is a lance tip that pierced Christ, which the Byzantines claimed to have received from Jerusalem, the crown of thorns, and countless other items. Bones of the apostles like Andrew, Luke, John the Baptist's head, relics of the Virgin Mary, her robe, for instance, much more. These were housed in Palatine chapels and churches, and were objects of veneration for Constantinople's inhabitants and pilgrims. When the armies of the Fourth Crusade, originally summoned to go to Egypt or Palestine, found themselves instead at odds with the Byzantine emperor, events spiraled into war, and the Crusaders captured Constantinople in April of 1204. The 3 days of looting that followed were horrific. Crusader knights and Venetians raided churches, monasteries, and palaces, and amid this plunder, they targeted relics, as well as gold and gems. To the Crusaders, relics were among the most precious spoils imaginable, not only for their spiritual value, but also for the prestige and possible profit they conferred back home. The logic was simple. A famous relic installed in a European cathedral could draw pilgrims and donations for generations to come. A tourist attraction, basically. Many crusaders were undoubtedly motivated by genuine piety. They felt that by removing relics from a city they saw as politically heretical or unstable, that they were rescuing these holy objects for the true church in the West. Pretty disturbing rationalization, but, well, it's just the way it is. The result was a massive transfer of relics from east to west. We have unusually detailed records of some of these because ecclesiastical chroniclers and even some knights kept track of what they took. For example, a French abbot named Martin of Paris wrote a giddy account of how his Cistercian monastery's patron, Count Baldwin, distributed his relics after the sack. Martin himself acquired relics of St. Stephen, perhaps the same one stolen earlier, ironically returned to the Latins, part of the crown of thorns, a fragment of the true cross, among others, which he bore triumphantly back to his abbey in Germany. The Venetian leadership, for all their part, claims some of the choicest relics too. St. Mark's Basilica in Venice swelled its treasury with things like the arm of St. George, the head of St. John Chrysostom, and a portion of the true cross. Venetian chronicles note that St. Louis's crown of thorns relic first passed through Venice, as we will talk about shortly. A particularly famous relic from the Fourth Crusade involves the head of St. John the Baptist. There were multiple alleged heads of John in the medieval world, but Constantinople had long claimed to hold the skull of the Baptist without the lower jaw. During the 1204 sack, a crusader from Picardy named Walin de Sarton supposedly discovered a mysterious head relic in a palace chapel. Realizing it might be John the Baptist, he secured it and later conveyed it to France. By 1206, the skull was enshrined in the Cathedral of Amiens, where it remains to this very day, venerated as John the Baptist's head. Now, whether or not it's truly what it claims, the people of Amiens definitely believed it so, and the relic's arrival was directly thanks to a Fourth Crusade adventurer's looting. Another example was the Holy Lance. We discussed the lance found at Antioch, but that was likely not accepted as authentic outside of Raymond's faction. You see, the Byzantines had long cherished what they said was the genuine lance, or at least its metal tip, which is the important part. Remarkably, after 1204, the Latin emperors who took over Constantinople found themselves, strapped for cash, quite under threat. Baldwin II, the Latin emperor of Constantinople in the 1230s, actually sold off some of these passion relics to Western kings to get money for defense. The crown of thorns was the most notable. Baldwin handed it over to King Louis IX of France in 1238 in exchange for quite a hefty sum. Louis built the exquisite Sainte-Chapelle in Paris to house the relic, and the others that followed. Among those others was likely the lance shaft. Sources indicate that Baldwin also parted with the long spear shaft of the Holy Lance minus its head to Louis around 1241, by way of the Knights Templar who held it as collateral. However, there was a bit of a twist. Venetian creditors seized the lance shaft during transit for unpaid loans, so ultimately it didn't even make it to France. By the late 13th century, the lance's head and shaft ended up separated. The lance head was sent from Constantinople to the Pope in 1492 by the Ottoman Sultan in a diplomatic gift long after the Crusades, and the shaft was reportedly preserved in Paris until the French Revolution. In the 18th century, the Pope even arranged a formal reunion of the lance head and shaft to testify if they fit, they did, which convinced many of the relic's authenticity. So there's that. I'm sure that would have been a nervous moment. A few held breaths in the room. In any case, the reunited lance is now kept in the Vatican. Well, back to 1204. The Crusaders didn't just take obvious passion relics. They looted quite a variety. One Crusader knight wrote a list of relics he had seen or taken. Among them were the arm of St. John the Baptist, the full body of St. James the Less, cousin of Christ, a vial of the Virgin Mary's milk, no doubt not drinkable at that point. Excuse the joke. The bones of many saints, and even the mysterious image of Edessa. Now, the image of Edessa, also called the Mandelion, was a very famous relic, a holy image of Christ's face on cloth, reputedly made by Jesus himself. It had been brought to Constantinople in the 10th century, but after 1204 it disappeared. Some have speculated that it was spirited away to the west by the Crusaders, and later reappeared in Europe as what we now know as the Shroud of Turin, which emerged in the mid-14th century in France. The theory is unproven and a little controversial, but it certainly adds to the mystique of lost relics of the Crusades. These precious objects vanished in upheaval, spawning legends about their fate. Well, in the Latin perspective at the time, the Fourth Crusade's haul of relics was interpreted as divine providence amid the tragedy. Clerics argued that God, angered by the Greeks' supposed perfidy, allowed the city to be taken, and its holy treasures redistributed to the worthier keepers in the Latin world. It's a pretty self-serving narrative. Kind can't really hide the fact that much of the transfer was just outright theft. Yet it is thanks to this that many Western churches acquired relics that became the pride of their towns. For instance, the Cathedral of Halberstadt in Germany received a treasure trove of relics from a bishop who participated in the Fourth Crusade, including little bits of the True Cross, saints' bones, and the miraculous cloth known as the Virgin's Mantle. These relics were honored for centuries after as gifts brought from Constantinople. So, while the Byzantine viewpoint is that these were stolen relics, from the Western viewpoint they were lost and found gifts of the Crusade, found amidst the city they just plundered and destroyed, but, well, we're not going to go down that route. In any case, the Fourth Crusade was kind of ironic. It achieved what earlier crusades had aimed to do in the Holy Land. It relocated an enormous number of holy relics into Latin Christendom. However, unlike the respectful translation of relics in a pilgrimage, this was done by conquest and plunder. But it also reveals another facet of Crusader behavior, the commodification of relics. After 1204, one can see an uptick in relic sales or donations tied to crusading. The Latin emperors in Constantinople, for their brief rule, 1204 to 1261, by the way, habitually used relics as collateral to secure loans from Italian merchants, or to get a little favor with Western monarchs. So if we look at it cynically, which really is the only way to look at it, relics became bargaining chips. Just another pawn in the great game of sustaining an empire. And then came the 13th century, witnessing the last major crusades, but also a flourishing of passion relic veneration in Europe, much of it spurred by what had come from Constantinople. One figure epitomizes this intersection of crusading zeal and relic worship as King Louis IX of France, later canonized as St. Louis. Louis led 2 crusades, the 7th in 1248 to 54, and the 8th in 1270, and was renowned for his personal piety. His devotion to relics was profound and almost obsessive, and he directly acquired some of the most famous relics of Christendom. Now, as I mentioned before, Louis purchased the crown of thorns from Baldwin. That's Baldwin II, by the way. In 1239, this relic, believed to be the woven thorny cap forced on Christ during his trial, arrived in Paris. The king himself, in an act of almost utmost humility, removed his royal robes and walked barefoot in a simple tunic while carrying the crown of thorns into the city. The scene of a king humbly bearing a relic through the streets made a deep impression on his contemporaries. To house the crown and other relics he would gather, including a large fragment of the True Cross and the Holy Lancer's shaft after it was recovered from the Venetians, Louis commissioned the Sainte-Chapelle, a masterpiece of Gothic architecture, and essentially a giant reliquary in stone and glass. Visitors to Sainte-Chapelle were awestruck by how it displayed these relics at the center of an opulent, jewel-like chapel. The king had effectively made Paris a new Jerusalem in terms of possessing Christ's passion objects. All this Louis did in the spirit of intense faith, seeing himself as a quasi-priestly king, guarding the instruments of salvation. But how did that relate to the Crusades? Well, Louis's 7th crusade, to Egypt that is, was partly motivated by his desire to atone for the previous failures, and perhaps win back some of what had been lost, like Jerusalem. While that campaign did not achieve permanent conquest, Louis was captured in Egypt in 1250 and ransomed. His crusading activity was intertwined with his role as a relic keeper. On his journey, he took care to celebrate masses with the crown of thorns present, and his chaplains likely carried out other relics for spiritual succor. There's an interesting anecdote recorded by Jean de Joinville. a close companion of Louis who wrote his biography. He describes how during a disastrous crusade in the Nile Delta, King Louis fell ill and in near-death delirium called out for his precious relic of the true cross. It had to be fetched and placed on his chest, as he believed it might help cure him. Louis did recover, by the way. But this small story reveals that even on distant campaigns, relics were Louis's comfort and his inspiration. His reputation of a living saint was enhanced by his devotion. He even attempted to convert his Muslim captors by calmly explaining Christian relics and the miracles of Christ. Louis's final crusade was the 8th Crusade in 1270, aimed at Tunis in North Africa. But the true cross couldn't save him this time. He died of disease while on that expedition. But after his death, something interesting occurred. Because transporting a royal body over long distances in the heat was impractical, his retainers boiled his corpse to strip the flesh, preserve the bones, a pretty grisly practice of the time known as excarnation. Doesn't seem very ceremonious. In any case, the bones of Louis were then brought back to France as holy relics, since he was soon venerated as a saint. In essence, the Crusader king, who was obsessed with relics, became a relic. Isn't that, well, that's just a poetic end. Died doing what he loved, I suppose. In any case, his sanctified remains were housed in St. Denis, and pilgrims would come to honor the king who had carried the crown of thorns and died on crusade. Bit of a twist of fate, sure. The crusaders' bones turned into relics themselves. It neatly encapsulates the entire theme of how tightly crusading ideals and relic veneration were woven together, loving relics so much that he becomes one. The quiet of the countryside. Up with the dawn. Tools down at sunset. The schedule of a simple life. Not much happens around here. And if change comes, it comes so slowly, if in a lifetime at all. For most people in the Middle Ages, this was the normal scene of life, far removed from the noise of those trumpets accompanying the knights of shining armor, or the ladies in silken gowns in those great castles. No, the reality of daily life in medieval England was a little more monotonous than that, but certainly not without its eccentricities. Medieval England was overwhelmingly rural. In fact, over 90% of the population were peasants living in villages and farming whatever land they had. Yet the lives of these ordinary men and women are often overlooked. We always talk about the kings, the castles, the battles, but history is a bit deeper than that. And so today, that is exactly where we go, not to these great, grand events, but to the smaller things. A guided tour through a village, long abandoned, and all those souls that lived within. And I think we can discover a little life, a simple life, difficult and constrained by feudal duties, but is also one of community, tradition, and ultimately, great resilience. We'll span the entire medieval period, but we will stay within England. Talk about how peasants lived, using archaeological and historical evidence, and we'll try and piece together a picture in our mind of what a day for a medieval peasant might actually look like. Well, before we begin, I'll issue the normal welcome to the channel. It's good to see you all here. Here we go again, back to medieval England today. It seems to be geographically a place of quite a lot of interest and quite quintessential when we talk about the medieval period, particularly in a Western cultural scope. In other videos we will go to other parts, perhaps. Let me know what you want to see in the comments. Of course, I will remind you to do the like and subscribe thing, and also this video is completely ad-free like everything else. So this is made possible due to the contributions on Patreon, YouTube members, those who checked out the merch store, and of course the donations on the PayPal and super thanks. This is all available in the pinned comment and links in the video and channel description. That's if I've not forgotten to put the pinned comment in. Fingers crossed. Well, with introductions out of the way, I think we can get to our topic for today, how medieval English peasants actually lived. So relax and we may begin. And so here we find ourselves in a medieval village, and the peasant having his place in a society. When we say village, what do we mean? Well, it is effectively a small world of its own, a cluster of thatched cottages and barns amid the strips of cultivated fields, with the parish church, and often a manor house at the centre. We'll get to that a little bit later. But here the peasants lived under the system of manorial feudalism that bound them to a lord. Now, most were unfree serfs, which were also called villeins, who owed heavy obligations to the lord of the manor, though a minority were actually free tenants, who paid rent in cash or kind for their land. Think about things like if they were farming a certain crop, they would give a certain crop of that to make up for any coin they would not give. That's a pretty typical arrangement. And that was that the peasant family held and farmed some lands for its own sustenance, but in return owed labor and dues to the lord. In many parts of England, villages operated an open field system of agriculture. The arable land was divided into large fields, which were then subdivided again into long strips. Each household's holding consisted of strips scattered across different fields, a kind of a way to share both the good and bad land. Not all soils are created equal, I'm afraid. Well, the system forced neighbors to cooperate. They ploughed and sowed according to an agreed schedule. By the High Middle Ages, a three-field rotation prevailed in many regions. For example, one field planted in autumn with winter wheat or rye, and one in spring with oats, barley or peas. But the third field would be left fallow. Over-farming the soil, well, that's not good for anyone. In any case, this helped maximize yields, but also required coordination among villagers. Now, of course, we go straight into agriculture, and we have to talk about that because, well, that is the life of a feudal peasant, of course. We cannot go past that. And talking about it, in the first place, well, it's certainly a good place to set the scene. You can't have a peasant without farming, of course. Now, for the unfree peasant, there were also feudal obligations. Let me explain. A villain, that is the unfree peasant, owed the lord labor services on the lord's own land. Now, typically they'd work for the lord for 2 or 3 days each week, perhaps more at busy times. During harvest and planting, the lord could demand boon days, that meaning extra work from all of the peasants to ensure the lord's crops were brought in first, perhaps in exchange for a meal, some ale, something like that, a big sack of onions, whatever it is. Now, beyond labor, peasants also paid numerous dues and fines. They paid a yearly rent, often in grain, eggs, or other produce for the small lands they were allowed to farm for themselves. But they also had to pay special fees on life events. For example, a serf who wanted to, let's say, marry someone from outside the manor needed the lord's permission, and they paid what is called a merchet, that is a marriage fine. When a serf died, the family owed the lord a heriot, often the best beast, as a death duty. Could be the finest cow, finest ox. Serfs were typically required to use the lord's mill and grind their grain, and his oven too, to bake bread. Of course, using that, they'd have to pay a portion of flour or loaves of bread as a fee. You can see how it's a pretty good deal for the lord, of course. But even gathering firewood or pasturing pigs in the lord's forest, regardless if he was using it or not, that might incur a small charge. Of course, we have to remember that all of this depends on what the lord is going to charge. You could have lords that were a little bit more tolerant, and ones who were a little bit more, let's say, entrepreneurial. Now, virtually every aspect of a peasant's livelihood in general was still subject to the lord's control, or perhaps a toll imposed upon them. A serf couldn't freely leave the manor or sell his oxen without permission. Everything had to go through the higher-ups. So in effect, the law regarded the villain's person as goods, as the lord's property, not the peasant's property. A state of affairs that most people naturally resented, and which they constantly sought to alleviate. I'm sure you can imagine people saying back in the day, well, it's not a perfect system, but it's the only system we have. They invented other systems. Spoiler alert. Of course, peasants, not all of them were equal. Not all equally oppressed, at least. A free peasant, also called a freeman, well, they owed no labor duty at all. Instead, he paid a fixed rent, and he could move about or marry without seeking the lord's consent. Free tenants were, however, a minority in most villages, but some regions, especially frontiers or newly settled lands, had more of them. There were gradations even among unfree peasants, though. A substantial tenant with 20 to 30 acres lived more securely than a cottager with only a couple of acres, who had no labor for others to survive. But still, all peasants were low in status, at least compared to the nobility, and they lived with few comforts. Now, over the centuries, these feudal bonds did gradually loosen. By the 14th century, many lords found it convenient to accept money payments in lieu of labor, a practice called commutation. And that basically means that if a peasant could scrape together a bit of money, maybe selling their own goods at the market for a surplus rather, he might pay a fixed sum instead of performing days of labor, buying back his time and allowing him to spend more time on his own farm. Now, the catastrophic population loss of the Black Death actually accelerated this trend. We talked about that in the Black Death videos and the aftermath of the Black Death in medieval England video. You see, far fewer workers were available, and the surviving peasants, well, they gained quite a bit of bargaining power. Wages for farm work rose, and lords increasingly had to persuade rather than compel peasants to work. If they didn't like the conditions, well, they would just pack their bags and they would get a job anywhere else. A labor crisis in the favor of the laborers. Well, some serfs even fled their manors to seek freedom in the growing towns, where a common saying held that town air makes free after a year and a day. And over time, in general, social attitudes and legal judgments began to favor liberty over bondage. By the late 15th century, serfdom in England was largely dying out. Most peasants had become tenant farmers, free in a nominal sense, paying rent for their land rather than laboring under these ancient obligations. They were still poor, don't get me wrong, and, well and truly subordinate. It's not real freedom in the modern sense, if you've even got that. But the personal bondage that characterized the early medieval serfdom was well and truly coming to an end. In short, through quiet transformations and the occasional rebellion here and then, the English peasantry gained a greater measure of freedom as the medieval period drew to a close. That's all good and well, but what exactly were they doing between the rebellions and between the transformations? Let's take a look at the daily work of peasants, and we can understand that. Step into the shoes, or lack of. Well, when we talk about the daily work, we pretty much look at it in the cycle of seasons and just the general demands of agriculture. Typically, as we mentioned in the introduction, the day begins at first light. Either at sunrise or at the cock's crow, men and women would rise from pretty simple beds. After maybe a quick bite of bread or a little bit of porridge, modest breakfast if any, time to set out to the fields. Now, work usually started at first light because there were only so many hours of day that they had, and there was plenty of hours of labor to be done, labor that can only be done in that precious daylight. Tasks depended on the seasons, of course. Ploughing, sowing, weeding, reaping, threshing. In the fields, peasants often worked communally. For example, several households might pool their oxen to pull a heavy plough. One family alone might not own a full team. You see, it took perhaps 8 oxen to haul a large plough through heavy clay soil. One man would guide the plough, another drive the oxen, while others might follow with harrows to cover the seed. As you can imagine, this is not quick work, rather it being slow and strenuous. In fact, an English poet in the 14th century, William Langlet, gives an image of a poor ploughman at work, hood and shoes full of holes, his hair and toes sticking out, body smeared with mud as he trudges behind the oxen. And that's pretty accurate. Shows the hardship of physical toll on a medieval farm. In any case, the morning had passed, and by midday, peasants would pause for their main meal, or perhaps just a short rest. Now, this would be kind of their dinner. It might be taken at home if the fields were nearby, or more often they would just sit down in the field and partake in a short meal together. We can imagine a group of field laborers seeking shade under a tree at the edge of a field, perhaps, sharing a few bits of bread, cheese, perhaps some weak ale, bought by one of them in a leather jug. They wouldn't be drinking much water. Ale was the drink of choice. Sometimes other watered-down beers and things like that. In any case, after this brief respite, it was back to work until the sun went down. The workday might last until sundown, especially in summer when the days were long. In winter, though, darkness, of course, falls a bit earlier. But winter days were filled with other tasks, like mending tools, twisting rope, or perhaps weaving baskets by the hearth. Really, you've got to spend your time doing something, don't you? And days before electricity, well, you may as well just sit there at the fire and make things. In any case, each season, as we mentioned, had its labors, and medieval calendars often showed the work of the months. Now, what I mean by that is in spring, roughly March and April in England, fields had to be ploughed and sown with barley, oats, peas, and other crops. Ploughing was also a major task. Peasants drove teams of oxen to pull the heavy wooden plough with its iron ploughshare to turn the soil after winter. It often required 8 oxen to pull a single plough, as we mentioned, so contributions, each coming together to make up a full team. After ploughing, the seeds were sown by hand and harrowed, and, well, spring in general was also a time to plant peas and beans, repair fences, tend to sheep shearing, and have a little cottage industry. Wool, very important. Well, summer, that is June through August, that was a period of growing and haymaking. Meadows had to be mowed for hay. Peasants, being men, women, and older children, would cut tall grass with scythes and rake it into piles to dry. Now, hay was a crucial fodder for livestock in the winter. Of course, you would try and keep them inside, not to have them starve. Summer was also a time for weeding the crop fields and shearing sheep. In late spring or early summer to gather wool to help the sheep stay cool as well. So by the late summer, the grain harvest arrived. The most intense period of work in the year was well and truly on for young and old when it got to this point. Harvesting wheat, rye, oats, and barley meant long days of reaping entirely by hand. Men and women stooped to cut the grain with sickles or scythes under that hot August sun. The Lord's fields also had to be harvested first if you were a serf. Only then could the peasant attend to his own small plot. Priorities had to be in order, of course, and the priorities were set by the nobles. Harvest was truly an all-hands-on-deck affair. Entire families, including children as young as 5 or 6, helped in whatever ways they could. Gleaning, that is, collecting stray stalks left behind, was often done by the very old or perhaps the very young. The timing was also crucial. A rainstorm or early frost could ruin a ripe crop, so the community made a collective effort to get everyone's grain safely in. After cutting, the grain was bundled into sheaves and carted to the barn, and it was there that it had to be threshed, beaten with flails to knock the kernels out of the husks, and then winnowed. That is, by the way, just kind of like tossing it in the air so the chaff blew away. It looks kind of like dust, almost. You know, separate the wheat from the chaff. That's where this comes from. In any case, these tasks often were quite extensive, and they often extended into the autumn months. Now, September to October brought other tasks as well. Some of the harvested grain, especially wheat and rye, was used as seed for the next year. Peasants plowed and sowed their fields again in early fall to plant winter wheat or rye that would sprout before frost and be harvested the next year. Any animals that could not be fed through the winter might be slaughtered in the late autumn, and thus November was often actually called Martinmas slaughter, where surplus pigs or cattle were butchered, the meat being salted or smoked for preservation. Autumn was also a time for collecting foods like nuts, berries, and mushrooms in the woods to add to the winter stores. Pretty much anything they could get to throw into that pottage mix. And then we hit winter, November to February. That was the quieter season for field work, and certainly not a time of leisure. In fact, it was not a pleasant time for anyone. With the ground hard or barren, peasants focused on indoor and maintenance tasks. They repaired tools, made carts, wove baskets, perhaps made or mended clothing. Women spent long winter hours spinning wool into yarn and knitting or weaving. But winter also was the season to haul timber or cut firewood from the woodlands. A back-breaking chore, but, well, would you rather freeze to death? Also, what else are you going to cook with? The fire doesn't come out of nowhere. As for the livestock, as we mentioned, they needed help throughout the winter. Cows and sheep had to be fed with whatever hay and straw had been stored, and their stalls mucked out. Every peasant learned to be pretty resourceful in winter. If you didn't learn, you died. For instance, making rushlights, that is, candles from animal fat or dried rushes, or carving new wooden bowls and utensils by the fireside. And though the days were short, the winter nights were long. Peasants often rose before sunrise to tend animals, and might gather around the hearth in the evening to tell stories, mend the nets or harnesses, or simply just to conserve a bit of warmth, another precious commodity. But winter was also a time when the community socialized more. Yeah, it was cold outside, but, well, there was less field labor to do. We shall see that later many traditional village festivities took places in midwinter too. In any case, throughout the year, every member of a peasant household had work suited to their strength. The men would do the heaviest ploughing, carting, and woodcutting, while women performed a double burden of work, assisting in the fields during peak times, and doing endless daily chores of cooking, cleaning, and child-rearing, along with the dairying and spinning. Anything else they could find, really. As for the children, well, the ones as young as 5 were expected to help out. It might have been running to fetch water, these kinds of things, keeping an eye on grazing geese, scaring crows from the newly sown seed. By their early teens, peasant boys and girls were working almost as full adults, the boys in the fields, or learning a craft, and the girls would be around the home. But despite the long hours of toil, peasants did not work every single day. Sundays were the holy day of rest, when field labor ceased, and by church law, everybody attended Mass. In addition, the medieval calendar was filled with saints' feast days and church holidays, on which no servile work was supposed to be done. Many of these fell in spring or summer, giving brief respites from labor, while peasants certainly had to work extremely hard, especially in the peak season. It's a misconception that they never had days off. In fact, many of them probably had more days off than we do in our modern era, which is, well, a little bit scary. Between Sundays and various holy days, a medieval peasant might have upwards of 8 to 10 weeks off over the course of a year. Doesn't sound too bad, doesn't it? Though on those days they might still do light chores or tend animals, and not all lords honored every holiday. But think about it, if you take time off work, you probably end up cleaning the house at least 1 or 2 days out of that, so it's all in perspective. Nevertheless, these periodic breaks, Christmas, Easter, numerous saints' festivals, these kind of things, they provided a much-needed rest, and of course a time for community recreation, as we'll get to a little bit later. But let's get out of the fields. They had to go home eventually, didn't they? If the fields were the workplace, well, the homes were the humble shelters offering minimal comfort. But of course you make it your own, don't you? Now, a typical peasant family lived in a small cottage, usually made of something called wattle and daub. If you don't know what that is, it's woven wooden rods that were kind of plastered with mud and straw. Rough timber with a thatched roof. We've seen it. Now, these houses were often just 1 or 2 rooms. Pretty simple stuff. The floor was beaten earth, sometimes covered with straw or rushes to absorb dirt, and there were usually no real windows. Perhaps a tiny opening with a wooden shutter, so indoors was pretty dim and pretty smoky. They hadn't quite figured out chimneys yet. In the middle of the main room was a hearth fire burning for cooking and warmth. Smoke from the fire drifted up and escaped through a hole in the roof, or through the thatch at least, which blackened the rafters, so there was something, but still not like a chimney in the modern sense. The atmosphere inside was perpetually smoky because of this, irritating to the eyes and lungs, but, well, people just got used to it. Now as for the furnishings, well, they were sparse and quite homemade. Simple stuff. A few stools or benches, a simple table made of boards laid on trestles, taken down when not in use most of the time, and perhaps a wooden chest to store clothing or grain. Those were the main items. At mealtime, the family would sit on benches at the trestle table and eat from wooden bowls or coarse pottery dishes, using wooden spoons. Knives were shared and forks were unknown at the time. Cooking was done at the open hearth. There was no oven inside a peasant cottage. Villagers often had a lord's oven or a communal bake oven that everyone used. Instead, simple breads or cakes were baked on flat stones, in the embers or in iron pans propped on the fire. A heavy iron pot or kettle would hang over the flames, used to boil porridge or perhaps stew, the ubiquitous pottage that I've mentioned briefly but will discuss a bit more in the next section. The household wife would have to mind this fire constantly, both to keep the home warm but also to have hot coals for cooking. She likely also used the residual heat of the hearth for tasks like drying grain or herbs. Peasant families did many domestic chores indoors too. Women brewed ale in small batches, churned butter when they had milk, and spun wool or flax into yarn, often with what was known as a drop spindle. Spinning wheels were a bit of a later arrival, even though we do see them quite a lot in medieval artwork. Said those women in the silk dresses spinning at the wheel. They were a bit of a later invention. Now, as for laundry, that was infrequent, but when they did do it, it was quite arduous. Clothes had to be soaked and scrubbed with lye. That is a harsh soap made from ashes. It's spelt Lye, by the way. And they would do this in a big wooden tub, and water for washing had to be hauled from the well or the stream, so there's the weight of that as well. The floor, strewn with straw or rushes, was swept now and then and renewed with fresh bedding, with fresh bedding straw only a few times a year. Now, inevitably, the house was dirty by modern standards. No one's really denying that. It didn't help that chickens and other small animals sometimes wandered in and out, and well, that just adds to the mess without becoming too descriptive. At night time, the family slept on simple beds or pallets. A bed, if we're going to use that term, might just be a cloth sack stuffed with straw or wool scraps, laid on the floor, or in a crude wooden frame. They used coarse wool blankets or old fur cloaks for covers. Several family members often shared one bed for warmth, just out of practicality. And it was not unusual for husband, wife, and young children to all sleep together on a large pallet on the floor, with perhaps an elderly parent or a visiting relative curled up nearby. As for privacy, good luck with that. It was minimal if you were lucky, non-existent if you were like everyone else. A fire was typically kept smoldering through the night, banked under ashes or a fire cover, so it could be revived the next morning. Now, they had to have the homes double as shelter for animals as well. You see, in many cottages, one end of the building was sectioned off as a pen or byre for a cow, donkey, or a few goats or sheep, especially in winter when valuable animals needed protection from the cold or from thieves or wolves. Of course, back in those days, wolves were all over the place, so were the thieves. In smaller dwellings, the family's chickens or a pig might share this living space, wandering in freely. This gave the animals warmth and safety, and in turn helped warm the house slightly, but it certainly added to the odor. Imagine the smell. Well, fleas and mice were common problems. The continual smoke of the hearth ironically helped deter some vermin, keeping the rafters sooty and the air acrid. Cleaning was a Sisyphean task, if we could put it that way. One medieval writer humorously described how a peasant housewife would sweep out the dirt and straw from the floor, only for the chickens to come in and scratch it all around again. Definitely a task worthy of calling it a Sisyphean. Well, despite the cramped and smoky conditions, it was still a home, and I suppose it's not too bad when you got nothing else to compare it to. A place of family comfort, and certainly better than sleeping outside in the cold. In the evenings around the hearth, parents would tell stories or sing to their children. Family members mended their clothes or carved little tools by firelight. And in winter, neighbors might drop in, share a little bit of warmth, or a cup of ale, exchanging tales or gossip. Such moments provided what we can imagine as a bit of emotional relief from the grind of work. Yes, life is difficult, but we're all here together, and that's something at least. And so within those walls, just like our modern-day family life unfolded, children were born and raised, meals were prepared and shared, fights happened, laughter happened, all echoing off those smoky rafters. That humble cottage, serving as a backdrop for all of the peasants' joys and sorrows, from the cradle to the grave. Very, very human. And this is where we come to the next thing. Food. Probably the most important thing next to warmth. A lot of moving parts, sure, but it's pretty complicated to get the right amount of sustenance in that time. The diet was pretty simple, too, not to mention repetitive. The primary staple was bread. Medieval peasants typically ate coarse, dark bread made from cheaper grains like rye, barley, or oats. And wheat was the most prized grain. Unfortunately, it was often reserved for the lord or for market sale. So common folk usually baked loaves of what was called maslin, a mix of rye and wheat flour, or bread made from barley or oats. The result? A dense, heavy loaf. Very unlike the modern, fluffy white bread, but I don't think many people are eating white bread anymore. It's a bit, you gotta go the multi-grain sort of stuff, you know what I mean? You know what I mean. Well, a peasant household might grind its grain by hand. Just get that rock out and start bashing it, grinding it on a stone, this kind of thing. Found plenty of those sorts of stones in the old medieval houses, that's for sure. Or perhaps they would take it to the lord's grinding mill, as if the lord had one, but of course you would have a fee charged with that as well. Then they would bake bread in a communal oven or at home on the hearth. Now this bread, along with pottage, a kind of vegetable stew or whatever you could find to put in it, formed the basis of pretty much every meal. Now the other daily mainstay was indeed pottage, a thick soup or stew cooked in an iron pot over the fire, hence the name pottage. Peasant wives became adept in making filling pottage out of really whatever was available, which could vary from day to day, of course. But if we can imagine a basic pottage, well, it might include oats or barley for thickness, some beans or peas, and garden vegetables like cabbage, onions, or leeks, all boiled together in water. They would season it with a bit of salt and herbs, like parsley, thyme, or sage. You could find them in a cottage garden. Most peasant families maintained a small kitchen plot to grow greens and root vegetables, and they kept a few chickens or eggs. If they were fortunate enough, they could have a cow or some goats for milk, and they would also churn a bit of butter, make simple cheese, valuable proteins and fats to their otherwise diet of starch. The pottage was usually meatless. If available, a scrap of bacon fat or maybe a ham bone might be added, but that was a rare luxury. Essentially, peasants ate a kind of vegetarian diet, but rather by necessity, rather, for much of the year, not by their own choice. The peasants' meals were, indeed, remarkably monotonous by our modern standards. Breakfast, if taken at all, might be just a little bit of leftover cold porridge, or bread, perhaps a little bit of cheese, but, well, if you were lucky, you'd have that. The main meal around midday, that'd be bread and pottage, maybe with a bit of onion, some curds, washed down with a bit of ale, and in the evening another round of pottage or broth might be served as a kind of supper. Now, even on work days in the field, this little picnic would be a hunk of bread, a piece of dried cheese or salted fish, and of course that flask of weak ale. So it wasn't like it was better on the weekdays or weekends. It was every day just the same. Still, a diet of high-fiber bread and beans, while pretty bland, provided the essential carbohydrates and a few proteins, especially when peas and grain were combined. Now, ale we've mentioned a few times, and that was the universal drink of medieval peasants. Not just in England either, but quite much the same case on the continent. Because clean drinking water was not always available, and because fermentation killed many pathogens, whether they understood that at the time, they just knew they didn't get sick when they drank it, ale was consumed in great quantities by everyone, and that includes children. The medieval ale was a barley-based brew, made without hops. You see, hopped beer would come a bit later, and it was usually quite weak in alcohol. It might be closer to a soupy sort of small beer, a real light one, often slightly sour or yeasty, and was meant for hydration and nutrition more than intoxication and celebration. According to various records, an adult peasant might drink a gallon or more of ale per day, though ale in this context was more like a low-alcohol porridge than the strong beers that we think of today. As for brewing, that was typically done by the women of the village, and at a household level. If you've heard the term alewife, well, that's where this comes from. Ale provided much-needed calories. It was sometimes even called liquid bread. Peasants would drink ale at every meal. It was safer than most water, certainly more filling. Of course, ale could be festive too. Stronger batches were brewed for holidays and celebrations. But the everyday ale was mild enough that peasants could consume it throughout the day and still labor on effectively. In any case, without ale, the medieval peasant diet would have been even more meager. At least with it, they got a few B vitamins and hydration along with their bread. Of course, they didn't understand all the nutrition back in those days, but they certainly understood when you didn't eat well or when you drank bad water, dirty things, you got sick, things like miasma theory and all the rest. They had an understanding of it, just not on a scientific basis, more of a practical thing. Now, vegetables, legumes, and dairy supplemented this diet when possible. Gardens yielded cabbages, beans, lentils, peas, turnips, garlic, beets, other crops when they were in season. A surprising variety. But peasants also foraged wild foods, berries and nuts from the woods, wild greens like nettles, dandelion, etc., for salads or pottage, and apples or pears from hedgerows. But the dairy products really were prized. Milk from a cow or a goat would usually be turned into butter or soft cheese, because fresh milk, well, that spoiled quickly, and many adults were somewhat lactose intolerant. Butter added fats and flavor to otherwise bland foods. Cheese, often a crumbly fresh cheese, could be eaten with bread or melted into pottage, which of course thickens it up a little bit. Eggs from hens were another important protein source, used in cooking or eaten on their own when available. And all these elements, of course, had to vary by season. Spring and summer offered fresh greens, eggs, and milk, whereas winter diets, well, you'd be relying more on salted or dried foods, and of course, whatever was stored from the harvest. Well, and meat, of course, if you could get it, good for you. But of course, it's far rarer on the peasant table. Most peasants could only afford to have it every now and then. And it wasn't in that fresh form, it was usually in the form of salted or smoked meat. A common family might raise a pig throughout the year and slaughter it in late fall. Pork was the primary meat of the peasantry because pigs were relatively easy to feed, and they could forage in the forest for acorns, that kind of thing. They also yielded a lot of fat. Salted pork and lard could last all winter. After the autumn slaughter, the family would have some fresh pork for a feast, but the rest was preserved with salt or smoke. That bacon or ham was then rationed carefully and used to flavor soups or accompany bread on special days. Fresh beef or mutton was pretty uncommon. Cattle or sheep were too valuable alive. Think about milk, wool, traction. They wouldn't butcher 'em unless the animal was old or injured. Chickens were generally provided eggs and were only eaten when they stopped laying them. So you might be thinking, well, why didn't they just go hunting? Good question. The problem with that is that forests were typically the lord's property, and that meant they were off limits. Poaching a deer or a boar could get a peasant harshly punished. Well, harshly punished, I don't mean a fine. Bad things happen. Nonetheless, peasants did catch smaller game. They just did it on the sly. Rabbits, hares, birds, or fish from the streams. No one could really stop them from doing that. They added a bit of meat to their diet every now and then. On Fridays and during Lent, the church forbade meat entirely. So those days peasants ate things like herring, if they could buy dried fish, or they simply went without meat at all. Many inland villages were far from the sea too, but eels from rivers and ponds were a common poor man's fish. Eels were actually so plentiful in medieval England that they were sometimes used to pay rent. Just imagine that, showing up to your landlord, giving him a big bag full of eels. I don't know how many months that would get you. I suppose it depends on how many eels you give them. Well, in any case, yes, food was there. You could get it. You could farm. You could do a little bit of trapping or fishing on the sly, but a lot of peasants always lived close to the brink of hunger. One bad harvest meant real hardship, and you were in trouble if you had two. That could even mean famine, as happened in 1315 to 1317 when incessant rains caused crops to rot and thousands of people across England starved. Bad times. In lean times in general, they stretched their food by mixing filler into bread, like peas, beans, or worse. Who knows what they could put in there, a little bit of sawdust for good measure, or by simply going without. Spring was often a hungry season, when the winter stores ran low, but the new crops were not quite ready to be harvested, and true famine, as in the years of 1315 to 17, as we mentioned, struck occasionally. Conversely, in the good years, while their diet was plain and monotonous, most peasant families could at least fill their stomachs with bread and pottage, and, well, that's enough to keep you alive. And of course, the lords knew it was enough to keep people in the fields working, just enough to work, but not enough to really have a good quality of life. Of course, only on special occasions or holidays did they taste a richer fare. It wasn't like they went their whole lives without having something nice, but they'd have to wait around a bit. Special things for special occasions. A village might collectively slaughter an animal for a feast, or bake some meat pies for Christmas or a wedding. Occasions where everyone could briefly eat to their fill. Good times, happy people, this kind of thing. But those were extraordinary days. On the ordinary days, a medieval English peasant just ate to survive, not to savor. A chunk of coarse bread, a bowl of vegetable stew, and a draught of weak ale. Those were the basics that fueled their labor. And what about peasant clothing? That's, of course, another topic of discussion when it comes to the appearance of a peasant. Well, it was above all practical, built for hard use, made from the materials at hand. The primary fabric? Wool, abundant thanks to England's many sheep. Almost all outer garments, tunics, dresses, cloaks, hose, they were all made of coarse woolen cloth that was thick, warm, and hard-wearing, if also a little heavy and scratchy. But for lighter or undergarments they used linen when possible, woven from flax, anyway, but linen was relatively expensive, so many poorer peasants had no linen at all, and they would just wear the wool raw on the skin. Colors were mostly natural or earth-toned. Wool straight from brown or grey sheep produced drab cloth. Some clothing was dyed with inexpensive local dyes, that is, dull yellows, greens, or russets, but bright and rich colors like deep blues, reds, and blacks were largely the preserve of the wealthy, who could afford such things. Thus, a typical peasant could be seen clad in dull browns, dusty greys, and washed-out greens. The better to hide the dirt, I suppose, and last a bit longer. A peasant man typically wore a knee-length wool tunic as his main garment. It was belted at the waist with a cord or leather strap and served as both a shirt and a coat. For his legs, he had woolen hose, and his long stockings reaching up toward the thigh. On his feet he wore simple leather shoes if he owned them. Otherwise, he often went barefoot in warmer months to save his footwear for winter. In cold or wet weather, a man might layer a second tunic or a rough sleeveless jacket over the first, and on a woolen hood or cowl that covered his head, neck, and shoulders. But even so, his clothing only gave modest protection from the elements. After hours in the fields, his hose were often soaked and muddy, and over time his garments became frayed, patched, and stained from hard use. A peasant woman's main garment was a long woolen gown, a basic dress that extended to her ankles. It was usually long-sleeved and loosely fitted, and she cinched it at the waist with a simple belt. Underneath, if she was fortunate, she might have a linen shirt. Otherwise, she wore the wool gown over the bare skin. When doing heavy work, she often hitched up her skirts and tucked them into her belt to keep them out of the dirt. A woman always kept her head covered in public, typically with a wimple or a kerchief, which was a linen cloth draped over her hair, and sometimes around the chin. This head covering protected her hair and satisfied the era's customs of modesty. For footwear, women had much of the same as men: low leather shoes or perhaps clogs when available, and bare feet when necessary. Because cloth was labor-intensive to make, each person owned very few sets of clothes. A peasant might wear the same tunic every day for most of the year, with perhaps a slightly less worn one kept for the holy days or festivals. Your work clothes and your party clothes, I suppose. Garments were patched and repatched and patched up again. Elbows and knees especially showed layers of mending. Washing clothes was difficult. As we mentioned, it required hauling and heating water, making soap from wood ash. So outer clothes were not washed often. Instead, people just wore linen undergarments when possible and washed those occasionally, and simply shook out or brushed off their woolen outerwear. As a result, peasant clothing was usually dingy, having the odors of smoke, sweat, and earth. Contemporary observers sometimes describe the country people as rough and rustic in appearance. We have one vivid portrait in William Langland's 14th century poem, Piers Plowman, where a poor ploughman and his wife are depicted in patched and tattered attire. The man's hood's full of holes and old, through which his hair pokes out, and his shoes are broken toes sticking through. He is all smeared with mud as he follows the plough. And beside him there is his wife. She trudges with her skirts hitched up, wearing a threadbare smock. She has no proper shoes, only torn cloth wrappings, and her bare feet bleed from the cold ground. Well, it's a literary description, though part of an allegory, but it does match what we know from historical records. He doesn't seem to be dramatizing anything for dramatic effect. Many peasants truly had only very worn garments, and often went barefoot even in harsh conditions. Despite these realities, on Sundays, or at a village festival, they did their best to make themselves presentable. You gotta put on your best face, of course. Well, a man might have a cleaner tunic or a wide-brimmed hat decorated with a scrap of ribbon. And a woman, well, she might have a freshly washed headscarf or a dress with a bit of homemade trim. Small little touches of dignity. They might not be good clothes, but it distinguishes the best they had from the everyday rags. At least they weren't covered in dirt from the fields. Medieval peasant society was organized around the family, but that family unit existed within a larger tight-knit community. Most peasant households were typically husband and wife and the children living in a single cottage, simply because houses were just so small. But extended family members usually lived nearby in the same village, so a child might have grandparents or cousins a few huts away, but maybe not under the same roof. The average peasant married in their early or mid-20s, and couples would set up their own home as soon as they could manage it. Marriages were guided more by practical considerations rather than romantic courtship. A man needed a wife who could work hard and run a household, and a woman needed a husband who could support a family. The approval of the lord of the manor was required if the individuals were serfs. A lord might demand a merchet or a marriage fine, or even sometimes veto a match if it meant losing a valuable worker to another estate. In practice, most peasants married someone from their own community, or at least a close neighboring village. A medieval peasant wedding, well, that was a joyous and communal occasion. The couple exchanged vows at the church door with the priest's blessing, and then the village joined in a bride ale, that is a wedding ale feast featuring food, drink, music, and dancing for all. Children were plentiful in peasant families too, but childhood wasn't. It's not as we think of it today. It was more of a brief and perilous affair. Children were, of course, born at home, attended by local midwives, if they had one, or perhaps an older woman with a bit of knowledge. There was a very high risk of mortality. Many infants died in their first days or weeks, and childbirth was dangerous for mothers as well. Newborns were baptized within a day or two, with chosen godparents as sponsors, because if a baby died unbaptized, well, it was greatly feared that the soul could not enter heaven. The mother, still weak from delivery, typically did not go to the church for baptism. She stayed home recovering until a few weeks later, when she underwent a purification blessing called churching that marked her return to community life. Infancy was fraught with hazards too. Aside from disease, a crawling baby in a busy cottage could easily fall into a hearth or be accidentally smothered in bed. Once childhood grew past toddlerhood, they quickly became contributors to the household. By the age of 5 or 6, a peasant child was assigned small chores, fetching water with a little pail, scaring birds from the planted fields, gathering kindling, things like that. Perhaps they'd watch over the younger siblings too. Bit of responsibility. But there was no formal schooling for peasant children. They just learned by observation, watching their parents and elders and doing what they do. A boy would learn farming, woodcutting, or his father's craft by observing and helping, and a girl would learn cooking, spinning, childcare, and all the arts of managing a poor household from her mother. As for playtime, it wasn't entirely absent. They might be seen kicking a ball around with other village children, or something like that, playing tag. But by their early teens, peasant boys and girls were expected to basically be adults and work as hard as adults. The village community itself was like an extended family, bound together by necessity and custom. Neighbors helped each other in times of need because everyone that knew misfortune, well, they knew it could strike anyone. If one peasant's barn burned down, or a cow died, others would organize a helping bee to rebuild the barn, or would share a bit of their own grain or milk to get that family through. Many tasks were done cooperatively. For instance, peasants had often pulled their oxen to plow the fields, as we mentioned. And of course, at harvest, the entire community helped reap and gather every family's crops in turn. But beyond the work, villagers shared in each other's life events and festivals. Not only weddings, but baptisms, funerals, the annual cycle of religious holidays, a bit of everything. Really, the church brought everyone together, too, especially on Sundays and holy days, and the churchyard or villages became a social hub after services. For recreation, men sometimes held contests of archery or wrestling on Sundays, and women often socialized while doing chores like spinning or washing clothes together. In the evenings, especially in the winter, villagers gathered at the alehouse or by a cottage hearth, singing songs, telling a few stories, and just relaxing. Village life, it was regulated by both custom, but also a bit of self-government. The Lord's Manorial Court periodically judged local disputes and minor offences with a jury of villagers. Typical punishments were small fines or things like stray livestock or breaking village laws. Serious crimes, though, they were quite rare in the village and were dealt with by higher authorities. In practice, most order was kept by peer pressure and custom. Everyone watched everyone else and held them to standard. If someone behaved disgracefully, for example, an abusive husband, the community might respond with a charivari, a cacophonous prank at the offender's door, banging pots and singing mocking songs to shame them into better behavior. Perhaps we need to bring that one back, This kind of informal social policing often proved to be quite effective in a world where one's reputation among neighbors was critically important, especially if it's your barn that burns down or something like that, and, well, that helping bee, all of a sudden people don't want to show up. Now that is a little awkward. Well, before we go, let's talk a little bit about the truly unpleasant parts, but also a bit of the resilience. You see, as you can imagine, I don't think I need to explain it to you or say it again. The life of a peasant was certainly not a fun affair. It was full of danger and hardship, as even beyond the everyday toil, and foremost among them was the threat of hunger. Peasants lived harvest to harvest, and if the crops failed, well, they had little reserve to fall back on. Bad weather, such as excessive rain or drought, could ruin the grain yield just like it did in 1315 to 17, where the Great Famine was caused by rains across Europe. Well, people in England at this time reportedly either starved to death or survived on acorns, weeds, and possibly even substitutes like tree bark. Even in less dire times, though, winter and early spring, the lean season before the new crops grew, often meant empty cupboards. Malnutrition was a chronic problem, leaving peasants weak or more vulnerable to disease. The poor peasant might be driven to begging or theft to feed his children if his own stores ran out. Starvation was a very real spectre in the Middle Ages. It kept peasant communities in a state of perpetual anxiety about the weather and the harvest. And then there was the disease. Medieval peasants had no knowledge of germs and very limited medical care. A village might be visited by a wandering barber/surgeon, or have a local wise woman who knew herbal remedies, but nothing really resembling a real doctor for the poor. Epidemics could sweep through and kill indiscriminately. Of course, we all know about the Black Death of 1348 to 1350, which killed around half of England's population in a matter of months. Entire villages were emptied out. Those who survived were, of course, traumatized by the loss of family and neighbors. Other diseases also took a great toll. Periodic outbreaks of sickness, dysentery, fevers, things like that, swept through the villages and carried off the weak. Even injuries or infected cuts could turn fatal for lack of effective treatment. Peasant women faced the danger of childbirth without any real care, and many unfortunately died delivering children. So what was the life expectancy? Take a guess. 50, maybe. 40? Well, it could have only been around 30 to 40 years. But this is kind of skewed, because most children died so young, so the averages are kind of off. So we can put it between 40 and 50 years old, perhaps. You might be lucky enough to live to 60, but that would depend on your circumstance. In any case, those who did reach adulthood and avoid lethal diseases, if you managed to get to that natural death point where you could live into your 60s, but that was far from common. The labor, the poor diet, the lack of medicine meant that most peasants were old by our standards when they got to their 50s. And that's if they lived that long at all. But peasants also bore the brunt of man-made hardships. Chief among them were the heavy taxes and rents imposed by lords and the king's government. Lords could levy special talligays or fines arbitrarily when they needed money, and the crown expected nationwide taxes, often to fund wars that landlords would just pass on to the peasants. In the late 1370s, for instance, King Richard II's government imposed repeated poll taxes to finance military campaigns. These taxes fell on humble villagers and provoked quite a bit of resentment. Coupled with long-standing grievances, like villeins being legally unfree and owing labor, this unrest erupted in the Peasants' Revolt of 1381. It was in that year that thousands of peasants in southeastern England, led by figures such as Wat Tyler, and inspired by radical preaching, rose up in an armed people's rebellion. They marched on London itself, calling for an abolition of serfdom, lower taxes, and an end to corruption among the royal officials. And for a brief moment, the rebels terrified the ruling class. They even executed the king's treasurer and dragged out a few other hated officials too. King Richard II ultimately quashed the revolt. The rebel leaders were deceived and killed, and the peasants' demands were officially denied. However, the uprising was certainly a turning point. It frightened the nobility, and perhaps it accelerated the decline of serfdom. In any case, in the following centuries, things began to change, and, well, little by little, the peasants got their own back. And so for all these hardships, they demonstrated a remarkable resilience. They developed coping strategies. In times of dearth, they foraged on wild foods and tightened the belt. When epidemics struck, they turned to faith, organizing processions and prayer vigils for deliverance. Surviving community records show that peasant communities provided communal mutual support. If one family was going through hard times, well, people would try to get them back on their feet. They met adversity with a dogged practicality, replanting, rebuilding, and just getting on with it. Over time, some of the hardships did ease. For example, the late medieval decline of serfdom and the slight improvement in living standards after the plague reduced the population. But new challenges, such as renewed warfare or later the enclosure of common lands, would arise. Through everything, the peasantry endured. And the very fact that the English peasantry survives century after century of exploitation and disaster, well, that is a testament to tenacity and the capacity for hope. We begin with a quote taken from an anonymous Irish monk in the margins of a 9th century manuscript. The art of writing is difficult for one whose cat, Pan Gurban, is hunting mice. Such casual yet insightful glimpses into monastic life reveal the unique blend of spirituality, scholarship, and just the practical daily tasks that characterized medieval Irish monasteries. Indeed, we can imagine the scene just the same as we busy ourselves at home with our work, those small interactions, a pleasant disturbance. From the early ascetic communities of the 6th century, inspired by figures like Saint Columba and Saint Brendan to elaborate the scriptoria of the later medieval period, Irish monks left a very interesting mark on the European cultural and intellectual identity. So we will discuss today the lives of those medieval Irish monks. It's more about the daily routines and those small little details and anecdotes rather than some great sweeping historical event today. But I think that you will agree by the end of our time together that these monks, far up in the north, certainly made a great impact of their own, and we are certainly quite in their debt. But before we begin, allow me to welcome you to the channel. If you're new here or you yet click the subscribe button, I invite you to do so if you feel inclined. And this video, along with everything else in the playlists on the video library of this channel, is uninterrupted. It's all ad-free for your enjoyment. This is due to the support we receive on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the YouTube super thanks, and PayPal donations, along with the merch store. And once again, your word of mouth is much appreciated, so spread the word about the channel if you like it. And if you want to find any of those links I just mentioned, well, you can navigate yourself to the pinned comment or video description, or the channel description. Now, with all that being said, welcome's out of the way, let us begin the lives of medieval Irish monks. The roots of monastic life in Ireland reach back quite far, actually. The dawn of Irish Christianity in the 5th century. According to the old tradition, St. Patrick not only converted the Irish to Christianity, but also planted the seeds of monasticism. In his own writings, Patrick marveled that, quote, the sons of the Irish and the daughters of the chieftains are to be seen as monks and virgins of Christ. Well, in other words, by Patrick's time, the devotion to a religious life had become so strong that many young men and women of Ireland's noble families were already renouncing worldly prospects to embrace monastic vows. Early Irish monasticism was heavily influenced by the Desert Fathers, those hermits of Egypt and Syria who sought God in deep solitude. The first Irish monks often imitated these models of extreme asceticism. They became hermits, also known as green martyrs, withdrawing to remote forests, lonely islands, mountain tops, to concentrate on prayer in solitude. Legend holds that some would stand in cold streams reciting psalms, or live in tiny cells barely larger than their bodies. This was their form of spiritual martyrdom, a bloodless sacrifice of worldly comfort, all for the love of God. By the late 5th and early 6th centuries, however, the solitary impulse gave way to communal monastic foundations. Pioneers like St. Bridget of Kildare and St. Finian of Clonard established early monasteries that became centres of prayer and learning. Bridget's community at Kildare, founded in the mid-5th century, was remarkable as a double monastery. That means both monks and nuns, reputedly overseen by Bridget as an abbess. Finian's great monastery at Clonard trained a generation of holy men known as the 12 Apostles of Ireland, who went on to found monasteries all over the island. And around this time, Saint Columba, 521 to 597, founded monasteries in Ireland and later on the island of Iona, spreading the Irish monastic tradition to Scotland. Dozens of monasteries sprang up across Ireland in the 6th and 7th centuries, in what is often called the Golden Age of Irish monasticism, and during this period, Ireland earned the sobriquet, the land of saints and scholars. Definitely quite a good achievement if you get that as a devout Christian. Monasteries, rather than dioceses, became the organizing centers of the Irish church structure. Unlike back on the continent, where bishops governed territories, in Ireland, powerful abbots often wielded more influence than the bishops did. Monasteries formed networks or federations linked by their founding saints. For example, all the houses founded by Columba on Iona and in Ireland saw themselves as one big family. The Irish Church thus developed along monastic lines, relatively independent from direct control by distant Rome. And it was this independence that allowed Irish monks to maintain a certain creative freedom in religious practice, but also in art and scholarship. Crucially, these early monasteries were not cloistered enclaves completely cut off from society. Rather, they were more like small villages or settlements dedicated to a godly life. Typically, a monastery was enclosed by an earthen or stone circular wall called a velum, symbolically separating sacred ground from the secular world. Within the enclosure stood a cluster of buildings, a central church or oratory, living quarters, often in the form of beehive-shaped huts or simple wooden cells, a refectory, which was a dining hall, perhaps a scriptorium for copying manuscripts, then workshops, storehouses, and some of them had perhaps a little guest house for travellers. After all, need some hospitality. Well, the circular layout reflected the Celtic sense of community and continuity. From the largest famous monasteries, as at Clonard, Glendalough, Bangor, down to the tiny hermitages on windswept islands, a vibrant monastic network blanketed Ireland by the 7th century. One feature that sets the Irish monks apart was their fervour for learning and books. In a time when much of Europe was chaotic after the fall of Rome, Irish monastics devoted themselves to studying scripture, theology, and even classical literature. So they hand-copied countless manuscripts, preserving not only Christian writings, but also works of Latin and Greek antiquity. Well, this has led one historian memorably to claim that the Irish, quote, saved civilization by sheltering that learning during the Dark Ages. Of course, there are arguments that could be made for and against. But, hyperbole aside, there's certainly no argument against monks being famed as scholars. They certainly were. As for the monasteries themselves, they ran scriptoria and schools, teaching novices, and sometimes local children to read and write. An Irish monk named Columbanus, 543 to 615, sometimes carried this scholarly monasticism to the European continent. founding influential monasteries in Gaul and Italy. Wherever the Irish went, they established libraries and promoted literacy, and by the 7th century, Ireland was exporting missionaries and scribes who rejuvenated Christianity in Britain and beyond. A remarkable feat for an island that had itself been pagan just a couple of centuries earlier. Of course, they did retain a few of the old customs. Well, it's important to note that early Irish monasticism had its own customs and rules, distinct in some ways from the Mediterranean monastic rules like that of St. Benedict. For example, Irish monks observed a different tonsure, that is, shaving the front of the head from ear to ear, and originally followed a different calendar for Easter, practices that later brought them into conflict with Roman norms. At the Synod of Whitby in 664, the Irish missionaries in Northumbria famously debated the Roman Church on these issues, and eventually they conformed to the Roman practice. But within Ireland, diversity on practice persisted for quite some time. Each major monastery often had its own set of guidelines or a rule shaped by its founder. Unfortunately, many of the early Irish monastic rules have been lost or were written down much later. However, a rule attributed to St. Columba and the rule of St. Columbanus, which is recorded in the continent, give us an insight into the rigorous discipline expected of monks. These rules emphasized constant prayer, manual labor, study, strict fasting, and obedience. In fact, Columbanus's monastic rule was notoriously severe, prescribing harsh penances for even minor faults, such as a certain number of lashes for frivolous words or small disobediences. This severity reflected the Irish penchant for asceticism. The monks strove to be white martyrs, mortifying their flesh to attain spiritual purity. And so, by the 8th century, concern had arisen that some monasteries had grown wealthy or too relaxed, leading to internal reform movements. One such renewal was the Ceili Dé, the Clients of God, or the Culdé movement, led by figures such as St. Maul Ruan of Tallaght. Now, the Ceili Dé sought to revive the strict spiritual focus of monastic life. They emphasized personal austerity, frequent prayer vigils, and the purity of conduct. The rule of the Ceili Dé urged monks to live as if God was always in their presence, with practices like nightly vigils, prolonged fasts, and minimum sleep to discipline the body. Now, this shows that medieval Irish monasticism was certainly not static. It had cycles of reform and laxity. Yet through all changes, certain core ideals held: separation from worldly life, communal prayer, scholarship, hospitality, and service. From the early hermits, inspired by St. Patrick, to those great abbots who ended up advising kings, Irish monks certainly became a cornerstone of Ireland's culture and identity well into the Middle Ages. Well, if we're going to choose one word, just a single word, to define the daily life of an Irish monk, it would be discipline. The entire day was structured around religious devotion, a rhythm of prayer and work meant to sanctify each hour. The framework for this was the divine office, a set of canonical hours of prayer practiced by monks. In an Irish monastery, a typical day began quite early, often before sunrise. Monks were expected to rise from their simple beds as the bell or wooden clapper called them to the first prayers. In many monasteries, the first office was the matins, also called the vigils, in the very early morning, sometimes even in the middle of the night. After a brief rest, this would be followed by the lauds at dawn, greeting the new day with praise. There's even a medieval Irish text that instructs monks to "Let thy vigils be constant from eve to eve, under the direction of another. That is, keep watch in prayer each night, but with the guidance of superiors to prevent excess. This is a reminder that while prayer was constant, it was also communal and orderly. Throughout the day, monks gathered at specific times for the other canonical hours: prime, early morning; terce, mid-morning; and sext, noon, along with none, mid-afternoon; vespers, evening; and compline, night prayer before retiring. Each of these offices involved the chanting of psalms, reading scriptures, and singing hymns. The Irish monks, like their brethren elsewhere, loved the psalms. Many aspired to chant all 150 psalms in the course of a week or even a day. On especially devout occasions, some practiced the custom of cross-vigil or cross-vigil, praying in the dark, standing with arms outstretched in the form of a cross for hours. This penance was meant to imitate Christ's passion. One early Irish rule exhorts, "Let your prayer be until your tears come, or until your perspiration comes if tears do not." In other words, don't stop. Just pray with such fervor that you are moved to tears, crying, breaking down with emotion, or at least break a sweat in your great effort. Now, silence and simplicity were also hallmarks of the monk's personal discipline. The rule of St. Columba succinctly commands, "Speak not except on business." Unnecessary chatter was discouraged. Weren't there to socialize. Monks communicated in quiet tones or sometimes developed hand signals to convey needs without words. This cultivated an atmosphere of contemplation. Humility was also enforced. Monks addressed their abbot and each other with respect and saw obedience as a primary virtue. The abbot or prior was like a spiritual father, whose instructions must be followed promptly and without any complaint. Don't think, just do it. A saying from the Irish monastic tradition goes, "Yield submission to every rule that is of devotion." So monks trained themselves to accept rules not as arbitrary restrictions, but as offerings of love to God. Now then there was fasting. That was a regular part of the routine. It was very common for monks to limit themselves to one meal per day, especially outside of feast days. In early Irish monasteries, the single meal was often taken in mid-afternoon, around the 9th hour, roughly 3 p.m. The monastic rule of the Columbanus, for instance, prescribed that monks ordinarily eat once a day in winter and twice in summer, when the days were longer and labor was a bit more strenuous. And of course they would fast on certain days. One account notes that in times of plenty, monks ate at 3 p.m., except during times of famine, implying that during scarcity they might even eat even less, or perhaps at irregular times. Well, at least they'd probably be used to it with all that fasting, I suppose. And as for the diet, it was, as you can imagine, quite simple. Grains, as barley and oats in porridge or bread, vegetables from the monastic garden, onions, root crops, cabbage, and perhaps a few legumes. Many Irish monks abstained from meat entirely as an act of asceticism. Meat was seen as a luxury, you see. Well, instead, protein came from dairy, milk, cheese, butter, or occasionally fish if they were near water. On the remote Skellig Michael Hermitage off the Irish coast, for example, monks survived completely off fish, seabird eggs, and what hardy vegetables they could cultivate on the cliffside plots. Clean water had to be collected from rainfall or brought from the mainland, and every drop of that was precious. So one can imagine the monks climbing the steep stone steps of Skellig Michael, hauling water and seaweed for their gardens, sustaining their body as frugally as possible while nourishing the soul with constant prayer. Not easy. Not easy at all. Well, the amount of sleep a monk enjoyed too was limited. A common guideline in strict communities was to, quote, sleep not till thou feelest desire. In other words, don't indulge in excessive rest. The night was punctuated by the midnight or pre-dawn prayer vigil, breaking the sleep cycle. Monks might sleep in their habit, or on simple mats, sometimes even on the floor or on boards to avoid comfort. Some particularly zealous ascetics would sleep very little, or even keep vigil all night on certain holy eves. And of course, moderation was needed to maintain health, hence most rules allowed a few hours of rest, but the ideal monk was always ready to rise for prayer at the appointed time. The image we get is of a community always watchful, dividing the day into sacred segments. Time itself was sanctified by this routine. Every 3 hours or so, everything had to stop for worship. Personal prayer and study filled the intervals between these communal duties. After the first prayers of the morning, a monk might retire to his cell for private meditation, or what is called lectio divina, the slow, reflective reading of scripture. Monks often memorized large portions of the Psalms and Gospels, reciting them silently as they went about tasks. In line with the biblical injunction to pray without ceasing, Irish monks cultivated an inner rhythm of prayer that continued even when they were not at formal services. One early hermit's rule advises, cherish every practice of devotion greatly. And we also see an emphasis on praying for others, constant prayers for those who trouble thee, and fervent prayer for the souls of the departed were encouraged. Irish piety included a strong devotion to praying for the dead. Monasteries would sing the office for the dead with great fervor, as if every deceased person were a particular friend of theirs. The Irish liturgical calendar, they even had a special focus on All Souls. In 8th century Irish practice was to devote much of November, as around the Celtic feast of Samhain, to prayers for the departed faithful. But despite the intensity of their spiritual exercises, the monk's day was not meant to be dour or joyless. The routine itself provided stability and a certain peaceful rhythm. Monks took vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience, renouncing worldly ties, but in doing so they sought a closer relationship with God and freedom from the burdens of material life. Many writings from monks show that they derived deep contentment from their way of life. For example, an anonymous 9th century Irish monk living abroad in a monastery in what is now Austria jotted down that little poem about his cat that we mentioned in the introduction. It continues on. In this delightful little poem known as Pangurban, the monk compares his own scholarly pursuits to his pet's cat's hunt for mice. Pangurban and I at work, adepts equals cat and clerk, his whole instinct is to hunt, mine to free the meaningful pent. Well, he describes how each of them finds bliss in their simple tasks, the cat pouncing on a mouse and the monk joyfully pouncing on a tricky idea that finally yields its meaning. He writes, I love books, silence, my little cell, and my work, finding happiness in the quiet concentration of the monastic night, alone, yet together with his companion. Now that's pretty touching, I think. Certainly a glimpse into the monk's inner life that shows amid all that discipline that there were moments of gentle pleasure and even humor, that the monk and his cat are kindred spirits in the silence of the scriptorium. Personal reflections, revealing the human side of monastic life. They were not unfeeling automaton robots, but they were just real people who could experience contentment, frustration, and affection within the cloister. Just like you or me, but a lot more disciplined. Now, the motto of Western monasticism had long been ora et labora, pray and work. and the Irish monks certainly took that to heart. When they were not engaged in formal prayers, they were expected to be busy at work, either manual labor or intellectual labor. Idleness was seen as the enemy of the soul. The rule of Columba explicitly instructs that each day should be divided into 3 labors: prayer, work, and reading. Furthermore, it specifies a 3-fold division of work. First, attending to one's own assigned tasks and the practical needs of the monastery. Second, sharing in communal duties, that is, helping your brethren with their work. And third, to help the neighbors, that is, works of charity or service for the outside community, such as teaching or caring for the poor. This structure ensured that a monk's day was well balanced and that no area, whether that be manual, spiritual, or intellectual, was neglected in any way. But speaking of work, what kind of work did the monks actually do? Well, a bit of everything, really. That's what was required to run a largely self-sufficient community. Many monasteries had fields and gardens, so farm work was common. Monks tilled the soil, planted and harvested crops, and tended orchards. In pastoral areas, they herded sheep or cattle. An Irish monastery often kept a cow for milk and a few chickens for eggs, though meat was usually off the menu. Dairy produce was rather vital. The agricultural skills of monks in medieval Ireland were noted to be quite advanced for the time, employing crop rotation and irrigation methods. They grew barley, oats, rye, and vegetables, producing enough not only for themselves, but often a surplus that could be traded or given as alms to the poor. Monks also engaged in various crafts and trades within the cloister. Every monastery needed certain goods and was a hub of craftsmanship. Monks became blacksmiths, tailors, masons, carpenters, whatever they needed to become as the requirements arose. And Ireland, famous for its metalwork, monks were involved in creating exquisite religious objects, many of which we still have in museums: the chalices, the reliquaries, handbells for calling the faithful to prayer. The splendid Ardagh chalice of the 8th century, for instance, is thought to have been crafted by monastic artisans skilled in metalwork and insular art. Even such labor was considered a form of prayer. Working patiently and skillfully was a way to glorify God through one's own creativity. But perhaps the most celebrated work of Irish monks was their scholarly and artistic labor, especially the copying of manuscripts. In the scriptorium, you see, typically a small, cold room with slits for windows. Monks sat hunched over wooden desks, laboriously writing on parchment with quill pens. They made inks from natural substances: oak gall for black, ochre for yellow, lapis lazuli for brilliant blue, etc., and illuminated manuscripts with intricate interlaced designs and sacred images. The fruits of their toil include some of the greatest treasures of medieval art. For example, the Book of Kells, circa 800 AD, an illuminated gospel book of astounding beauty, believed to have been created by Irish monks. Page after page of the Book of Kells features ornate initials, Celtic knotwork, and vibrant illustrations of gospel scenes, a testament to the countless hours of patient concentration by its monk artists. Such a project could only be completed in a setting where devotion and craft went hand in hand. The monks saw their artistic skills as gifts offered to God himself, decorating the world of Scripture as beautifully as possibly was. It was to them a high act of devotion. Still, you must not imagine that every monk was a master artist. For many, manuscript copying was painstaking drudgery. We know this because the very manuscripts themselves carry the voices of the weary monks. In the margins of some manuscripts, Irish scribes left behind candid notes about their feelings. These are called scribal marginalia, and they're very often quite endearingly human. One monk scribbled in a certain manuscript, Writing is excessive drudgery. It crooks your back, it dims your sight, it twists your stomach and your sides. Another, after finishing a long text, joyfully wrote, "Now I've written the whole thing. For Christ's sake, give me a drink." Yet another complained simply, "It is very cold." We even find a tiny note, "Thank God it will soon be dark," suggesting a monk straining to finish his copying by the last light of daylight. Voices from 1,000 years ago. It certainly makes us grin a little bit, and perhaps empathize. The life of a scribe could indeed be uncomfortable and monotonous. Cold winters with no modern heating meant numb fingers. Bad lights meant eye strain. Quills had to be continually trimmed and ink replenished. The humor and frustration on these notes shows that monks, despite their sacred calling, experienced very relatable fatigue. Of course, they were committed to their tasks, but they were not above longing for a break or commiserating with their own aching hands. After all, we're all human, right? Well, in addition to copying religious texts, these Bibles, commentaries, lives of saints, etc., Irish monastic scribes recorded secular knowledge as well. They compiled annals and chronicles year by year, noting important events, battles, deaths of kings, Viking raids, strange portents in the sky, essentially creating the first written histories of Ireland. The Annals of Ulster, Annals of Innisfallen, and others are examples of chronicles likely kept or initiated by monastic scholars starting in the early medieval period, though surviving manuscripts do date a little bit later than that. Monasteries also preserved poetry, mythic tales, and lore tracts by writing them down in manuscripts, thereby rescuing much of the pre-Christian oral traditions in Ireland for posterity. And ironically, the Christian monks became somewhat guardians of Ireland's pagan heritage, transcribing epic sagas and genealogies alongside biblical texts. The Masonic scriptorium, therefore, was not only a place of religious labor but a crucible of culture, where Ireland's collective memory was inked into vellum. But apart from writing, many monks were involved in teaching too. Monasteries often ran monastic schools that educated not just novice monks, but sometimes lay people, especially boys of the local nobility, were sent for education. An Irish monastic education included Latin grammar, study of scripture, theology, and also more general subjects like history or even rudimentary science of the day, etc. Computus, that is the calculation of Easter, and knowledge of the calendar, things like that, still relevant within a theological context. For instance, the monastery of Clonmacnoise, I think that's how you say it, was famed for a center of learning, producing scholars and even poets. Teaching younger students or newly joined novices, that was a daily duty for learned monks, and one can picture an elderly monk, wax tablet in hand, patiently instructing a circle of youths in the Latin alphabet, or drilling them in the Psalms. Community life in the monastery also entailed routine tasks that everyone took turns doing. Monks would rotate through duties such as cooking, cleaning, baking bread, brewing ale, caring for the sick. And yes, brewing. Irish monasteries, just like those in continental Europe, often brewed their own ale or beer as a nutritious drink. You see, watered ale was far safer than just ordinary water in many cases. Brewing or baking were important to sustain the community, and these two were done in a spirit of mindfulness. Seasoned monks might also be appointed to roles like the cellarer, that is, the manager of the food stores, or the almoner, distributing alms to the needy at the gate, or the infirmarian, that is, looking after the ill brethren. But despite the workload, Irish monks did have moments of rest and what we might call recreation. The rule of St. Benedict actually allot some leisure for free time. And it is likely the Irish did similarly, even before formal Benedictine customs arrived. Monks could take walks within the enclosure, tend small personal gardens, or engage in holy reading on their own. On feast days and Sundays, the schedule lightened somewhat. Work was minimalized, and there might be a communal talk or joyful liturgy with incense and singing in full measure. The bonds of brotherhood were strong. The medium of communication might have been formal and the lifestyle austere, but monks formed deep friendships and shared the pursuit of holiness. One can imagine them on a rare sunny afternoon, I suppose, having finished work up, perhaps sitting under a tree within the cloister, quietly conversing about scripture or sharing a rare joke. Who knows? Scenes like that aren't really recorded, aren't they? But we can kind of use our imagination when we have those little marginal notes. Like we said, they're not robots. In any case, the integration of art into daily life was another striking feature. We've mentioned illumination and metalwork. To this we should also add sculpture and building. Irish monks carved the famous high crosses, towering stone crosses adorned with biblical carvings that stood in their monastic courtyards or graveyards. Monasteries like Monasterbois and Clonmacnoise still have their majestic high crosses, which were likely carved around the 9th or 10th centuries by monastic artisans. Creating these large stone sculptures would have been a communal effort, taking many weeks or months of hammering and chiseling. The crosses often served didactic purposes. The carvings of the gospel scenes could be read by the faithful, who might not read letters but could understand stories in stone. Thus, artwork in general was just another extension of the monks' teaching mission. But finally, it's worth mentioning the musical aspect of monastic work. Singing the office was daily work too, choir practice, in a sense. Irish monks were known to chant the psalms with dedication, and they also composed hymns and sacred music. The tradition of plainchant, the Gregorian chant, took hold and merged with local styles. Monks would memorize complex chants for masses and feast days, effectively acting as both clergy and choir. The sounds of their singing echoed off the wooden rafters or stone walls of an abbey church every single day. And they even devised unique musical notations to preserve their sacred melodies. They're called neumes in Irish manuscripts. Now, in this way, the monastery was also a place where music and learning and manual craft all blended seamlessly. Of course, it's all for the service of God. The average day might seem repetitive, praying the same psalms, hoeing the same fields, copying another manuscript line by line. But this repetition was believed to build spiritual perfection, much like a craftsman honing a skill through constant practice. Every little task, no matter how menial it was sanctified by the monastic mindset. Well, though monks sought to separate themselves from the world, medieval Irish monasteries were not isolated fortresses. Let me explain. Well, they were deeply embedded into the social, economic, and even at some points political system of Ireland. So to understand a monk's life fully, we must see him not only as in the chapel, scribbling down that manuscript, but also in his interactions with the outside community. Many monasteries functioned as villages or small towns in their own right, and often they were the nearest thing to an urban centre in early medieval Ireland. Local people would come to the monastery for various reasons. For example, monasteries served as places of worship for lay people in the area, especially before the system of parish churches was fully developed. The monks would administer sacraments to the nearby faithful, baptisms, the Eucharist, and so on. On Sundays or feast days, villagers might attend Mass at the monastery church, standing in the outer area while the robed monks chanted within the chancel. Thus a monk might preach or offer pastoral counsel to ordinary folk, not just to his fellow monks. Monasteries also provided hospitality to travelers, pilgrims, and sometimes just the poor. One of the time-honored monastic customs was to receive guests as Christ himself, with warmth and charity. Irish monasteries, situated along the early roads or pilgrimage routes, often kept a guest house or at least spare space to lodge visitors. A monk, as a guest master, would be assigned to welcome strangers, offer them a simple meal and lodging, and care for them. Many a weary traveller found shelter on a rainy night at the gates of a monastery, that's for sure, where the monks would wash their feet and share their humble fare. And this hospitality was not just altruistic, it was religious in its duty, and an opportunity to practice Christian virtues and charity. There's an old Irish monastic saying, "Follow almsgiving before all things." So monks gave from their surplus to those in need, distributing bread or clothing to the destitute at the gate. In times of famine, which was unfortunately not uncommon, monasteries opened their granaries to feed the hungry when they could, even if it meant the monks themselves would have to tighten the belt. Of course, there were also teachers and healers for the communities. Monastic schools educated many who later became secular priests, poets, or judges. Through teaching Latin and letters, monks were indirectly shaping the next generation of Irish leadership. Additionally, monks had knowledge of herbal remedies and basic medicine gleaned from texts or tradition. A sick peasant might be brought to the monastery infirmary to be cared for with herbal poultices or prayers, perhaps a mix of both. And some monasteries maintained hospitals for the ill, some even for lepers, centuries before any secular institution did so. Now, caring for the sick, that was seen as a work of mercy that all monks should embrace. And in fact, later in the 12th century, the newly arrived Augustinian and Cistercian monasteries in Ireland established hospices and infirmaries as standard parts of their complexes, continuing on this tradition and service. So the relationship between monasteries and the political powers of the day was quite complex. On one hand, monks withdrew from worldly affairs. On the other, monasteries were often founded or patronized by kings and chieftains. It was common for an Irish noble family to have a kind of proprietary interest in a monastery that their ancestor had endowed. Abbots themselves were sometimes drawn from the aristocracy. Some abbots were even the younger sons of kings, and this could elevate an abbot to the status of an important political figure. For example, the abbots of Armagh or Clonmacnoise wielded influence akin to that of princes, arbitrating disputes among clans or even advising kings. There is a notable incident from early times, and that's the story of St. Columba, who as a young monk became embroiled in a dispute over copying a manuscript. The feud between Columba and his former mentor over the ownership of the copy supposedly led to the Battle of Culdremne in 561. Though the true causes of that conflict were likely a bit more political, the legend shows how entangled monasteries could become in clan affairs. Columba, who was guilt-ridden, went into exile to Scotland after this, turning his energies to missionary work. Well, in more positive terms, monasteries could be peacemakers and neutral ground in a rather violent age. Their sacred status often protected them, though not always. Couldn't really help those Viking raids, I'm afraid. Rival kings might meet on monastery grounds to escape revenge, relying on the monks' protection. Some kings, after long warlike lives, retired to monasteries to repent and seek peace in old age. Now, economically, monasteries, were significant landholders and producers. A large monastery could own extensive tracts of land, which it farmed, of course. and they employed or oversaw lay workers, local farmers or serfs who worked monastery lands, or artisans who helped in construction. Thus a monastery might effectively be the center of a small agrarian economy. Surplus produce could be traded back into local markets, and monks introduced new agricultural practices. For instance, some evidence suggests they improved breeds of cattle or innovated in dairying. They were also involved in milling grain. Some monasteries even built water mills and other processing of goods. In Ireland's relatively decentralized society, a large monastery could kind of function as a commercial estate. However, the wealth generated was ideally used for charitable purposes and for maintaining the religious community. Accumulating riches for personal use, well, that was against their vows. Still, by the later medieval period, there were certainly a few monasteries that had grown quite wealthy and comfortable, which of course drew quite a lot of criticism from reformers. Culturally, the monks helped forge the fusion of Christian and Irish identity. They reinterpreted the old Celtic festivals in Christian terms, etc. Imbolc became St. Bridget's Day, Samhain became All Saints and All Souls' Tide, etc., kind of preserving the continuity with the past. Monastic scribes writing epic tales ensured that pre-Christian Irish heroes like Cuchulainn and Finn MacColl were not forgotten, albeit recorded now by Christian hands. The monasteries also cultivated music and art that influenced the wider community. The lilting chants of monks likely inspired early forms of Irish sacred music, some of which seeped into folk tradition. Monasteries held periodic fairs and feasts on patron saints' days, which became community celebrations. For example, a monastery might celebrate the feast of its founder saint with a great liturgy and then an outdoor fair where locals could come, enjoy games, get to know each other, trade, and just hang out with the monks. A good day out, I suppose. And so for several hundred years, Irish monasteries and monks flourished relatively undisturbed. But in the year 795, a terrifying new threat appeared. Vikings from Scandinavia. The first recorded Viking attack in Ireland struck the island monastery of Lambay off the coast of Dublin in 795. What followed was a century of intermittent assaults that tested the resilience of the Irish monastic life to the extreme. Vikings, who were pagan Norse seafarers, saw the wealthy monasteries as lucrative targets. Monasteries often held precious objects, golden chalices, ornate gospel books, jeweled reliquaries, gifts from kings, or just products of their own craftsmanship. And they also kept storehouses of food and goods. And importantly, monasteries were ill-defended, soft targets. The very ethos of a monastery was peace, not war, so they typically had no soldiers or fortifications. At most, maybe a ditch or a wall to keep out cattle thieves. So the annals recount, with grim regularity, the plundering and burning of monasteries throughout the 9th century. Famous centres like Iona, Armagh, Glendalough, Kildare were all raided, some repeatedly. Many monks lost their lives or were carried off as slaves. You can imagine the terror in a small coastal community seeing the longships beach on the shore, the alarm bell ringing frantically, monks scrambling to hide the holy books and chalices, perhaps burying them or secreting them away in tree hollows, while others simply just fled for their lives into the woods. Well, there are accounts of monks being martyred for refusing to leave precious relics behind. The Vikings, who were unfamiliar with Christianity and just hungry for treasure, showed very little mercy. The monastic ideal of hospitality was turned on its head. These guests were not welcome pilgrims. They were like demons from hell. So in response, some monasteries took measures to protect their valuables. The Round Tower, a tall, narrow stone characteristic of Irish sites, was likely one such measure. These towers could be up to 30 meters high, with a small door raised several meters off the ground accessed by ladder. When raiders approached, the monks could grab the relics, books, precious items, climb into the tower and pull up the ladder. The tower's tiny windows and thick walls made it hard for attackers to penetrate, though in some cases the Vikings simply just set fire to the wooden door and smoked the monks out. But still, towers provided a fighting chance to safeguard the holy treasures. Notably, the splendid Book of Kells, after a Viking raid on the island of Iona, was moved inland to the monastery of Kells for safekeeping in 806 AD. But likewise, the beautiful gold and silver Ardagh chalice and the other sacred vessels were often hastily buried to hide them. Some of these were never recovered by the original monks due to massacres, only to be found by farmers centuries later by accident, but, well, at least we found them, right? In any case, Viking raids disrupted monastic life severely. Monks had to abandon some sites entirely. Iona, for example, was raided multiple times. Many monks were slain in 806, and eventually the community relocated a large portion of its operation to Kells in safer territory. It was an era of trauma, and for many, they had a sense that God was either punishing or testing them. Yet the monasteries proved to be resilient. Some abbeys struck agreements with local warlords for protection. Others simply endured and rebuilt when the Vikings passed. By the early 10th century, Vikings began to settle in Ireland, founding towns like Dublin, Waterford, Limerick, and many converted to Christianity when they did so. As they settled down and assimilated, the direct threat to monasteries began to wane. The final decades of the 10th century saw a revival of some monastic centers and relative peace restored. The famous Battle of Clontarf in 1014, where the Irish king Brian Boru defeated a coalition of Vikings at the cost of his own life, became legendary in part because it symbolically ended the Viking Age in Ireland. After that, Viking incursions ceased to be a major factor, and monasteries could breathe easier. However, the Irish monastic world that emerged by the 11th century was not the same as before. The constant emergency of the Viking period had affected learning and discipline. Some places were never recovered their former glory, rather. Yet, new growth also occurred. There was a movement to reorganize and reform the Irish Church along more continental lines, and that brings us to the 12th century church reforms and the introduction of new monastic orders in Ireland. By the 1100s, the Irish Church's independence was waning as it came into closer contact with Rome and as Norman influence increased. In 1155, the Pope even granted King Henry II of England a mandate to bring the Irish Church into conformity with Roman practices. Well, even before the Normans arrived militarily, native reformers like St. Malachy of Armagh were seeking to regularize monastic life. Malachy introduced the Cistercian order into Ireland, establishing Mellifont Abbey in 1142 as the first Cistercian monastery. The Cistercians were a reformed offshoot of the Benedictines, known for a return to austerity, strict enclosure, and an emphasis on manual labor and simplicity. They were called white monks because of their undyed habits. Well, soon, other continental orders followed. Augustinian canons, Benedictines affiliated with French or English abbeys, Franciscans and Dominican friars in the 13th centuries, though friars are technically mendicants, not monks, but in any case it further diversified Irish religious life. Let's not get too technical. But for an Irish monk in the 12th century, these changes meant that the old, loosely federated family-run monasteries were gradually absorbed into the Europe-wide networks with standardized rules. The broad focus of monastic life remained prayer, work, and study. But it was now under more hierarchical oversight. The introduction of the rule of St. Benedict, in its Cistercian interpretation especially, meant fixed schedules, uniform liturgy, and a bit less of the uniquely Irish eccentricities that they used to have. For instance, the Cistercians emphasized total silence in the cloister, except for designated talking times, and they focused on agriculture to a high degree, draining swamps, breeding cattle. Mellifont Abbey became famous for its sophisticated farms. The older Irish monasteries that didn't join new orders either declined or in some cases also adopted the Benedictine rule to keep up. Some Irish abbeys even became headed by Norman or foreign abbots, especially after the Anglo-Norman invasion of Ireland in 1169–70, when Norman lords actually took control of parts of the country. Perhaps that's a story for another time. In any case, these lords brought their preferred orders with them. For example, the Benedictine Abbey in Dublin, St. Mary's, was established under Norman rule. But what did these reforms mean for everyday life? Well, in practice, a 13th century Cistercian monk at, say, Jerpoint Abbey lived a life very much like a Cistercian in England or France. He rose before dawn, chanted the full complement of officers, worked the fields, ate 2 simple meals, and observed silence and cloistered stability. The earlier Irish traditions of peregrination or distinctive tonsure were gone. Uniformity with Rome, that was the norm now. However, one should not think that the old Irish spirit just vanished overnight. Many monasteries, especially in the more remote Gaelic-held regions, retained Irish abbots and some local practices for some time. There were even a few explicitly Irish reform movements like the Abbey of St. Mary's at Tallaght, which revived severe ascetic practices in parallel to the Cistercians. But overall, by 1200, the monastic landscape of Ireland was a mix of long-established houses, some now centuries old, and new, foreign, introduced abbeys, all, of course, coexisting. One notable new development in later medieval monastic life was the rise of the mendicant friars, Franciscans, Dominicans, Carmelites, Augustinian friars, who arrived starting in the 13th century. Now, though they're not monks per se, i.e. friars differ in the fact that they often work among the populace and take vows of poverty individually, they did establish friaries, which are monastic-type communities in Irish towns. This added an urban dimension to religious life that earlier rural monasteries did not have. An Irish townsman in the 14th century might see a brown-robed Franciscan friar collecting alms, or hear them preaching in the market square, something his 8th century ancestor, living near Clonmacnoise, would have never encountered. The friars were generally welcomed, and they complemented the older monastic institutions by focusing on preaching and direct ministry to the laity. But as the Middle Ages waned, some of the older monasteries struggled. Ireland in the 14th and 15th centuries faced new turmoils, intermittent warfare between Anglo-Norman settlers and Gaelic clans, general economic difficulties, and the pervasive challenge of the Black Death hitting Europe in the mid-14th century. Monasteries, like all communities, suffered losses from plague, and sometimes lacked recruits, and there are records of some abbeys falling into disrepair or the monks becoming negligent of the strict rule. Yet, other houses showed vigor and continued to produce works of learning. For example, the Annals of the Four Masters, a renowned chronicle of Irish history, were compiled in the early 17th century by Franciscan friars drawing on monastic records, and that indicates that even up to the very end of the medieval period, and just beyond, the tradition of chronicling and scholarship very much persisted. A day begins at dawn at the caravanserai, a fortified roadside inn, where you, a medieval merchant, and your fellow traders have sheltered for the night. As the massive wooden gates creak open, you step out into the morning air of the Syrian desert, where ahead of you a long caravan of camels stretches into the horizon. By noon, the sun blazes overhead, and the caravan plods forward in a haze of dust. In the distance, mirages shimmer, and you recall warnings that in some deserts travelers hear of phantom voices calling their name, a phenomenon that Marco Polo himself described while crossing the Gobi, where weary souls were lured off the path by desert spirits. It's moments like this you're glad to have your companions around, knowing that straying from the group could mean never being seen again. And now shift the scene to the deck of a creaking cog ship in the Baltic Sea. This time it's winter, and an icy wind bites at your face. The ship is carrying barrels of herring and bundles of furs bound for a trade fair hundreds of miles away. As a merchant of the Hanseatic League, you've weathered worse storms than this, but it never gets easier. You still eye the dark clouds on the horizon with unease. Each wave that crashes over the bow reminds you of the risks that your profession carries, and not every vessel reaches its destination. You've had many colleagues that have lost their fortunes. Some of them lost their lives, whether to a shipwreck or to pirates. But this is the life of a traveling merchant in medieval times, a life of constant motion, high stakes, and endless adaptation. These traders were the great connectors of the Middle Ages. Long before globalization, they stitched together a patchwork of trade routes over land and sea that linked kingdoms and continents. A caravan carrying Chinese silk, for instance, might eventually bring that precious fabric into the markets of Persia or the ports of Italy. A sack of black pepper from India, worth its weight in silver in England, passed through many hands and many miles to reach the table of a European noble. And at a time when most people never traveled more than a few dozen miles from home, the merchant routinely journeyed thousands of miles, crossing deserts, oceans, mountains, and frontiers. And so today, that is our topic, the life of a medieval merchant. What was it actually like? That's what we're here to discuss. Now, before we begin, I'll do the customary welcome hello to any newcomers. Consider subscribing if you have not yet. Also, a friendly reminder that this video, along with all of the other videos on the channel, are 100% ad-free. You won't get interrupted by ads because we hate them as much as you do. We're going to get along on that part, I suppose. We rather prefer to be supported by those on Patreon, YouTube memberships, the occasional donation through Super Thanks and PayPal, and also those who check out the merch store. All the links are available in the pinned comment and description. But if you really want to help us out, just tell your friends and do the like, comment, subscribe, hit the hype button, algorithm boosting things. We would appreciate that. Now, without further ado, let us begin the life of a medieval merchant. Well, let's start by saying that merchants occupied an ambivalent yet increasingly important place in medieval society. In the early Middle Ages, many societies were structured around the three traditional orders. Now, that was the nobility, those who fought, the clergy, those who prayed, and the peasantry, those who farmed. Bit of an oversimplification, but that's pretty much it. Merchants did not really fit neatly into this hierarchy. You see, they were not lords or knights, nor were they monastic scholars, nor serfs tied to the soil. They were a new and sometimes unsettling breed who earned their living through trade and travel. They didn't really make anything, didn't produce anything of value, but they rather just shifted things from one hand to another. And for some medieval thinkers, especially within the Christian church, commerce was viewed with suspicion. A life of profit-seeking could easily slide into greed, and lending money at interest, usury that is, was condemned as sinful, and rightly so, by the way. No one likes interest. Well, medieval sermons and more moral tracts sometimes cast merchants as figures of avarice, more concerned with earthly riches than their spiritual salvation. And in literature we find hints of this mixed reputation. Geoffrey Chaucer, writing in the 14th century, introduces a merchant in the Canterbury Tales who wears rich clothes and boasts of his profits. Yet no one knew he was secretly in debt. Now Chaucer's wry observation that this businessman kept his unsavory financial troubles hidden beneath the facade of success reflects a pretty common stereotype. The clever, possibly untrustworthy merchant who might be engaging in sharp practice or living beyond his means. And we can of course see that going into the modern day, the social media stuff, keeping up with the Joneses. Well, nowadays it's more than keeping up with the Joneses, it's keeping up with some billionaire on his yacht. Anyway, we won't talk about that too much, but you can see the parallels of trying to keep up appearances, that's for sure, especially when you have to look successful in business, this kind of thing. Yet, for all the skepticism, merchants were indispensable, and they were often quite respected, especially as the medieval period progressed. By the High Middle Ages, that is the 11th to 13th centuries, Europe was witnessing a commercial revival. Towns grew in size and population, and a wealthy merchant class, the bourgeois, began to assert itself. In Italian city-states like Venice, Genoa, and Florence, merchants and bankers became the ruling elite, proudly patronizing art and architecture and negotiating with princes on pretty much equal footing. Even in Northern Europe, alliances of merchants such as the Hanseatic League gained political clout, securing charters and ultimately privileges from kings and city councils. Meanwhile, regional trade networks solidified through annual fairs. In France, the Counts of Champagne hosted great fairs that became Europe-wide marketplaces, where French, Italian, English, and Flemish merchants convened under guaranteed protection to trade textiles, spices, leather, pretty much anything was on the table. Such fairs played a pretty big role in knitting together the northern and southern economies of Europe, and provided neutral ground for merchants of different cities to do business in a safe manner. These guilds and associations protected their members' interests, and after time established monopolies over trade in certain goods or regions. A successful merchant could climb the social ladder, endowing churches or charitable foundations in his hometown to burnish his reputation. In fact, some merchants were even knighted or ennobled for their service to monarchs, often in the form of crucial loans or supplies during wars. Different cultural and religious environments had their own attitudes toward merchants. In the Islamic world, commerce held a particularly esteemed position. After all, the Prophet Muhammad himself had been a merchant in his youth, working in the caravan trade. Islamic teachings praised an honest trade too. A famous hadith, that is a saying, promised that, quote, the truthful and trustworthy merchant will be respected with the prophets and the righteous. Muslim merchants, whether Arab, Persian, or later Turkish and Indian, were key actors in a vast network that stretched from the Mediterranean to the Indian Ocean and beyond. Many attained great wealth and social standing. Cities like Cairo, Baghdad, Samarkand. They depended on trade, taxes, and the entrepreneurial activity of the merchants who would come and go. Not to mention, their rulers often provided caravanserais, market regulation, and guards to encourage commerce. Likewise, in the Jewish community, which was scattered across many lands, merchants held a prominent role. Jewish traders often served as neutral intermediaries between Christian and Muslim realms, where religious restrictions hampered direct contact. The Radhanite merchants of the early Middle Ages, for example, were Jews fluent in multiple languages, who could move with relative ease across cultural boundaries. They played a vital part in keeping trade alive between Europe and Asia, at a time when politics and warfare might have otherwise severed those links. Over in India, many merchant castes enjoyed prosperity and a measure of respect, though the Hindu social hierarchy theoretically placed traders below priests and warriors, the old caste system, of course. Well, in practice, powerful mercantile families in medieval Indian ports like Calicut or Cambay could wield significant influence, financing temples or even swaying local politics. In Song Dynasty China, 10th to 13th centuries, Confucian officials tended to look down on merchants as mere profit makers, ranked below peasants and scholars. However, the reality is that Chinese merchants flourished, especially in periods of social stability. They organized long-distance trade, sometimes with tacit imperial support, and some became very wealthy. Indeed, by the late medieval period, under the Yuan, the Mongol dynasty that is, and the early Ming, Chinese merchants were sailing ships to trade with Southeast Asia and India, amassing fortunes and even contributing to public works. So the life of a merchant demanded a kind of cosmopolitan mindset. Successful traders often learned foreign languages and customs, and they acted as cultural intermediaries, while a peasant's world might be bounded by the local village and a noble's by his estates in the king's court. A merchant might routinely traverse many realms, interacting with Christians, Muslims, Jews, Hindus, Buddhists, depending on where the business took him. And this exposure made merchants sometimes more worldly, or perhaps even more open-minded than their compatriots. But of course that comes with the reverse side. It could arouse suspicion. A traveling merchant might be the only person in a small town who had even seen the wider world, which could make him an object of curiosity, and sometimes an object of jealousy. When things went wrong, the foreign merchants were often the easy scapegoats. For instance, when the Black Death plague struck Europe in the 14th century, there were rumors that wandering merchants or strange traders might have brought the disease with them. And, well, in truth, they did inadvertently spread infections along with goods, but so did all travelers. And it wasn't intentional. Nobody really knew about germ theory at the time. In any case, in some German cities during the late Middle Ages, local guilds would periodically accuse resident foreign merchant communities, like the Venetians or the Hanseatics, of unfair practices, leading to tensions and sometimes even expulsions. And despite such challenges, the merchants persisted and gradually helped transform the medieval society. They introduced coinage and credit into economies that had long been run on a barter system. They founded banks and pioneered new business techniques, double entry bookkeeping, bills of exchange, things like that. Things that are still in use today. But they also formed their own subculture, with values emphasizing negotiation, contract, adventure. To be a merchant was to put your hand up for a life of uncertainty in exchange for potential rewards. A popular medieval saying went, "Whoever would become rich must rise early, work late, and take risks." And let me tell you, that, I think, will always be true. It encapsulates the ethos of the merchant class as well. Diligence along with daring, both necessary virtues. No one gets rich by playing it safe. You have to take risks. It's been, well, true for all of human history, really. So, we can say that merchants in medieval society, there we go, straddled the line between an outsider and an elite, between suspicion and admiration. They were sometimes maligned in moral literature, yet they became engines of economic growth and innovation. And so, as we continue on our journey into the merchant life to look at how and where they traveled, you really must keep in mind that everything is within this pretty complex social backdrop. The merchant on the road had to navigate not only geographic hurdles, but also the intangible perceptions of the people that he met. He had to earn trust, strike fair deals, and prove that his presence was a benefit rather than a threat. For medieval merchants engaged in long-distance trade, overland routes were both vital arteries of commerce and tests of endurance. Foremost among these was the Silk Road. We've all heard of that. The network of trails, paths, and caravan routes that spanned Eurasia from the Mediterranean to China. The Silk Road was not a single road, but a web of interconnected routes running throughout some of the most inhospitable terrain on Earth. Soaring mountain ranges, endless deserts, rugged steppes. Yet for over a millennium, merchants braved these paths to carry high-value, low-bulk commodities across continents. The very name, Silk Road, comes from the lucrative Chinese silk that was one of the main goods transported westward. But many other items traveled that path as well. Spices from the Indies, porcelain and tea from China, precious gems from Afghanistan, fine textiles from Persia, and in the other direction, of course, was European wool, glassware, silver, and countless other products. Trade along these routes had flourished during the time of the Roman Empire in Han China, and after a decline in late antiquity, it never completely died out. So by the early medieval period, the 7th to the 10th century, a group of intrepid Jewish merchants known as the Radhanites kept east-west commerce alive. According to the 9th century Persian geographer Ibn Khordadbeh, these Radhanite traders knew multiple languages and traveled from France and Spain all the way to China following various routes, some going overland across the Frankish and Slavic lands to Central Asia, others via Egypt and the Arabian Peninsula, and still others mixing sea and land traveled through the Indian Ocean. They specialized in precious, portable goods like spices, perfumes, jewels that could satisfy the long journey. The picture we get is of highly resourceful traders who could navigate the customs of both Christian Europe and the Islamic world, serving as intermediaries at a time when direct contact was often hindered by political and religious barriers. As for overland travel, that was typically done in caravans, groups of merchants, guides, animals, sometimes an armed escort, band together for safety. No sensible merchant would venture alone across the vast stretches between cities. A typical caravan in Central Asia might include dozens of camels or pack horses loaded with bales of merchandise. Camels were particularly favored for the desert legs of the journey, the two-humped Bactrian camel in the cold Asian deserts, and the dromedary in the Sahara and Arabian regions, while mules or yaks would be used in high mountain passes. The caravan moved at the pace of its slowest animals, perhaps covering maybe 20-30 miles on a good day, often less in difficult terrain. At night they would halt at a caravanserai if one was available. These were roadside inns maintained in many Islamic realms, specifically for merchants. Ibn Battuta, who traveled across Central Asia and Persia in the 14th century, described grand caravanserais in Iran and Anatolia, some with hundreds of rooms and stables of animals. These compounds provided food, water, and a safe haven from bandits, essentially functioning as an early kind of, truck rest stop for traders, caravans, this kind of thing. Where formal caravanserais were lacking, caravans camped in the open, posting guards in shifts to watch for thieves or wild animals. Travelers often arranged their sleeping places in a circle around the camp, with animals tied within the perimeter to deter nighttime raiders. And they had to be light sleepers. A rustle in the dark, a camel's snort, could signal trouble that required immediate vigilance. So, the Mongol Empire in the 13th and 14th centuries brought a golden age for Silk Road commerce. The Mongols conquered a huge swath of Eurasia, from China through Persia into Russia, creating what historians call the Pax Mongolica, the Mongolian peace, a period of relative stability that made long-distance travel less dangerous than before. The Mongol Khans were keen promoters of trade. They knew that commerce brought wealth, so they established a system of relay stations across Central Asia and Mongolia. At these posts, usually spaced a day's journey apart, official travelers and merchants could find fresh horses, supplies, and lodging. Some merchants were even issued special passports in the form of tablets or medallions that signified the bearer was under imperial protection. Probably a good thing to have, that's for sure. Now, the Mongols' trade policy was efficient. It worked. Marco Polo, the Venetian merchant who traveled to the court of Kublai Khan in the late 13th century, marveled at how efficiently this relay system worked. Messengers and traders could cover vast distances with remarkable speed by changing horses regularly and resting at the way stations. Thanks to such measures and the sheer might of Mongol law deterring banditry, few robbers would dare to attack a caravan under the Great Khan's protection on pain of terrible punishment. A merchant in this era could traverse from the Middle East to China more safely than at any other time in the medieval period. And indeed, we have accounts of European envoys and traders, like the Franciscan friar William of Rubric in the 1250s, who encountered thriving caravan trade routes in Central Asia. They described long lines of camels, laden with textiles and spices, and bustling market cities like Bukhara, Samarkand, and Kashgar, where goods from many civilizations exchanged hands under the eyes of Mongol officials. But none of this is to say that the Silk Road was ever easy or routine. Far from it. Nature itself posed one of the greatest threats. Crossing the Gobi or the Taklamakan deserts, merchants faced searing daytime heat and freezing nights, not to mention scarcity of water. A sandstorm could obliterate tracks and choke travelers. Marco Polo's account vividly mentions travelers in the Gobi Desert becoming disoriented by strange sounds, what we might attribute to the howling wind or shifting sands, but he interpreted them, echoing the local folklore, as voices of spirits or demons attempting to lead unwary wanderers astray. To combat this, Polo wrote that bands of travelers made a point of keeping very close together, and before sleeping, they set up a sign pointing to the direction of travel the next day. They also fastened little bells around their necks of their beasts, so that by listening for the sound, they could keep the herd from straying off in the dark or in a sandstorm. In the high mountains of the Pamirs, or the Tian Shan, altitude sickness and narrow cliffside paths tested the courage of even the hardiest merchant. One misstep could send a mule and its valuable cargo tumbling down into the abyss. But moving beyond Asia, there were other critical overland routes in medieval times. One of the most challenging was the trans-Saharan trade, linked to the markets of North Africa and the Mediterranean, with gold, salt, and ivory of West Africa. Much like the Silk Road, the Saharan routes were plied by caravans, but these consisted almost entirely of camels, and were organized often by Berber and Arab merchants on the northern end, and by African merchants from the Sahelian kingdoms on the southern end. The Sahara is the world's largest hot desert, and crossing it was a monumental undertaking. Caravans typically departed from oasis towns on the desert's edge, such as Sijomasa or Tunis in the north, and traveled to entrepot cities like Timbuktu or Walata on the southern fringe. The hardships of the Sahara were notorious. Water sources were few and often unreliable. Travelers filled goatskin water bags to last days between wells, but water in the skins could turn fetid under the baking sun. One medieval geographer quipped that Saharan well water, quote, had none of the qualities of water other than being liquid, so foul was its taste. Caravans had to carefully plan stops at known springs, and nomadic guides, often from the Tuareg or Sanhaja tribes, were hired to lead the way. Without their expertise, outsiders would almost certainly be lost in the trackless seas of sand dunes. These guides, however, were both protectors and potential threats. In some periods, today's guide could turn into tomorrow's bandit. Wise merchants negotiated payments or profit-sharing with nomadic chieftains up front. Converting would-be robbers into caravan guards. It was essentially an early form of protection money, but one necessary for survival. Even so, armed security rode with the larger caravans, and punishments for anyone caught trying to raid or betray the group could be, well, excuse me, a little bit tired. Could be draconian, of course, the punishments. The Sultan of Marrakesh, for example, was said to have displayed the heads of captured highwaymen on his palace walls as a warning, and dare I say that must have been quite effective. Now, caravans often traveled by night in the deep Sahara to avoid the extreme midday heat, navigating by the stars and resting at midday under whatever meager shade could be found. Ibn Battuta, who crossed the Sahara to reach Mali, noted that merchants would fatten their camels for months before the journey, so the animals could better withstand the trek. During one crossing in 1352, his caravan of 1,000 camels nearly ran out of water. Travelers resorted to slaughtering a camel and drawing water from its stomach to drink. A desperate measure, but one that could mean the difference between life and death when the next well was still a day's walk away. Ibn Battuta also relates an anecdote of a fellow merchant who had a habit of catching desert snakes for sport. This unfortunate soul was bitten by a viper one evening, which I'm sure that was only bound to happen. His companions cauterized the wound with a red-hot iron, then slaughtered a camel and thrust the man's arm into the warm cavity of the camel's belly, hoping the heat and moisture would draw out the poison. And guess what? Lo and behold, he survived. He did lose a finger, though, but still alive. crediting the impromptu remedy. Such were the lengths to which travellers might go in the middle of the Sahara, where no physicians or settlement could be found for hundreds of miles. But despite the dangers, the overland routes like the Silk Road and the Saharan trails were lifelines of wealth and cultural exchange. They were plied not only by merchants seeking profit, but also by pilgrims, missionaries, and diplomats, all of whom left traces of cross-cultural contact. A merchant caravan could include people of many faiths and tongues, and in the marketplaces of Central Asia, one could hear a babble of languages. Trading cities became melting pots. In a Silk Road hub like Samarkand, one might find mosques, churches, Buddhist stupas, and Zoroastrian fire temples in the same quarter, each serving a different community drawn by trade. In the Sahara, oasis towns similarly became cosmopolitan nodes. The city of Timbuktu, for example, hosted North African Muslim traders, black African scholars, and nomadic Tuaregs, exchanging not just goods but also ideas about law, science, and theology. For the medieval merchant, mastering the overland routes meant more than just knowing geography. It required understanding the people's politics along the way. Caravans had to pay tolls or tribute when passing through a lord's territory or entering a city gate, and the cleverest among traders often carried small gifts for local chiefs, or kept copies of royal safe conducts to present to officials. In some cases, they hired local agents or partners. For instance, a Silk Road caravan leader might rely on a Persian broker in Bukhara to handle sales farther west, or a Mali merchant might entrust his gold to a Moroccan colleague for the leg north to Fez. Few merchants traveled the entire length of these routes themselves. Typically, goods changed hands multiple times. Even so, there were notable exceptions who did go the distance and return home with astonishing tales. These accounts, like those of Marco Polo, or the less famous itinerary of Benjamin of Tudela, a 12th century Jewish traveler, fired up the imagination of those who heard them, expanding the medieval people's sense of the wider world. By taking these overland paths, medieval merchants helped knit together far-flung regions into an interconnected world system. The flow of goods was accompanied by a flow of knowledge. European maps, by the 14th and 15th centuries, incorporated information gleaned from Asian caravans, and Arabic geographers wrote about African gold lands based on reports from traders. In a very real sense, each merchant caravan that set out across the steppe or the desert was a small step toward the globalized world to come. The Silk Road and its sister routes were the highways of the medieval world, and those hardy souls who traveled them played a key role in the economy and the culture of their time. So if overland routes tested a merchant's endurance on land, the maritime routes did the same on water. Medieval merchants often took to the sea when they could, since a ship could carry far more cargo than a caravan, and sometimes travel faster. That is, assuming that the winds were favorable. The Mediterranean Sea was a hub of maritime trade through the Middle Ages. In the early medieval period after the fall of Rome, long-distance sea commerce in the West had diminished, but it had never disappeared. Byzantine ships and Arab dhows still plied the waters carrying wine, oil, glass, and luxury goods. By the 11th century, a revival was in full swing. Italian port cities like Venice, Genoa, and Pisa emerged as major commercial powers, launching galleys and round ships loaded with merchandise. A Venetian or Genoese merchant of the 13th century might own shares in a ship, or just pay for space in the hold, heading to Constantinople. Well, these ships would carry European products such as timber, metals, and wooden cloth, and return with Eastern spices. Egyptian grain, perhaps, Syrian silk, other treasures. Sure, they could go to Constantinople, but They could also end up at Alexandria or Acre, plenty of other port cities around the Mediterranean. Now, as for the Crusades to the Holy Land, 1095 to 1291, they ironically helped boost this trade. Fleets of Italian merchant vessels followed in the wake of Crusader armies, and soon merchants were setting up permanent quarters in places like Acre and Antioch. And they obtained special privileges from the local rulers. For example, the Republic of Venice secured its own quarter in Constantinople, where Venetian merchants lived under their own laws and ran their own markets. Such enclaves, fondaci, as the Italians called them, were essentially self-contained merchant colonies abroad, complete with warehouses, chapels, and lodgings, where foreign traders could conduct business without fear of local interference, and often without paying local taxes, which is probably more to the point. But sea travel had its own perils. Shipwrecks were a constant fear. Navigation relied on the stars and the sun, and by the 13th century the magnetic compass had been adopted by Mediterranean sailors, a great aid on cloudy nights or open seas. Still, storms could drive ships onto rocks and send them to the ocean floor without warning. Medieval chronicles are full of references to lost ships and the grief of investors or families awaiting news that never came. One treasure-laden Genoese ship, called the Meloria, famously sank in 1241 with a cargo of Asian goods. Its loss was so economically devastating that it was blamed for a financial crash in Genoa that year. Talk about putting all your eggs in one basket, huh? Well, it wasn't just the shipwrecks. Pirates were also a menace. In the Mediterranean, pirate corsairs, some independent, others essentially privateers hired by rival powers, lurked along major sea lanes. Merchants adapted by traveling in convoys for safety. By the 14th century, Venice organized state-sanctioned convoys known as the Muda, fleets of armed galleys that would sail together on fixed schedules under military escort, bound for destinations like Flanders, England, or the Levant. Very few pirates dared attack a well-defended convoy, and the system made voyages a bit more predictable, almost like a medieval shipping line. Northern European traders did likewise. The Hanseatic League's merchants often fitted out their stout cog ships with crossbows or even small cannons, and then they would sail in groups, especially through pirate-infested waters like the English Channel. But despite these precautions, piracy and naval warfare still took their toll. In 1368, for example, a large Venetian convoy returning from the east was set upon by Catalan pirates near Alexandria, resulting in numerous ships captured or sunk. Incidents like that reminded everyone that the sea, like the desert, could turn deadly without any warning. Life aboard a merchant ship, of course, was not very comfortable either. A medieval merchant vessel was small by modern standards, perhaps 60 to 80 feet long for a typical trading cog, and the space was very cramped. Crew and passengers slept wherever they could find room, often on the open deck, under woolen blankets, or in the hold among barrels and bales. The diet was monotonous. Hard biscuits, salted meat or fish, dried legumes, maybe a bit of garlic or onions for flavor. Fresh water was stored in wooden casks, and inevitably went stale, or got filled with algae. Sailors sometimes preferred to mix water with wine, or drink ale to avoid the foul taste. As for hygiene, that was rudimentary, and contributed to sickness on longer voyages. A trip from Italy to Flanders, for instance, might involve weeks of creeping along coasts and braving storms at sea. Plenty of time for rats, lice, and illness to make their new home and spread on the ship. And it's no coincidence that the Black Death spread by ship in 1347. Ships were often overcrowded and unsanitary, though to medieval people they were just, well, no worse than life on land, I suppose. But despite all the hardships, medieval mariners made very impressive journeys, especially with what they had at the time. Consider the northern merchants. In the 13th and 14th centuries, ships of the Hanseatic League linked the Baltic to the North Sea and beyond. A German merchant from Lübeck might send a vessel to trade in Novgorod, present-day Russia, for furs and wax, and then carry those products to Bruges in Flanders to exchange for fine woolen cloth, which in turn might be carried to Bergen in Norway to trade for stockfish, that is, dried cod. Each leg was a substantial sea voyage, and every one of them had their own challenges. Navigating the foggy Baltic or the stormy Bay of Biscay, but the Hanseatic merchants coordinated through their contors, that is, trading officers, in foreign cities, and, well, they just made it work. They too had their enclaves. The Hanse merchants in London lived together, and at the Steelyard, with strict rules. No local women, nightly curfew, a password to enter. And those in Novgorod stayed at fortified compounds called the Peterhof, where they operated under their own laws. These arrangements show merchants abroad how they formed supportive communities to help each other survive and prosper in the distant lands. But perhaps the greatest maritime network of the medieval era was the Indian Ocean trade. While European seafarers mostly hugged the coast, merchants from the Arabian Peninsula, Persia, India, and even China were boldly crisscrossing the open ocean. By the 8th century, Arab and Persian ships regularly sailed from the Red Sea or Persian Gulf to India's west coast, and sometimes on to Southeast Asian ports like I do apologize, Srivijaya, in today's Indonesia. Well, maybe they had trouble pronouncing it too. Excuse me for being human. Well, the seasonal monsoon winds governed this trade. Every year ships would sail eastward on the summer monsoon, as when winds blew from Africa towards South Asia, and then ride the winter monsoon back west. The winds were actually pretty reliable, so reliable that navigators knew a roughly 6-month cycle for a round trip. For example, a merchant might depart Oman in June, reach India by July, wait in Indian ports for a few months, and then catch the December winds to return to Arabia. As a result, merchants often had to spend extended time in foreign ports waiting for the winds to shift, which meant that they became temporary residents abroad, learning local customs, sometimes even starting families there. In fact, many coastal communities around the Indian Ocean had established merchant diasporas. There were Arab and Persian merchant quarters in Indian and East African ports, and by the 13th century there were even small Muslim and Jewish trading communities living in the Chinese port city of Quanzhou. Chinese officials of the Song dynasty appointed special administrators to manage the affairs of these foreign traders, a sign of how significant and ultimately accepted their presence had become. Now, the scale of the Indian Ocean commerce was vast and diverse. Arabian frankincense and African ivory made their way to India. Indian spices, pepper, cinnamon, ginger, and cotton textiles went westward to the Middle East and Europe. Chinese silks and porcelain moved in all directions. Everybody wanted them. The ships that carried these goods were some of the largest of their time. The Arabs and Indians built dhows and large sailing ships, sometimes called junks by later Europeans, with capacities of several hundred tons. Chinese junks, especially in the 13th and 15th centuries, were truly enormous, multi-decked with watertight bulkhead compartments, the crews numbering in the hundreds. Marco Polo described these Chinese vessels with awe, noting their size and construction. Such sturdy ships could undertake long ocean voyages with a low risk of sinking, and they are, well, rather impressive to foreign observers, who were used to these smaller crafts of the Mediterranean. But of course, piracy was present in the Indian Ocean too, though the sheer expanse of the sea made it a bit less pervasive than in Europe's narrower waters. Certain choke points, like the Strait of Malacca between Sumatra and the Malay Peninsula, were notorious for pirate fleets preying on laden junks. Local rulers or warlords in those areas might demand tolls from passing ships in exchange for protection. Protection from themselves, basically, or simply just to avoid attack. In the Persian Gulf and around the Ceylon, which is Sri Lanka, pirate raids occurred as well, through powerful states like the Chola kings of South India in the 11th century, and later the Omani sultans took measures to police important routes for their own benefit. But generally speaking, the Indian Ocean trade network thrived on cooperation and mutual interest rather than domination by a single navy or empire. No one kingdom controlled these seas in the medieval era. Instead, a kind of tacit understanding prevailed. Ships from distant lands would trade peaceably at the established ports. Merchants developed common practices, like using bilingual brokers and accepted weights and measures to smooth transactions in foreign lands. They also often traded via trust-based credit, relying on long-standing relationships. It's quite telling that medieval Arab documents from Cairo mention partnerships between Muslim, Jewish, and Hindu traders, pragmatic alliances to share costs and profits of maritime ventures. From various travel accounts, we know the stories of individual merchant voyages on the Indian Ocean. The Geniza letters, documents from a medieval Jewish archive in Cairo, include one from a trader named Abraham ben Yiju, who in the mid-12th century lived for years on the Malabar coast of India. He dealt in spices and dyes, married a local woman, and later returned to the Middle East. His letters reveal both profit and peril. At one point he anxiously writes about a shipment lost at sea, and asks his associates to help recover any of it if they can. Another famous traveler, who we mentioned, Ibn Battuta, though not primarily a merchant, often relied on merchant ships to get where he needed to go. On one leg of his journey in the 1340s, he prepared to sail from the Maldives with a large ship that was to carry his possessions, while he took a smaller companion vessel. But fate intervened. The larger ships, with his goods and gifts, departed without him, and they later sank in a storm, and he only survived because he had not been on board. Silver linings, I suppose. He did lament the loss of his property, though, but it showed for him how chancy sea travel could be. And we also have an intriguing letter preserved from the Geniza collection describing an Iraqi Jewish merchant who lost everything in a shipwreck. The letter is essentially a plea on his behalf to the broader trade community, asking others to extend him loans or goods on credit so he could restart the business. It shows both to the ever-present risk of ruin at sea and to the solidarity that merchant networks could offer to one of their own in times of misfortune. And so in many ways, the maritime trade routes of the medieval world were the precursors of what we have now in this global economy. They allowed not only goods, but people, beliefs, and technologies to circulate widely. Thanks to seaborne commerce, Islam spread with merchants to East African and Southeast Asian ports, introducing new faiths and cultures. Missionaries and explorers, from Franciscan friars who took a passage on merchant ships, to Chinese Buddhist monks sailing to India, they all used the trade routes to pursue their own quests. Knowledge of geography and navigation advanced as well. Medieval portolan charts, that is, navigational maps created by Italian and Catalan cartographers, were astonishingly accurate for coastlines, reflecting the cumulative observations of generations of sailors. In the 15th century, Arab navigators like Ahmad ibn Majid wrote detailed guides to the Indian Ocean's winds and currents that would later inform European explorers. Thus, by ship as by caravan, medieval merchants expanded the horizons of their world, and each successful voyage could bring enormous profit. A single round trip to India might yield a cargo of spices that, when sold in Europe, repaid the journey's cost many times over. But, of course, the other side of the coin is each voyage could end in disaster, wiping out a life's work in an instant. This high-risk, high-reward dynamic made the merchant's life both dramatic and precarious. To their contemporaries, merchants sometimes seemed daring like adventurers, other times more like gamblers. And as we've seen, whether navigating the high seas or the high passes, the traveling merchants of the Middle Ages had to be resilient and resourceful. They operated at the mercy of the winds and weather, politics and pests. Yet through it all, they managed to connect the world in a way that very few others managed to do in that era. So how do we sum it up? Well, we could say that the traveling merchants of the medieval world were the true adventurers of their age. Though they carried ledgers instead of swords, I suppose. Their journeys across continents were arduous and risky, but also transformative. By traversing such vast distances and linking so many far-flung societies, the merchants helped lay the groundwork for a more interconnected world. They were agents of economic change, bringing spices, silk, gold, and countless other goods to places that had never even seen them before. And in their wake, they left not only richer markets, but also a trail of cultural exchange. New ideas in navigation, finance, art, and science often followed the trade routes that they blazed. It is often said that the Middle Ages were a time of insularity. But when we look at the traveling merchant, when we see a different story, one of cosmopolitan connections and curiosity about the wider world. While nobles and knights fought their wars, it was the merchants who quietly fueled the engines of growth, turning the wheels of commerce that affected everyday lives. For every famous name like Marco Polo or Ibn Battuta, there's thousands of other merchants whose names are forgotten, but their collective effort changed the course of history. They opened up corridors between civilizations, paving the way in a very real sense for the age of exploration that followed in the 15th and 16th centuries. The skills and knowledge they developed, from sophisticated contracts and credit systems to improved ship designs and maps, became the tools by which later explorers would navigate the globe. And so, by studying the life of a medieval traveling merchant, we can gain an insight into a world that was far more connected than it might appear at first. We see that the Middle Ages weren't just about the feudal castles and isolated villages, but they were also having that story in between, those caravan trails, and the busy docks teeming with goods and people on the move. These merchants may not have always received the glory of the explorers and the heroes, but their impact upon the world was profound. Their resilience, ingenuity, and willingness to take risks expanded the horizons of everyone around them. And indeed, the legacy of the medieval merchant in the global relationship and economic foundations they built can still be felt today. So in their own way, they were explorers and bridge builders, demonstrating that even in an age before engines or electricity, human enterprise could connect the corners of the earth. On a summer day in 1540, an executioner at London's Tower Hill makes a mess of an already gruesome task. The victim was Thomas Cromwell, a powerful minister of Henry VIII, but the crowd's horror was not directed at the traitor's death, but rather the incompetence of the executioner. Contemporary chronicler Edward Hall recorded how Cromwell, quote, so patiently suffered the stroke of the axe by a ragged and butcherly miser, which very ungoodly performed the office. In an era when executions were meant to demonstrate the crown's swift justice, a botched beheading was deemed unnecessarily cruel, and not to mention quite unprofessional. The executioner's greatest offense, as suggested by Hall, was not the killing itself, but his failure to deliver a quick, clean end. This is but one account, but it shows the paradoxical role of a medieval executioner, a figure at once central to law and order, yet universally stigmatized for the very violence that he was obliged to carry out. Executioners in medieval Europe occupied a rather unique but uneasy position in society. Tasked with enforcing the ultimate punishment of the law, they were indispensable agents of justice, especially as public executions became the dramatic crescendo of medieval criminal proceedings. Yet these same men, for the role was almost exclusively male, were socially reviled, often literally living on the margins of the community they served. The life of an executioner was typically marked by isolation, inherited duty, and strict professional demands that might surprise the modern imagination. Far from that volunteer, hooded axeman of popular myth, historical executioners were usually reluctant recruits who treated their office with a sober seriousness, and who needed considerable expertise to avoid disasters like we mentioned in the introduction. The story of medieval executioners is one of duty and dishonor, skill and stigma, a very human story at its core, and it gives us a pretty good window into the values but also the contradictions of medieval society. So let's take a look at the lives of medieval executioners. Another grim topic, but I know that's what you're here for. Allow me first to welcome you to the channel. If you are new here, or if you're yet to click the subscribe button, I advise you to do so. And I would like to first thank the supporters on Patreon, YouTube memberships, those who checked out the merch store, and those who kindly donated. This video is 100% ad-free because of their kind donations. We are sustained by the audience here. Now, with all that out of the way, let's get to the topic at hand. Nice and relaxed. Well, let's start with the early medieval ages. Somewhat of a chronological approach today. The role of an executioner in this time was pretty much unknown. Early medieval justice systems were often decentralized and rooted in more community-based or familial responses to crime. Among the Germanic kingdoms that replaced the Western Roman Empire, formal capital punishment was actually quite rare to other forms of redress such as Wehrgild, that is, monetary compensation for wrongdoing, or even blood feud as well. The earliest law codes of the post-Roman tribes make no mention of any official charge, specifically with executions. For example, the 6th century Lex Burgundionum, that is the law of the Burgundians, lex being the Latin word for law, and Burgundionum being the word for Burgundians. Well, it refers to a royal official called the Vitiskalk, as essentially a court officer who proclaimed sentences. But this person, quote, only passed on sentences, not executed them. This suggests that in that era, if a death sentence was carried out, it was not by a permanent executioner, but likely by whatever agent of authority was available. A soldier, a local strong man, or even by the injured party's family, of course, all under sanction of the court. Ecclesiastical influence in early medieval Europe also played quite a role in the absence of a formal executioner's office. The church advocated mercy and penance over bloodshed for much of this period, and trials by ordeal or combat were commonly used to simply let God decide a culprit's fate. When outright executions did occur, they were often military or political in nature. Let's just take one example, the battlefield execution of prisoners or the post-revolt massacres ordered by kings like Charlemagne. These executions were carried out by knights or soldiers, rather than by a designated professional. In Anglo-Saxon England, a convicted thief or murderer might be hanged, but the duty could fall to a local sheriff, or even to the accuser, or perhaps the victim's kin, following the ethos of personal retribution within this legal framework. In essence, the idea of execution as a full-time occupation had not yet come to existence. It was a still grim task, sure, but it was assigned case by case. On those occasions when an execution needed to be done, medieval communities sometimes resorted to creative coercion to find someone willing to act as the headsman. Chronic anecdotes hint that some early executioners were themselves unwilling participants. One notorious method was to recruit from the ranks of the condemned. If a prisoner slated for execution could be convinced or, perhaps, desperate enough to, quote, swap the noose for the sword, he might even be pardoned, on the condition that he take up the role of the executioner. In Scandinavia, this practice was extensively used in the late early medieval and early high medieval period. Such men were essentially dead in the eyes of society, complete outcasts, their old lives now forfeit, pariahs, essentially, and thus they could perform the community's dirty work. According to a Danish account preserved by the historian Hugo Matheson in 1470, that is, on the cusp between the medieval and Renaissance period, a Swedish thief in Ardboga was standing at the gallows when he begged for mercy and offered to become the town executioner. The gathered public took a bit of pity on him, and after a little bit of conversation, they actually agreed. The man was pardoned, but not without the permanent stain of his new station. A red-hot iron branded his flesh, with the symbols of both thief and executioner, literally writing his shame onto his body. Well, that example shows a transition underway, don't you think? Executioners were being made, not born, not hired, often from the ranks of these outcasts. To ensure everyone knew the executioner's identity, and to prevent them from slipping back into an ordinary life, authorities in some regions mutilated or marked these men. Scandinavian sources indicate that a new executioner might have one or both ears cut off as a visible sign of his new office. And spoiler alert, they don't grow back. Elsewhere, executioners were branded on the face or forehead with irons, effectively a permanent badge of infamy. Extreme measures like this, it's a bit of an example of how socially toxic the role had already become by the end of the early medieval era. The executioner was set apart as a kind of living scapegoat, bearing the literal scars of the community's sins. Thus, through the early Middle Ages and into the 11th century, one cannot yet speak of a standardized executioner's profession, at least across Europe. Capital punishments, yeah, they certainly existed, as evidenced by chronicle reports of hangings, beheadings, and burning of heretics or rebels, but the task was usually handled in quite an ad hoc manner. The very reluctance of people to perform executions, except under duress or necessity, set the stage for the later development of a more specialized professional office. The early medieval executioner, insofar as he existed, was an outsider, not by coincidence but by design. You see, by forcing condemned criminals or marginal persons into the role, communities kept the taint of blood off respectable hands. Over time, the practice of shunting the duty onto social pariahs would crystallize into a hereditary profession. But first, changes in law and urban society during the High Middle Ages would create the conditions for the professional executioner to finally appear in a more formal context. Okay, so let's talk about the situation in the High Middle Ages. If you don't know what the High Middle Ages are, that is the 11th to the 13th centuries. So, that's just to help you get your bearings a little bit if you're not familiar with the terminology. It was at this time where there was some profound shifts in European legal systems and urban life taking place. And of course, that led to the emergence of the executioner as a more recognized public official. Kings strengthened their authority. Towns gained the rights of self-governance. The administration of criminal justice was becoming more systematic. Executioners, as the ultimate assertion of law, were increasingly staged as public events to deter crime and symbolize sovereign power. And while there's probably nothing more demonstrative of power than just being able to cut someone's head off in the middle of the public square, it certainly discourages people from committing crimes. Well, by the 12th and 13th centuries, many regions moved away from purely compensatory justice and began to impose the death penalty for a wider array of offenses, especially for crimes like murder, theft, treason, heresy, where moral outrage or the need for deterrence was pretty high. With this expansion of capital punishment came a need for a more reliable professional executioner to carry out sentences efficiently and regularly. One indicator of this shift is terminology in the sources. Earlier medieval documents rarely used a specific term for executioner, but by the 13th century, new titles start to appear. In German-speaking areas, words like Nachrichter, which sounds as bad as it is, it actually means after judge, and Scharfrichter, the sharp judge or headsman, came into use. While Latin records too might use carnifex, a term dating back to the Roman executioner. In French, bourreau eventually became the word for executioner, though its usage solidified somewhat later. These terms reflect a view of the executioner as an extension of the judiciary, that is, one who implements the judge's sentence after verdict. So quite rightly now a part of the system. Now notably, that word Nachrichter implies someone who executes judgment after the trial, emphasizing the quasi-judicial nature of the role rather than just casting it as mere savagery. But the first explicit documentation of a permanent executioner in a European town also appears around this time. City charters and law records from the late 13th century occasionally mention the office. Just as one example, the city charter of Augsburg in 1276 contains what is likely the earliest reference to an official executioner in that municipality. This suggests that by the late 1200s, some towns had found it quite necessary to appoint or at least hire a specialist for executions. The rise of towns and the judicial autonomy many gained in the period was key to this. Medieval cities sought to assert their right of high justice, the privilege to pronounce and execute capital sentences, which had formerly been the purview of nobles or kings. Hiring a professional executioner, but that was all part of that assertion of authority, ensuring that justice could be visibly served within the town's walls. As for the town councils, they recruited professional executioners as a way to bolster their control over crime and provide a frightful spectacle of public punishment as a deterrent. Dare I say it probably worked for most people, but desperate times, desperate measures. And as always, you gotta risk it for the biscuit. So sometimes even the spectacle of having your head cut off in public wouldn't discourage you from seeking riches in underhanded means. After all, we've all got to make a living. You just hope that you run faster than the soldiers chasing you, and hope they don't have sore horses. Well, in other words, as the urban centers grew and developed their own courts, the executioner's role evolved from a necessary evil to more of a civic necessity, albeit one carefully kept at arm's length. During the 13th century, new legal philosophies also contributed to this development. The rediscovery of Roman law and the influence of scholastic theology led to a framework where the state, or the city, was expected to punish wrongdoers and maintain order. Executions were no longer ad hoc vengeance, but part of a more orderly process. Justice that had to be seen to be done. The gruesome public executions of this time, whether they were hangings, beheadings, burnings at the stake, were consciously used to instill fear and obedience. And this meant that the executioner's work was often very public, before large crowds. The hooded, anonymous headsman of later legend, that was not the norm in the Middle Ages. In fact, the medieval executioner typically did not wear a mask. Why is that? Well, it was precisely because everybody already knew who he was. I mean, they put him up for the job, didn't they? So what's the point? Far from being able to hide, he was a known figure, sometimes even required to wear identifiable dress or insignia when on duty. For instance, chroniclers mention cases where executioners had to carry a special staff or even wear a particular colored garment in public, signaling their profession so people could avoid physical contact with them. Untouchables of the European variety. By the end of the High Middle Ages, 14th century, many parts of Europe had established the office of executioner at least in some form, and some executioners were itinerant professionals, traveling a circuit of villages and towns that had too few executions to each employ a full-time hangman. Others became salaried officers attached to a city or a prince's court. In German lands, for example, a trend towards standing executioners on regular salary was emerging by the 14th to 15th centuries. But the job was, well, so universally shunned that it was often forced upon certain families. A common pattern was beginning. An executioner might be appointed from a criminal background or born into the trade, inheriting it via family ties, and then his sons and his sons-in-laws would succeed him. What started as opportunistic recruitment of anyone desperate or perhaps despicable enough for the task, solidified into more lineages of executioners. By the 13 and 1400s, the phenomenon of executioner families was noted across Europe. The occupation, though not legally hereditary, became de facto hereditary in many places. We can observe that genealogies of executioners could be drawn much like any other European royal dynasty, monopolizing their grim office over generations. Yet even the role of professionalized executioner in the late medieval period, the ambivalence and stigma attached to it grew. In medieval moral hierarchy, certain trades were considered unclean and dishonorable, and executioners, well, increasingly they fell squarely into that latter category. Surprisingly, though, in early medieval times in earlier times of the High Middle Ages, rather, the hangman's dishonor was not always sharply distinguished from that of other unpopular but needed professions. For example, let's look at butchers and tanners. They dealt with blood and animal carcasses, and because of that they were also viewed with a degree of ritual impurity, and even millers were sometimes regarded with suspicion for cheating customers. The executioner was initially just one among several unclean figures. However, as guilds and towns drew stricter lines of respectability in the late Middle Ages, executioners were increasingly singled out and pushed to the margins of civic life. By the late 15th and early 16th centuries, we saw guild articles and city laws explicitly barring hangmen and their kin from guild membership, civic honors, and even church attendance. A sign that by the end of the medieval era, the executioner had firmly become a social outcast. Well, before examining the later medieval social conditions in detail, I want to make it clear to you that by the High Middle Ages, the executioner had emerged from the shadows to become a known functionary in the machinery of justice, simultaneously an agent of government and an outcast of society, necessary and impure at the same time. In the late Middle Ages, we can see this contradiction intensify, producing a fully formed culture of executioners living on Europe's social fringes, even as they performed one of the realm's most vital public services. By the late Middle Ages, that is the 14th and 15th centuries, the institution of the executioner had spread across much of Europe's towns and cities, accompanied, of course, by an elaborate web of customs, privileges, and don't forget the restrictions. The executioner was now typically a permanent post, often held by one family over multiple generations, and his duties had expanded along with the growing sophistication of criminal law. This period provides the clearest picture of the life of a medieval executioner, thanks of course to better documentation in town records, chronicles, and even the rare memoir. Yeah, we'll get to that, don't worry. Well, in this era, executioners became paradoxically both more integrated but more isolated in society. They were integrated in the sense that authorities formally recognized their role with salaries, contracts, exclusive rights. For example, a city might grant its executioner free lodging and exemption from taxes and tolls as part of his compensation. Not a bad deal, right? Well, some archival records show executioners being paid handsomely, and that's per task, by the way. So the more executions you would do, the more you would get. In the 13th century England, an executioner could earn about 5 shillings per execution. Doesn't sound like much, but it was equivalent to several weeks' wages for a skilled laborer. All you need is, well, 2 or 3 of them a month, and you're doing pretty good. By the 15th century, Fees of 10 shillings per beheading were recorded in some places, a considerable reward that reflected the importance and difficulty of the act. These payments and perks made the executioner economically better off than many commoners, and that's a fact that is not lost on contemporaries. In fact, we'll find a lot of them often resenting seeing a social outcast reap such financial rewards. Now, if you're a natural introvert, well, it might be a decent career move. And indeed, executioners in prosperous cities could become quite wealthy from their official duties, and a little bit of side businesses too. Because remember, if you were only getting maybe 2 or 3 executions a month, of course you'd be doing other things in the meantime, right? Why not open up a little tannery? Or even a brewery? Oh, there's so many options. Side hustles. I have a video about medieval business, if you want to look at that. And recently I did one about running a medieval tavern. That being said, I don't think anybody would be showing up to the executioner's tavern, though he could brew the beer himself, or the ale, or wine, whatever it is, and then sell it on, but they'd probably be keeping it a secret where it's sourced from. Anyway, a bit of imagination there. Well, at the same time as all this, late medieval executioners were culturally and socially pushed to the margins harder than ever before. Wherever they served, they and their families were treated as if contagious moral impurity had clung to them. Like I said, proper untouchables. Let's look at France and the Holy Roman Empire. Executioners were typically barred from living inside the city walls. They dwelt on the outskirts, or just beyond the gate. A late 15th century ordinance in Burgundy, for instance, ordered that the executioner reside by the town's leper house, effectively associating him with those unclean people in a biblical sense. If an executioner had to enter the city, rules often confined his presence to what was necessary for his work. He couldn't just go in for a night out at the pub or anything. One chronicler describes how in some towns executioners could only come in on certain days, or they had to wear identifying... Well, I'm getting executed at the moment, aren't I? Let's start again. They could only come into town on certain days, and they had to wear identifying gloves so that townsfolk might avoid inadvertent contact. Now, of course, this must have some psychological implications upon them, don't you think? Because remember that a lot of this was hereditary. You know, my dad was an executioner, my grandfather was an executioner, so now I have to do it. Regardless, you think people just want to make friends? Be normal people. After all, executioner or not, everyone's human, and everyone needs to talk to people from time to time. All this social isolation, it was enforced both through custom and law. Church attendance, that was the cornerstone of community life, and it was heavily restricted for executioners. Many churches did not permit an executioner to mix with the congregation. At best, he might be allowed to stand in a designated pew, often at the back, separated from the rest of the faithful. In some locales, executioners were outright forbidden from going into the churches, except perhaps when no one else was present. There was a rationale behind this too, a mix of superstition and stigma. Shedding blood, even lawfully, was thought to defile a man spiritually, and his presence in the church was seen as a potential pollution of the sacred space, an unwelcome miasma-like spirit coming in. And similarly, municipal regulations banned executioners and their families from public inns, bathhouses and markets, alongside ordinary citizens. The town of Memmingen in Bavaria famously passed an ordinance in 1528, a little bit after the medieval period, I know, but I want to mention it, that made it illegal for any citizen to sit at the same table or even eat with an executioner, even though the executioner was an employee of the town. Well, this merely codified what had been long common practice. Executioners often had to dine alone, and if they entered a tavern, others would keep a wide berth, or just get up and leave altogether. Pretty much like a leper coming in. But instead of this physical danger, it was more seen as a spiritual danger. You don't want to be around that kind of person. Late medieval society's treatment of executioners thus verged on that of untouchability, as we've mentioned. A vivid description of that comes from later folklore, but encapsulates the late medieval reality. If an executioner walked through a busy market, a kind of bubble of empty space would form around him, as people hastily moved away to avoid even brushing against his clothing. Simply touching an executioner was believed to bring bad luck, even moral contamination. So one can imagine the psychological burden on the executioner's children who found themselves shunned by their friends. Well, perhaps they weren't even their friends to begin with. Sometimes even refused admission to any schools because their father's infamous profession. Not good. Well, that being said, there wasn't that many places for them to go anyway. These were more church institutions that they were locked out of when we say schools, things like that. So it's not surprisingly, executioner families tended to close ranks. They often lived together in small enclaves, and it became common for the children of one executioner to marry into the family of another. It just makes sense. By the late Middle Ages, endogamy, that is, in-marriage among executioner dynasties, was prevalent. Daughters of executioners marrying the sons of executioners, creating a self-perpetuating caste. Well, this was part practical. In part, I suppose. No other family would readily consent to such a match. But in part it was also cultural, as only someone raised in the milieu of that trade could fully understand the peculiar burdens and secret knowledge of the business. Several executioner dynasties in late medieval Europe began a lineage that would last well into the modern era. In France, for example, the Sanson family, though famous in the 17th and 18th centuries, traced its origins to an earlier tradition of hereditary executioners in Normandy. In Germany, records from the 1400s show certain families like the Meister Franz line in Nuremberg, or the Reinholder family elsewhere, dominating the office. This family nature of the work only reinforced the outsider's perception that the executioner were a breed apart, almost a tribe denied any civil status among the ordinary folk. Well, by 1500, the medieval executioner stood as an established, if uncomfortable, feature of society, recognized, tolerated, but importantly, never accepted. Well, having talked about all this and set the stage with how the role developed and how executioners were viewed by the late Middle Ages, we can get into the details. What was it like? The daily life, the daily work. Who were these men behind the mask, if any mask was worn at all? And what exactly did their job entail? How exactly did one become an executioner, and what skills were required? We've discussed that briefly, but we'll go into a bit more detail. And what perks made the job tempting to some in different areas? And don't forget about the danger that loomed over them too. So, let's get to that. Explore the executioner's professional world, This mix of practical knowledge, precise brutality, and unusual side duties, as well as the personal and familiar sphere of those labelled masters of death. To the medieval mind, an execution was not just a killing. It was the ultimate legal ritual, carefully choreographed, a piece of public drama of justice and punishment. The executioner, as the central performer in this theatre, had to carry out his duties with a high degree of skill, even a bit of artistry, I suppose. Far from being an unskilled brute, the successful executioner in the Middle Ages was expected to be technically competent and mentally disciplined. His profession, reputation, and sometimes his life depended on it. The core duty, of course, was to execute sentenced criminals, by whatever method the law or custom prescribed. Medieval Europe knew a variety of execution methods, of course. Beheading, hanging, burning at the stake, drowning, garroting, breaking on the wheel. It's probably one of the worst ones. And then, of course, you got dismemberment. Well, you got a few more, depending on different places, but these were the main ones. I suppose it depends what you did, how much people didn't like you. Executioners needed to master multiple techniques too. Beheading was considered an honorable death, often reserved for those nobles or high-status offenders, and it required a great bit of skill with a sword or axe. In England, the headsman's axe was usually the main implement for beheading, whereas on the continent, especially in German and Italian cities, a long sword was preferred. We do have surviving examples of these executioners' swords, by the way, which are straight-bladed, two-handed swords without a point, since they were not for combat, but purely for cutting off heads. They were often engraved with pious or moralizing inscriptions, showing once again the solemnity of the act. A little bit later, but one 17th century's executioner's sword from Germany famously bears the inscription, "When I raise this sword, so I wish that this poor sinner will receive eternal life." Well, that's a bit chilling, isn't it? Even in delivering death, it seems the executioner should pray for the soul of the condemned, but it also reflects the executioner's self-image, not as a murderer, no, but as an instrument of divine and kingly justice, just doing his job. Well, granting the condemned, of course, a chance to atone and receive eternal life, even as he's hacking away at the back of their neck. I suppose everything has to be seen in a theological context. But cutting off heads like this, that wasn't the most common method. At least for ordinary criminals, thieves, bandits, etc. Most of them were hanged, and of course that too had its own techniques. A medieval executioner had to know how to tie the noose and where to position the knot for a quick death. However, unlike the modern long drop hanging, medieval hangings often led to death by slow strangulation, unless the executioner or assistants pulled on the victim's legs to hasten death. Now that must have been a grim task. Sometimes it was done out of mercy, or even a bribe had been paid for a quicker end. Still not good, though. Well, we can't go past the burnings now, such as those of heretics or witches, particularly in the late medieval period. The executioner's role was to arrange the pyre, or often to strangle or otherwise kill the victim before the flames grew unbearable. If that was allowed, it sometimes was. Chroniclers do mention instances where a condemned person was secretly choked or a bag of gunpowder was hung around their neck to ensure a mercifully swift death in the flames. In these acts, when they did occur, were usually thanks to an executioner's discretion, or perhaps a hefty payment from the victim's family, Like we said, side hustles. The punishment of breaking on the wheel, like I said, gotta be the worst one, reserved for heinous crimes like aggravated murder by the late Middle Ages, involved the executioner smashing the limbs and bones of a living victim with an iron bar and then threading them through a wagon wheel. They would just hack away at your knees and elbows, any bones that they could find, pretty much just turning you into a bag of walnuts, if we want to use that terminology. Of course, this required physical strength and accuracy to deliver the blows in the prescribed horrific sequence, and some executioners unfortunately became quite notorious for prolonging or even conversely swiftly ending the torture, depending on their character or the expectations of the crowd. But no matter what the method, professionalism was paramount. Authorities and spectators alike demanded that an execution be carried out smoothly, with minimal unnecessary suffering, beyond the punishment itself intended. A clumsy executioner who needed too many blows to decapitate someone, or who set a fire poorly such that the victim burned too slow, would face public anger, and in some regions, the standards were actually codified. Let's look at some German towns first. They often had an informal 3-strike rule for beheadings. If the headsman failed to dispatch the condemned in 3 strikes, the crowd might literally take his life too in place of the victim's. Though, that being said, I think the victim would probably be bleeding out already over time, so it's pretty cold comfort for them. While this was not usually written law, it was a well-known folk custom. It's been noted, too, that in some of these German towns, an executioner was permitted 3 times to get the job done before he was grabbed by the crowd and just thrown on the block himself. Likewise, in France, a botched execution could lead to a riot. City officials might punish the executioner afterwards by docking his pay, throwing him in prison, or even firing him. You're fired. The medieval mindset saw a bungled execution as an affront not only to human decency, but to justice itself, possibly even an omen of divine disfavor, since a clean execution signified the righteousness of the sentence, whereas a disaster on the scaffold, well, that could be interpreted as God intervening to show the victim's innocence. And this is why executioners honed their craft so assiduously. They didn't want any mistakes making them look bad. So what about training? How'd that start? Well, like with most things in the Middle Ages, you had to go through an apprenticeship, often from father to son. An inspiring executioner in a family dynasty would start young, learning how to tie knots, handle weapons, perform lesser duties such as quartering bodies or disposing of remains. The famous Nuremberg executioner Franz Schmidt, whose 16th century diary provides a rare first-hand look at the profession, recounts how as a youth he practiced decapitation first on inanimate targets like pumpkins, and then on animals, graduating from stray cats or dogs to larger livestock, before even approaching a human victim. Vegans in the comments section not happy about that one. This was, of course, a gruesome training, but it was all deemed necessary to build the precision and nerve required. Schmidt's diary notes that his father, an executioner before him, supervised this progression and only allowed him to perform an actual execution after extensive practice. Such apprenticeships could last years, ensuring that by the time the new executioner took up the sword or the rope in his town, He was as prepared as he could possibly be. But executioners were also responsible for torture during interrogations. Now that is a grim task. I think that's more grim than the actual executions, to be honest. Medieval and early modern courts frequently used torture to extract confessions or information, and of course, all that dirty work fell to the executioner. The aspect of the job further required a detailed knowledge of how much pain a human body could take without dying, knowledge that you only got through experience. Practice makes perfect, I suppose. Devices like the rack, thumb screws, or the strappado might be employed on the executioner under a magistrate's orders. Now, just quickly, the rack, we know that as the stretching of the limbs. It would dislocate all your limbs, essentially. Not good. Thumb screws, basically these big things they would put over your thumbs and screw down these, well, screws, I suppose, and eventually would penetrate your thumbnails and, well, you can imagine in your head how that would be problematic. Then we have the strappado that I mentioned. Right, so put your hands behind your back, okay? At the back of your chair, your hands together. Now imagine that they're tying a rope on your wrists, and then that rope is attached to a sort of hoist. And then, of course, they are hoisting your body up and sort of like putting you back and forth, up and down in the air. Of course, arms are not meant to move that way. So you can imagine, quite chillingly, I suppose, this is the best way for me to explain it to you, how your shoulders would eventually dislocate, and, well, your body would not deal well with this. Those were the three main methods. Of course, it paints a grim picture, doesn't it? It contributed to an unexpected skill set. Executioners became, in a sense, experts in anatomy and also trauma, understanding how to relieve or inflict suffering. And indeed, contemporary accounts and later analysis reveal a striking irony. You see, executioners often possessed medical knowledge that rivaled or even exceeded that of licensed physicians of the day. By necessity, a headsman knew how to swiftly sever joints or arteries. A torturer knew how to resuscitate a fainting prisoner, or treat a wound to keep someone alive for further questioning. So over generations, this practical anatomy translated into an informal surgical tradition within the executioner families. By the late medieval period, it was not unknown for an executioner to double as a healer or bone setter for his community. One of the few services he could provide that did overcome social barriers, because even those who shunned him socially might secretly seek his help when desperate. But think about it. If you're a little 8-year-old boy, fallen over or something, you've dislocated your shoulder, and your mother tells you, quick, go to the executioner's house. I don't think you'd be too keen. A little nervous, perhaps. Well, of course, let's move on. There is one historian, Hanel Clamatela, who observes that executioners had, quote, fundamental knowledge of human anatomy, and even exhibited uncommonly high literacy rates for people of their class, since they needed to read court orders and keep records. Some executioners compiled remedy books or had apprenticeships in rudimentary medicine. An unexpected side hustle again. There are also documented cases of late medieval and early modern executioners acting as healers. For example, a 1579 license issued by King Frederick II of Denmark formally granted Anders Fremont, the executioner of Copenhagen, the right to set bones and treat old wounds. though pointedly forbidding him from treating recent injuries, likely so he wouldn't compete with regular surgeons. Well, regular surgeons, I'm guessing they weren't inviting him out for drinks either. There was another Copenhagen executioner, Andreas Liebknecht, became so renowned for treating venereal disease around 1695 that he even wrote a medical book on the subject. Now, these are later examples, but they do stem from a trend that was already visible in the 15th century. People might avoid the executioner in the marketplace, yet if they had a persistent ailment or a dislocated limb, the executioner's door would be knocked on in secret. Franz Schmidt himself wrote in his journal that he treated hundreds of patients, far more than the number of people that he executed. In one tally, across nearly 50 years of service, Schmidt executed 394 individuals, but in terms of providing medical treatment, he claims to have done it for 15,000. He even mused that he would rather have been a doctor by profession, had fate not forced him into that role of the executioner. Thus, the late medieval executioner seems to be a man of dual faces. On the scaffold he was a cold enforcer of death, but behind closed doors he might be a pragmatic healer and a folk doctor. A nice guy at heart, I suppose. Well, this dual role improved his lot only slightly. It earned him a bit of begrudging respect and extra income, but it didn't erase the stigma. As one executioner's contemporaries put it, people who didn't want anything to do with an executioner socially would still come to his house if times were tough. The executioner's knowledge was valued, even if his person was not. Finally, the executioner was responsible for many post-execution tasks. You can't just leave the body there, can't you? After an execution, it was the executioner himself who disposed of the corpse, whether that by burying it, often in unhallowed ground, gibbeting it, that being hanging the body, or just the severed head in an iron cage on a roadside gallows as a warning, or quartering it and sending it to the parts of various city gates. These chores ensured that no ordinary citizen had to handle a traitor's remains. The master of high works would take care of it. Executioners often also acted as grave diggers for people who took their own lives, or for criminals. Again, because such bodies were considered to be polluted. Additionally, the executioner was charged with carrying out non-lethal corporal punishments, that is, whipping criminals, cutting off ears, or the hands of thieves. Where such sentences were given, this wasn't universal, and also branding people, a pretty ironic task, given that many executioners bore brands themselves. And then there was also escorting offenders during shame punishments like public pillorying or parading. Now, the pillory is a different word for the stocks. You know, when they put your head and arms in the wooden block and people throw tomatoes at you and all the rest. Well, if they had tomatoes were not native to Europe, but they would throw something at you, or just hurl insults. Well, in many cities, the executioner became a general specialist in all the dirty work of the community, a role that the French came to call les basses ouvriers, the low works. I hope I said that right. Could have French people in the comments yelling at me. I'm trying to improve, really. Anyway, these tasks included being the knacker, removing and flaying animal carcasses, the cesspit cleaner, and even the street cleaner for filth that others would not touch. And the logic was simple. Since the executioner was already polluted by death, additional filthy jobs could be assigned to him without newly tarnishing an innocent soul. Late medieval records from France and the Low Countries and Germany all indicate executioners had exclusive rights to certain unpleasant tasks with hidden profits. For instance, only the executioner could clean the city latrines and cesspools, but he had the right to keep any valuables he found in the sewage. I know, right? It still doesn't sound good. Similarly, any stray dog caught could be taken to the executioner for culling, and he might collect a fee or a bounty for each. Animal carcasses in the streets, they were his to collect too, and with them he gained the animal hides, meat, and bones to sell. Why the bones? Well, bones were often rendered into glue or fat, and that was a common byproduct. Medieval stuff, you know. In a sense, the executioner was a one-man public works department for all those jobs deemed too foul or spiritually corrupt for anyone else to handle. One particularly interesting duty was that in some areas the executioner had a kind of oversight over other outcasts. He could be put in charge of regulating the women of the night, if you know what I mean. Lepers and gamblers, the fringe populations of medieval society. In the 16th century Troyes in France, for example, the executioner was allowed to collect a tax from women of the night, 5 sous, once from each new worker, and of course from lepers he would take a liard, a small coin. Anyone who entered the city was subject to that. This bizarre arrangement basically made him the sovereign of the underworld. It put a bit of extra money in his purse, while reinforcing his symbolic position of the lord of society's lowest, the prince of the poverty line. In other places, executioners were tasked with expelling vagrants or driving lepers out of town limits when plague or fear of contagion arose, and they often maintained the brothels or gambling houses too on behalf of authorities, since interacting with those kinds of people was considered defiling for most citizens. But the hangman's moral status could hardly sink any lower by doing so. In all these duties, the executioner had to balance on a knife edge, performing essential functions, yet reinforcing his own infamous reputation with each task. It is little wonder that executioners developed a certain pride in their work as a counterweight. Far from the crackling sadists of fiction, many saw themselves as professionals, just upholding justice. They would have seen themselves as law enforcement officials, I suppose. Executioners often took an oath of office, just as magistrates did, swearing to execute sentences faithfully and without cruelty or malice. Their tools, the sword, the rope, were almost sacred instruments of authority. One executioner's sword, as noted, was etched with a wish for the sinner's soul. Others bore images of scales of justice or the crucifixion to signify divine order in punishment. These symbolic touches suggest that the executioners coped with their grim work by framing it as a necessary moral surface. The meticulous choreography of an execution also gave the executioner a certain status in the event. He was the final arbiter of life and death. Manuals and traditions dictated, for example, how the executioner should accept a token coin from the condemned, a ritual tip to ensure a swift death, or how he might offer a last prayer, perhaps a swift mercy. In some famous cases, condemned nobles bribed the headsman heavily to ensure he would strike true and not make them suffer. The custom of tipping the executioner was widespread, Contemporary accounts mention that families of the condemned would pay extra for a strong, sharp sword or a well-tied noose. Executioners who earned a reputation for quick, clean kills could command higher fees, and perhaps even earn a modicum of respect, at least as the lesser of evils compared to a clumsy torturer. No one wants that. We actually have quite an interesting anecdote of the executioner's initiative, and it comes from Franz Schmidt's own reforms. In Nuremberg, he argued to the city council that the traditional method of punishing women convicted of infanticide, that is, stuffing them into a sack and drowning them, was inefficient and insufficiently a deterrent, rather, So he convinced the authorities to let him replace drowning with a swift beheading in such cases, reasoning that beheading was more certain and carried a greater symbolic weight to dissuade others. This change, when Schmidt boasted about it in his journal, shows that an executioner could contribute to policy, emphasizing efficient justice over older, perhaps more cumbersome methods. It also shows that the executioners were not mere functionaries. They were often deeply invested in the efficacy of punishment as much as a spectacle. So, the executioner's duties in the late medieval period seem to have spanned a breadth that could be quite startling. Precision killing, orchestrated pain, public theatre, sanitation, law enforcement on society's fringes, even healing, which is quite ironic. He needed the brawn of a butcher, the steady hand of a surgeon, the stoicism of a monk, and the stagecraft of an actor. These demands forged a particular, identity among the executioners, a sense of being the keepers of arcane knowledge, and an unsung maintainer of the social order. Yet, no amount of professional pride could shield them fully from the scorn and alienation that their work attracted, as we shall see in the next section on their social world. So you might ask the question, why would anybody remain an executioner, given the heavy social price? Well, it's the money. I think that's pretty much it. The answer at least lies partly in economic incentives and privileges that came with the office, especially by the late Middle Ages, when things were a bit more lucrative. Rulers and town councils understood that to keep an executioner on the payroll, they had to compensate for that stigma. Thus, executioners were often granted special privileges and material perks, fringe benefits, to sweeten a very bitter job. One common privilege was the right of harvage, known in French as the right to dip in, droit de harvage. This was a kind of tax or toll privilege. An executioner could take a portion of goods, that is, drink, food, wares, from vendors in the marketplace or from carts entering the city, ostensibly to feed his family. But in practice, it meant that as the executioner walked through the market, he could just dip his hand into a sack of grain, or select a cut of meat or a loaf of bread, without having to pay. Now, understandably, this did not make him very popular among the merchants, but it was an accepted custom enshrined by local authorities to ensure the hangman never went hungry. The droit de harvage was meant to ease the ostracized life of the executioner and his family by providing them free sustenance, since many townsfolk would refuse to trade with them. Now here's something interesting. The only others who commonly enjoyed this were kings or feudal lords. It was a seigneurial-like right. Now that shows the executioner had a semi-official-like status. So many contradictions with it. Social pariahs with the same rights as kings. Notably, the privilege could make the executioner's household comparatively well provisioned. Of course, a big handful of grain every day certainly adds up over time. Contemporary observers sometimes grumbled that the executioner took lives as casually as they took gavage, implying that the constant stream of freebies made the hangman and his family rather complacent, or even gluttonous. But it certainly set them even further apart. While others paid taxes, the executioner, in effect, received a tax directly in produce. Executioners were also usually given a house at public expense, often just outside the city gate or adjacent to the jail. Free housing, of course, saved them rent and kept them at a remove from neighbors. Many were exempted from municipal taxes and road tolls, too, and some even drew a fixed salary or retainer on top of the fees per execution. In late medieval England, a city hangman might be paid a retainer by the borough and then the additional sums per head or per flogging. In parts of Germany and Italy, the executioner was sometimes provided with a horse and livery, that is, uniform for official duties. Though again, he might ride that horse only when leading a condemned person or transporting a corpse. It wasn't for his personal leisure among the townsfolk. But there's another lucrative prerequisite. That is the right to the belongings of the executed. By custom, when a criminal was executed, the executioner could claim the clothes and personal effects on the body at the time of death. This might include jewelry, a purse of coins, garments, which in those days were quite valuable. On occasion, executioners even got to keep the property confiscated from felons, or at least a portion of it, as part of their payment. This was quite likely more if they were heretics, because, for example, if a heretic's goods were seized, as they often were, the hangman might be entitled to some furniture or a cut of the auction proceeds. Of course, this varied widely by locale, but it adds another incentive. The more people they executed, the more potential spoil for the executioner. It is worth noting, however, that executioners were not generally seen as doing it for justice or profit. In fact, it wasn't them who decided what kind of jobs they would get. Well, more of a principled executioner would typically take no joy in extra executions. At least, he would act like he wouldn't take any joy in it. Nonetheless, these rights could accumulate into a tidy source of income. The side jobs that we described were also sources of profit. Being a knacker or animal disposer meant that the executioner could sell hides, tallow, and meat. Cleaning latrines could bring quiet payments from the city or guilds who contracted him for that unpleasant task. Driving out lepers and vagrants could be monetized if towns paid a bounty for each person removed. Collecting fees from brothels or gambling dens, essentially an extortion sanctioned by authorities, lined the executioner's pockets even further. But perhaps the most poignant perk, if it can be called as such, was a kind of job security and social acknowledgement that came with being the necessary villain. By virtue of their feared status, executioners often navigated spaces closed to others. For example, bandits and criminals would not harm an executioner, it was said, because they knew that one day they might need his merciful hand to finish them swiftly. There are also folktales of outlaws tipping their hats to the hangman as a strange, professional courtesy. Also, an executioner had the ear of the authorities to some degree. After all, he dealt regularly with judges, sheriffs, even princes who employed him for more delicate tasks. The proximity to power sometimes allowed a clever executioner to petition for favors. The case of Franz Schmidt provides an example. After a long and distinguished career in Nuremberg, Schmidt petitioned the emperor in 1617 to restore his family's honor and remove the hereditary stain of dishonor from his children. And impressively, he succeeded. Emperor Ferdinand II granted Schmidt citizenship and an imperial dispensation, declaring his lineage free of the executioner's taint. An extraordinary reward, essentially a noble ennoblement of a hangman. It was only possible because Schmidt had earned the trust and even the admiration of elites through decades of impeccable service. While Schmidt's case is post-medieval, it does reveal a dynamic that began in the late Middle Ages. Some executioners managed to leverage their unique position into a kind of grudging respectability. Well, let's think beyond physical danger. There was the spiritual and psychological weight of the job, too. Medieval culture was very religious. Executioners, though assured by courts and sometimes church decree that they were absolved of the sin for doing their job, often struggled with the prospect of eternal judgment. Many believed, as did most of their neighbors, that they were destined for damnation, simply by the blood on their hands. And this inner turmoil is quite hard to document. But occasionally it surfaces in letters or second-hand reports. Some executioners attempted to atone by acts of charity. For example, anonymously funding masses for the souls of those they executed, or making donations to churches, even if they could not attend the church service inside. A few joined lay religious confraternities if they were allowed to pray for mercy on their own souls. The Catholic Church's stance was that an executioner performing lawful sentences did not commit murder, and several popes and theologians affirmed that such work could be morally illicit, or rather morally licit. But popular sentiment and personal conscience often triumphed official doctrine, leaving the executioner feeling spiritually contaminated. It perhaps explains the pious inscriptions on the swords, and the sometimes scrupulous care given to the condemned person, a last chance to confess or receive rites. The executioner knew that he might soon stand before the same divine judge, and he might soon, too, be the one begging for mercy. When you cast your mind to the Middle Ages, you think of castles, don't you? Intricate hubs of feudal power and governance that mirror the complexities of their era. But see past it a little bit, and you realize they're more than just military strongholds. Built by kings, lords, and nobles throughout Europe, these massive constructions indeed were symbols of power and had advanced defense systems, including towers, moats, high stone walls, all to fend off invaders and endure protracted sieges. But beyond their use in combat, castles developed into thriving centers of government and culture, housing courts, protecting wealth, and serving as a fulcrum for those local power structures. Their architectural development, which reflected the changes in social organization and military technology breakthroughs, offers another intriguing perspective on the inventive and turbulent medieval period. So, how about we have a look into that today? We know all about the completed structures, but what lies beneath the walls? It's not often that we talk about those who actually had to build them and, frankly, the complete hell they went through to accomplish this task. So, today, if you'd like to come with me, I am going to talk to you about castles, from start to finish. Like and subscribe, and thank you to those supporting on the Patreon. Let us begin. Castles were the recognizable buildings that dominated the European landscape during the Middle Ages. These imposing structures, which were distinguished by their high towers and fortified gateways, had administrative as well as defensive purposes. However, the intricate social and economic dynamic that underpinned their imposing architecture had a significant impact on the communities that were forced to construct and maintain them. With a focus on the material and human cost associated with castle construction, we're going to go into a little bit of detail today about the process and the unspoken unpleasantries about all this. We're going to look into the organization and coercion of labor, the financial burdens on entire regions, and the wider ramifications of castle construction for long-term societal change, economic networks, and even social hierarchies. Of course, there's many advances in military engineering and architecture during the Middle Ages. It's equally important to acknowledge that these construction achievements frequently required substantial sacrifices from those at the bottom of the feudal hierarchy. So, in addition to being defensive structures, we know that medieval castles were political markers too. They changed local governance by projecting power outward through their strategic placement. Whether by a newly ascending noble family or a victorious king attempting to extend sovereignty over contested lands, the building of a new fortress often signified the introduction of authority into a region, whether the region liked it or not. But the process needed more than just ambition and vision. To ensure quick and economical construction, it required assembling a sizable labor force made up of skilled craftsmen, peasant conscripts, and occasionally prisoners who worked under admittedly close supervision, certainly subject to a roll call before and after the shifts, I assume. And then we have the demands on materials and labor. In addition to iron, sand, and limestone for mortar, builders required enormous amounts of stone and timber. Additional labor, equipment, and resources, often taken from local residents, and by taken I mean stolen, were needed for the transportation and cutting of materials. Of course, this commandeering of resources generally tends to take different nature depending on where and when you are. But generally, if the nobles wanted to build a castle, they were getting those materials one way or another. Well, besides the physical confiscation of the stone and the timber and all the rest, lords frequently used new or higher taxes, as well as feudal obligation to direct coercion to seize goods and services, because the endeavors were so timely and time-consuming and costly, rather. Peasants often suffered as a result of these practices, since they were taken away from caring for their own lands and means of subsistence, and were subjected to additional financial demands from their rulers. The inability of rural populations to resist elite construction projects was demonstrated by the extreme cases in which entire communities were uprooted or displaced to make room for the new fortress's spatial requirements. Of course, this all goes into the timeless representation of feudal authority that castles were. They emphasize the social hierarchy that defined medieval Europe by giving the nobility a physical haven, quite literally looking down on everyone. With little opposition, garrison soldiers and managers could impose their lord's will and demand labor and rent from the local population. By deterring challenges to authority, the fortress's imposing presence frequently contributed to the stability, or perhaps from a different angle, the stagnation of the dominant social order. I suppose it depends who you ask. But as time went on, the network of castles throughout Europe also promoted trade and the growth of new towns by offering marketplaces and a certain amount of security. So in this way, building castles kind of served as a double-edged sword of sorts. While it exploited serfs and other weaker social groups, it also opened the door for more intricate economic relationships that would eventually weaken the very feudal structures that allowed for this kind of exploitation. I suppose the clock just ticks away. So, we begin by talking about castles and the structure of feudalism. You really can't have one without the other. Understanding that larger feudal framework in which castles were built is crucial to appreciating the significance they had in society. As for the lord, who had legal title to land, and vassals, or perhaps tenants, who were given use of the land in exchange for loyalty or service, well, they formed the foundation of feudalism as it existed in different parts of Europe. The system gave authority to those who could manage and defend vast swaths of land. Castles became both functional and symbolic hubs of this authority. A castle could offer some security to local populations by sheltering them behind its walls during periods of unrest or invasion, but it's not as nice as it sounds. Believe me, that many people, with that little sanitation, you may as well be a little bit safer outside the walls. However, it also functioned as a hub for labor organization, enforcing the law and collecting taxes and rent. As a result, the fortress became this outward representation of the lord's claim to power, representing a social institution as well as defensive tact. Because land ownership and military prowess were so closely associated with power, a lord's legitimacy was symbolized by his ability to build and maintain a strong castle. And that's the kicker of it, maintaining the castle. That's where the costs really come in over a long time. For example, we think about the quick spread of motte and bailey castles following the Norman conquest of England in 1066. It shows how these buildings could quickly help consolidate power. Castles were purposely erected in regions like Wales, Ireland, and even over in the Crusader states, in order to control the local populace and establish supremacy of the conquering classes. Of course, the commoners, they were expected to perform various types of labor and produce for their lord in order to gain access to farmland and protection, all under feudal obligation. Although it's not consistent across regions, and we are speaking in generalities with this video, these impositions gave lords the ability to command sizable workforces whenever they felt that it was necessary. At the snap of a finger, full mobilization, no questions asked. One such need was the building of castles, especially in the area that were under conflict, or where there were imminent military or political dangers. Peasants were forced to comply by the legal and social structure, which was essentially institutionalized exploitation under the pretense of feudal duty. Perhaps a little bit of patriotism as well. You think about it. The whole obey the king, these kinds of things. Well, you wouldn't want to not obey the king, wouldn't you? You get yourself into a bit of trouble. A large portion of medieval Europe followed this pattern in general, even though there were some regional differences in the precise duties expected of peasants and towns. The general pattern is pretty much the same. Castles were both the result and the tool of a system in which power was firmly held by a privileged minority. The possibility of erecting new fortifications, whether legally or illegally, remained an alluring tactic for aristocrats looking to bolster their positions, even after kings issued royal charters prohibiting the unapproved building of castles. In order to establish administrative centers, fortify their borders, and convey an air of invincibility, lords who sought to expand their power over a variety of lands built their own fortresses, of course, on their own expense. But it is a little oversimplified to say that the local population benefited equally from these constructions. Many residents saw the new fortresses as an encroachment on their daily lives, even though some may have felt a sense of protection from having the military and the walls around a place to run if things got bad. Farmers, they were hit the hardest. They were forced to give up the products of their work. Artisans, too, were called up to perform duties that frequently went beyond what was reasonable, and entire communities could simply be uprooted if their land was selected as a strategic location. Now, let's talk about the ones who construct these fortresses. We talk about the serfs, the craftsmen, and of course, the forced labor. A large, diverse, and frequently coerced workforce was required to complete this complex task of building the castle. Workers were recruited from a variety of social classes and were under strict supervision, with an emphasis on cost-cutting and efficiency. Serfs and peasants carrying out their feudal duties, expert artisans offering what technical know-how they could offer, and captives, or forced laborers, compelled to serve in difficult circumstances, were the three main groups involved. And just think about it for a moment. How would you end up in a position of forced labor? Well, we can think of a little bit of a situation where you have things to do. The authorities arrive and say, "Congratulations, sir, you've been selected to work on the castle. Eternal glory and all that. Come with us. Don't bother packing a bag." Well, if you refuse doing that, you'll certainly find yourself behind bars rather. And then, of course, you have no choice but to do the labor anyway. So, of course, the forced labor, perhaps we can use the word coerced, but from the start it was forced labor. You didn't have a choice if they called you up. The majority of medieval peasants were required to perform labor for their lord, at least in some capacity. You might have heard of the practice known as corvée labor. Now, this is it. Landowners might insist that local peasant men work on castle construction sites for weeks or months instead of their own farms in periods of high construction demand. This work included carrying stones from neighboring quarries, digging ditches for moats, cutting wood for scaffolding, and moving supplies in frequently taxing circumstances. The duties were frequently performed for free and were seen as a component of a larger set of services that the lord required in exchange for allowing them to live on his property. Food security and livelihoods could have been at risk due to this diversion of agricultural labor, especially if construction occurs during crucial planting or harvesting seasons. Although lords usually tried to plan significant projects outside of the busiest farming season because, of course, they needed to eat as well, and they don't want to be causing any famines, don't they? The necessity to finish fortifications quickly occasionally overshadowed any consideration for the welfare of peasants. Think about it. If they are at threat of a looming war or some kind of power struggle, priorities might need to be shifted. It always comes at the expense of the lower classes. Of course, if things really hit the fan, those nobles have a ship at the port where they can simply ride their horses down and go to some other more pleasant part. The poor old peasants, well, they couldn't do that. But of course it wasn't all peasants. You had professional engineers and craftspeople of the day. Expert craftsmen provided the specialized knowledge that was necessary to build these enormous fortifications, while the common laborers provided the muscle. for jobs requiring technical accuracy, such as laying foundations on difficult terrain, building sturdy walls, and creating dependable mechanisms for drawbridges. Master masons, carpenters, engineers, and other specialists were essential. Due to their expertise, and also their scarcity, these artisans had quite a bit more negotiating power than the peasants. In fact, the nobles needed them more than the other way around. In fact, they occasionally moved from project to project to demand higher wages, and the highest bidder always wins. Their participation gave the building of castles a certain professionalism and consistency, and their expertise frequently dictated how long a structure would last. Sure, you can have 1,000 peasants carrying the stones, but placed in the wrong spot, well, your castle's not going to stand for too long, isn't it? Everyone needed the expert artisans. Those engineers and craftspeople, well, everything was relying on them. The hierarchical pressures of feudal society, however, did not spare these skilled workers. Conditions could become oppressive, with long work hours, high risks of injury, and of course, very little time for breaks. If a king or noble had demanded accelerated work, once bad luck. Artists risked legal repercussions or loss of a future job opportunity if they disobeyed or abandoned a project. The sheer need for specialized labor could attract people from far-off places too, to areas where massive castle-building campaigns took place. Think of the Edwardian castles in Wales or the Crusader fortress in the Levant. Even though these artisans occasionally became wealthy or enjoyed higher social standing, their success was still reliant on the support and interests of their influential patrons, somewhat at their mercy. It's an interesting power dynamic. But when we want to talk about real power dynamics, we can't go past the forced work and the prisoners. Those who worked in even more difficult positions made up the final group of workers in medieval construction. Victorious nobles frequently forced criminals, prisoners of war, or oppressed people to labor on fortifications during wars or conquests. The most difficult and hazardous jobs were typically given to these forced laborers because of the physically taxing nature of building castles and the accidents that come along with it. Their living conditions were also usually appalling, and their mortality rates were high. This type of work made it easier to quickly establish military outposts and guard recently conquered areas in some frontier areas. Despite the paucity of documentation on forced labor, historical allusions suggest that their function was not incidental. The use of forced labor shows the ruling class's desperate need to quickly fortify key areas, as well as the helplessness of those caught in the apparatus of conquest. Although these workers frequently left little documentation behind, their efforts greatly aided in the construction of the formidable fortifications, many of which still remain today. Oh, if only the walls could speak. Of course, it took a lot of money to build a castle, slaves notwithstanding, both to buy raw materials and to pay for the skilled labor. The richest kings and nobles may have been able to directly fund such projects, sure, but they usually reduced their own expenses by placing a large portion of the cost on the local population. Increased taxes, resource expropriation, and the systematic removal of capital and labor from other economic endeavors were particularly clear examples of this. Feudal tenures could also be used by lords and monarchs to compel their vassals to make additional payments. These could be assessed as new or higher rents, and they could be offered as special aids to finance the building of the castle. For peasant families that are already making do with meager resources, the cumulative effort of these impositions could obviously be disastrous. In some instances, officials from the lord or king had the power to conduct audits of towns and villages to determine their level of wealth, establishing exact quotas for the debts owed by each family or community. There was a climate of fear that discouraged open resistance, because failure to meet these quotas, of course, could result in fines or legal ramifications. The taxation of castle construction, of course, was not limited to rural areas. Wherever a ruler wished to fortify a region, levies were also imposed on towns, trade guilds, and even places of worship. That's right, sometimes they taxed the churches. A resolute sovereign frequently found ways to extract the required funds, even though such entities occasionally had privileges and exemptions. Large-scale methodical wealth extraction was necessary for building of famous fortresses like those ordered by English kings, those magnificent ones we still have today. A castle could not be built with money alone, however. It was essential to have access to the raw materials like the lime, metal, wood, and stone. A region's natural resources were exploited by the nobles, who would burn wood to make charcoal or lime and clear forests for beams. At fixed prices, they were typically lower than free market rates. They could force local miners to quarry stone or iron ore. Furthermore, without receiving just compensation, peasants with carts or draft animals might be forced to move these goods over long distances. There were also major logistical issues with housing and feeding the workers. Over a long period of time, soldiers and a large number of artisans and laborers gathered at a castle site. It was necessary to obtain food supplies, frequently making by direct requests of neighboring villages. The ensuing shortages put additional strain on nearby communities, potentially leading to higher costs for basic necessities and worsening peasant poverty. In a similar vein, draft animals and transportation carts were frequently forced into service for construction projects rather than being available for agricultural work, sending the technological situation of this agricultural work back a few centuries. On occasion, the construction of castles forced local communities to undergo direct spatial changes. Existing homesteads or entire villages may have been uprooted if a specific location was judged to be strategically or militarily advantageous. Residents were compelled to move under such conditions, usually to areas with fewer economic opportunities or simply less arable land. This was particularly prevalent when modern Bailey castles were built in key locations next to rivers or along roads, due to the fact that feudal law acknowledged the general rights of land-holding elites. Local populations had limited legal recourse against displacement. Campaigns to build castles have the potential to alter regional geographies and human settlement patterns on a larger scale too. The construction of fortifications in recently conquered areas or along borderlands may have caused waves of populations to migrate as people try to escape the costs and new taxes, or just simply the conscription of labor. But on the other hand, other groups such as craftspeople and merchants may have seen this as an opportunity, moving towards castle towns in quest of business prospects and a sense of security. Castles were powerful representations of feudal power in addition to being these useful fortifications. Frequently, they were towering over the surrounding countryside. This was all by design, of course, serving as a visible reminder that the local population was indeed ruled by a strong individual. But during peacetime, a castle's bailey and gates may have hosted feasts, court cases, and other formal occasions. It developed into a stronghold from which the local lord could launch an army during hostilities too. But it wasn't always down to the dirty business. The contrast between safety and danger highlighted the castle's dual function. On one hand, it offered protection to the wealthy and, occasionally, to a few local residents who might be allowed inside when danger was present. However, it just simply further entrenched this system of power that placed local peasants and lower nobles even in a subservient role. According to its lord's wishes, the castle government upheld justice, kept a garrison, and collected rents and other fees, and good luck getting over the walls to take that back. Armed forces positioned inside the castle could act quickly in the event that villagers rebelled or neglected their responsibilities. Think of the bailiffs, the sheriffs. Definitely not the most popular job. In disputed areas where a series of recently constructed or renovated castles could serve as the foundation of a conqueror's hold on recently conquered territories, this concentration of power was particularly noticeable. In these kinds of situations, the mere existence of a castle frequently denoted the establishment of new administrative and cultural structures. The conquering elite might be able to override or at least reinterpret the local laws, land rights, and customs. As a result, they were essential to the Middle Ages' colonial expansion, if we're going to use that word for it, because they gave military leaders the ability to simply subjugate native populations and take the resources with very little consequence. At least, well, we'll talk about some peasant revolts in a later video. But furthermore, by physically separating the nobility from the general populace, castles helped to preserve feudal hierarchies. Layers of division between lords and commoners were established by the fortress's internal defenses, which included keep towers and concentric curtain walls. Access to inner wards was tightly controlled, although peasants might occasionally be asked to deliver goods or attend markets in the outer bailey. Social divisions were strengthened by this spatial segregation, which gave the building an air of exclusivity. The upper wards and keep were occupied by the noble families, esteemed visitors, and reliable retainers who benefited from superior living conditions and prestige. But I will remind you, when we say superior living conditions, this is superior to the living conditions of a medieval peasant. And that's not very good. We're not starting from the most nicest of circumstance, that's for sure. Living in a castle was not like they have in those old Technicolor movies. It was cold, it was stone walls, rats. Not the best place to be. Let us not romanticize it too much. The castle's imposing silhouette served as a continual reminder of the possibility of medieval military force, even though most medieval communities did not experience this violence on a daily basis, particularly in situations where peasants and townspeople lacked the resources to organize or acquire weapons. Such covert coercion left little opportunity for overt rebellion. And added to that, weapons, armor, they were expensive. And blacksmiths generally weren't doing charity runs. So it is very, very difficult. Without any outside help or sophisticated siege technology, it could be extremely difficult to overthrow a well-fortified garrison, even during mass uprisings. Therefore, a castle's architectural power frequently acted as a disincentive to contest feudal authority. The game was simply not worth the candle. Perhaps you could surround the castle, but you better hope that you can get food for you and all your friends, and you better hope that your family back at home isn't starving either. It's just too much to organize. In medieval society, the constructions of castles had a variety of economic effects. Castles could promote some types of economic development in the long run, but all this immediate effect on the local populace was frequently negative. A castle needed constant supplies of food too, fuel and materials as well, which created a further demand that could support nearby farmers, artisans, and traders. So that's one good thing, if the noble is taking them at a fair price. Furthermore, traders and settlers looking for stable environments in which to conduct business may be drawn to a well-garrisoned fortress due to its relative security. However, the beginning of a new castle project was pretty much not good for anybody. Short-term disruptions to local economies were very common. A large percentage of the labor pool was taken, decreasing agricultural output and increased the risk of shortages or even famine if the building took place during important agricultural cycles. Building sites devoured resources, and it even caused inflation in local markets for necessities. Iron, stone, and lumber particularly became more scarce, and prices frequently increased due to the increase in worker demand for food and beverages. While some merchants might profit from increased sales, many others were forced to submit or look for other opportunities as the lord's demands overshadowed their business. A completed castle might eventually serve as a center of economic expansion. Numerous castles functioned as housing treasuries and offices where local matters were managed. Auxiliary services such as scribes, clerks, and skilled craftspeople were frequently drawn to this administrative role. In an effort to increase the flow of goods into the area and make money from tolls and fees, lords occasionally promoted the construction of markets or fairs close to castles as the site began to stabilize. Certain routes became more desirable for trade when traders discovered that the castle's protective presence decreased the dangers posed by bandits or perhaps rival warlords. And this is the way that castle towns arose. These tiny cities usually gathered around the gates of a fortress, or if there was room, inside its outer bailey. They might grow into large towns over many generations, complete with churches, merchant guilds, and a unique cultural life. Thus, the economic dynamism produced by castle towns signified a slow transition from exclusively agrarian modes of production to a more varied economic structure, where skilled crafts and trade were more prevalent. Castle construction also aided the colonization processes in border or frontier towns. The language, laws, and business practices of the invading elites were introduced, and occasionally they encouraged peoples from the ruler's native land to come and settle in the newly fortified areas. To encourage migration, these settlers may be granted advantageous terms on land use or taxes. These policies increased economic activity in the newly fortified area, but I'm sure I don't have to tell you that they disadvantaged rather the indigenous populations, who may have been forced to work harder or pay more taxes to make up for the fewer taxes that the newcomers are paying, or even just relocate to less fertile areas. After all, the priority always goes to the conqueror. For instance, the example of English-built castles in Wales shows how fortresses could serve as a foundation for social and economic institutions that were transplanted. English settlers who were given particular legal privileges frequently lived in the newly formed boroughs that sprang up around these fortifications. These boroughs' existence over time altered property relations, trade routes, and cultural identities. In the end, what started out as an exploitative enterprise produced more integrated markets, and on occasion, chances for local residents to participate in growing regional or global trade. Due to relative abundance of inexpensive labor, frontier expansions, and feudal conflicts, The period of active castle construction peaked between the 11th and 13th centuries. However, over time, a number of factors caused the number of large-scale castle projects to decline. A number of demographic, economic and technological shifts that occurred in the late medieval era gradually changed the necessity and the viability of building enormous stone fortifications. The demographic crisis was brought on by illnesses like the Black Death in the middle of the 14th century. That was one significant event. Due to the labor pool being drastically reduced by this, labor costs increased, and feudal obligations were completely disrupted. In many cases, surviving employees could move to a new location or bargain for better terms from other landlords. As a result, it became increasingly challenging to maintain the conventional model of enlisting unpaid labor for large-scale construction projects. It became necessary for lords to pay workers or risk losing them to rival estates or cities. Furthermore, the traditional bonds of duty and service that had previously supported castle construction were undermined by the slow waning of feudalism in many regions of Europe. Wealth was no longer solely derived from agricultural rents, but also from trade and manufacturing as commerce grew, and some areas even became very much urbanized. Through charters, cities and towns gained more autonomy and served as a check on the power structures of feudalism. This change resulted in lords and monarchs having less access to resources, such as forced labor, if we're going to call that a resource, I suppose it is. Well, previously this was all available at the snap of a finger, but the world always changes. But also the military value of castles was significantly reduced by technological advancements. Siege warfare changed when gunpowder artillery became widely used in the late medieval era. Once almost impervious to conventional siege engines, thick stone walls were all of a sudden susceptible to continuous cannon fire. Fortifications had to change as a result, and in the early modern era, star forts and other artillery-resistant designs were created. We see a lot of these star forts in colonial times. India has quite a few of them, actually. Although they did not become extinct overnight, more specialized fortifications designed for gunpowder warfare gradually replaced castles as the most effective form of defense. The desire to build new, opulent castles consequently diminished. Rather, many already existing castles were either completely abandoned if their strategic value declined, or upgraded with angled bastions and artillery platforms of their own. Castles continued to serve as aristocratic homes or administrative hubs in some areas, changing in style to include more comfort, and kind of make the military purpose a bit less obvious. Thousands of buildings that later became historical landmarks, or even romantic ruins, were left behind, as the grand era of castle-building campaigns that had once dominated the medieval skyline came to an end. Of course, castle construction declined in tandem with a more general shift in medieval society. Merchants and artisans amassed wealth and power that equaled or occasionally exceeded that of older feudal lords. As feudal duties relaxed and urban economies expanded, every local lord no longer needed to keep up a fortress as a political power steadily consolidated in centralized monarchies or emerging nation-states. Although certain magnates persisted in funding hunting lodges or fortress-like palaces, the fundamental factors that had previously enabled the construction of enormous castles, specifically the inexpensive labor, were now undermined. Of course, exploitation became more complex during this shift, reflecting the changing nature of economic relations, but it did not completely disappear, and it has not completely disappeared, by the way. In order to finance standing armies and early modern fortifications, authorities levied taxes on expanding trade and production rather than enlisting an unpaid peasant labor force to construct ramparts. Thus, centralized states with professional militaries, bureaucracies, and new types of fortresses built for gunpowder warfare replaced the private domain of local lords, protected by high walls as the center of power. So, today, in 2025, or probably whenever you are listening to this, medieval castles serve as these reminders of a time where social stratification, military competition, and these feudal hierarchies were so prevalent. Their construction was never a straightforward process of just piling stones into towers and fortification. Rather, it required a complex balancing act of labor, materials, and capital, on a scale that was usually only possible by exploiting the lower classes. Due to these feudal responsibilities, the peasants were forced to dig the moats, fell the timber, heave the stones. Under these difficult circumstances, the craftspeople had to meet the demands of their aristocratic patrons, constantly cracking the whip. But spare a thought for those poor prisoners and forced laborers who were taken and forced to carry the heaviest burden. Well, learning about medieval castles, it offers more than a glimpse into the style of a bygone era. It sheds light on the more social issues that enable these structures, showing how the physical structures that changed entire communities were used to maintain and exercise power. The engineering and artistic skill of these fortifications might astound us to these days, but we've also got to remember that there was a massive social cost paid by the workers who had basically zero control over their lives, zero choice in their destiny. They're kind of grim monuments. But I, for one, am glad that we have them, regardless of how they came about. Knights, often celebrated for their martial prowess alone, led multifaceted lives beyond the battlefield, deeply intertwined with feudal responsibilities, courtly culture, and the pursuit of chivalric ideals. In times of peace, they managed vast estates, administered local justice, and served as patrons of the arts, contributing to the culture and economic development of medieval society. Of course, their daily routines included rigorous training to maintain physical fitness and mastery of skills, participation in tournaments that showcased their valor and refined combat techniques, and engagement in religious observance, which reinforced that moral framework of chivalry. It's through the diversity of these roles that knights not only upheld the social order of the feudal system, but also played a part in shaping the cultural and political landscape of their time. Now, today we're going to learn all about what knights were doing when they weren't charging headlong into the fray. If you like this kind of content, and if you want to learn more, like and subscribe, tell me your thoughts in the comments, and perhaps check out the Patreon if you feel the need to do so. But let's get nice and relaxed first. Go back to the Middle Ages for an hour or so. The image of the knight, wearing armor, charging bravely into battle. That's typically what we think of when someone brings up the topic. But it wasn't always like that. During times of peace, these warriors performed a wide range of tasks and activities, spending large portions of their lives away from the battlefield. In fact, in peacetime, a knight's day-to-day activities were anything but idle or frivolous. Knights maintained the cultural religious standards of their class, while juggling their roles as warriors, landowners, vassals, and of course, don't forget, family men. When there was no war to fight, a knight's days were filled with both utilitarian duties and also sophisticated hobbies. A normal day might consist of a hunt in the afternoon, administrative meetings by noon, weapons practice in the morning, and prayers in the evening. Knights, of course, engaged in courtly life, diplomacy, and local government, in addition to maintaining their physical health and fighting skill. As members of the nobility, they were supposed to be patrons of the church, leaders of their communities, and let's not forget, models of chivalry. So, over the following hour, we'll examine the various aspects of the everyday life in peacetime. What was it like to be a knight off the field? Ranging from family life to cultural interests to training regiments and even their estate administration. First, let's talk about the physical conditioning and training. Knights continued, of course, to be committed to martial art training and physical fitness even during times of peace. After all, a time of peace, for a knight, is just a time to prepare for war. There's always another one around the corner in medieval times, that's for sure. They were aware that maintaining their combat skills was essential as professional warriors. Many knights practiced their swordplay in drills for hours each day. To prevent severe injuries, they used wooden swords or blunted weapons when sparring with partners, who were frequently other knights or their own squires. They improved their skills with swords, axes, and maces through these simulated battles. Horsemanship was equally important in a knight's everyday life. Group practice melees were also common, allowing knights to mimic battlefield conditions and maintain coordination when fighting alongside their comrades. In order to strengthen their relationship with their war horses and hone their riding abilities, knights would also practice this each day. On horseback, they rehearsed skills like charges, sharp turns, and leaps. Tilting at quintain, a rotating target used to practice lance strikes, was a common training exercise too. A knight would charge at a mannequin or spinning shield and attempt to strike it directly with his lance. The weighted arm of the device could swing around and knock him off his saddle if the strike was improper or too slow. Of course, it's one way to learn the hard way and encourage him to increase his timing and accuracy. A knight's ability to couch a lance and aim accurately at an opponent while riding at full speed was refined in these exercises. In addition to weapons drills, knights underwent intense physical training to increase their strength and stamina. To increase one's overall physical strength and close fight skills, wrestling and grappling were popular practices. Knights also trained in heavy armor to get used to it so their bodies wouldn't become too tired from the weight of it in actual combat. Hunting was a sport, but also a form of exercise for them too. A knight's endurances and reflexes were put to the test while pursuing a stag or boar on horseback, which served as beneficial war training. The habit of regular exercise was ingrained in knights since the majority of them started their combat training as boys. Knights made sure that they were always prepared for the demands of the battle by maintaining a rigorous training regimen during peacetime. Notably, this commitment to training started early. Noble boys joined knightly training as pages and squires, where they learned combat arts and discipline from an early age. This regiment of martial practice not only maintained their fighting edge, but also gave them a way to release their energy and competitive spirit during extended periods of peace, not to be too softened up by these times. A knight's daily workouts as an adult were merely just a continuation of his childhood routines, keeping him constantly prepared for battle. And of course, moving on from this, we also have the social duties, the proper conduct of a knight. After all, there were expectations. Knights were supposed to participate actively in noble society when they weren't fighting. Vassals carried out a number of social duties that maintained the feudal order as they were sworn to lords and, eventually, the king. Whenever called upon for significant occasions or councils, a knight would routinely appear at his lord's court, whether it was his king's palace or a local baron's hall. Knights were supposed to represent chivalry and proper conduct at court. The extent to which they did, well, that depends on the actual knight himself, as some found these codes to be a little bit too stifling, too many rules. At banquets and ceremonies, they wanted to adhere to rigorous protocol, which included using appropriate titles, bowing to superiors, and acting politely. Particular attention was paid to a knight's behavior towards women. He was supposed to be honorable, brave, and protective. As part of the courtly love tradition, he might, for example, give a noble lady a token of respect, or dedicate a contest victory to her. Knights were distinguished as civilized gentlemen, rather than just fighters, by their refined behavior. After all, anyone can beat somebody up, drag them off their horse, but it takes a special somebody to give them a hand up afterwards, and teach them how to do it better. It reminds me of being in a mosh pit at a metal concert, actually. It's kind of the same thing, perhaps not. Well, back to the topic. There was a practical aspect to court life as well. Knights would socialize with other nobility and form networks of friendship and loyalty by attending feasts, festivals, and other celebrations that their lords threw. These meetings provided a forum for local politics, distant news, and alliance building. By attending a neighboring lord's daughter's wedding or his liege's lord's festive feast, a knight was strengthening his ties of duty and allegiance. Being present and polite at these events was part of a knight's duty during a period when interpersonal relationships were the glue that held politics together. During peacetime, knights occasionally functioned as advisors and diplomats. A lord may designate a trusted knight to represent him at a far-off court, deliver messages to another noble, or negotiate a small treaty. Knight statuses allowed them to speak to other nobles as peers, perhaps not as equals all the time, but at least in the same or around about the same level. Their word also carried weight, as they were bound by honor. In local affairs, a knight could mediate conflicts between families or nearby landowners in an effort to keep feuds from turning violent. In addition, knights advised their superiors during councils or parliaments. The council of seasoned knights on matters of military or local concern was respected, but the ultimate decisions were made by a baron or king. Throughout these encounters, a knight maintained awareness of his honor and reputation. He would also witness charters and legal agreements, effectively attesting to transactions or settlements by the presence and sworn word. In a society where interpersonal relationships were valued highly, loyalty, respect, and keeping one's word were essential. Perhaps we can learn a little bit from that society. An insult at court or a diplomatic blunder could damage a knight's reputation, or even start a feud. Thus, maintaining knightly qualities of integrity, courtesy, and honesty was another way that peacetime social duties were exercised. After all, not getting on the wrong side of the wrong people, that is a battle in itself. Of course, in addition to being landowners, the majority of medieval knights possessed fiefs or estates, which were given to them in return for their years of military service. During times of peace, a knight's daily activity revolved around managing these lands. In actuality, a knight's main source of wealth was usually the money he received from his estates, which he used to maintain his equipment, provide for his family, and carry out feudal obligations. A knight's estate typically comprised of one or more villages with peasants, serfs, or perhaps free tenants who worked the land. As a result, in the absence of war, a knight frequently served as a land manager, or lord of the manager supervising agriculture, finances, and justice on his domain. A knight would oversee the agricultural cycle, frequently with the assistance of a steward or a bailiff. On a daily basis, this meant making sure that crops were harvested effectively, that livestock were taken care of, and that fields were ploughed and sown in the appropriate season. Knights were informed about crop yields, grain stocks, and any problems that affected plants or animals such as drought, floods, or disease. They had to decide how best to manage their resources, such as whether to clear new land for farming or when to rotate crops. Peasants performed the physical labor, but a watchful knight would ride among the fields to check on the work, be present, and answer any questions his tenants might have. The manor's economy also depended on livestock, including pigs, sheep, and cattle, so the knight also monitored animal husbandry. Since a thriving estate meant more money to support his knightly duties, he essentially served as an agricultural manager. Doesn't sound like much for a knight to do, but it's important work. Another important duty, of course, was financial management. The people who lived on the knight's land paid him rent and feudal duties. These payments may take the form of cash, livestock, other goods, or a share of the harvest. In times of peace, a knight monitored the accounts of his manor to determine the health of his estate. This included counting livestock heads, tallying grain in storage, or going over income and expense records. Illiterate knights might consult written account rolls, while illiterate knights, who would depend on stewards or clerics to keep track of them. So, in any case, the lord of the manor needed a clear picture of his finances to make plans for the future, whether those plans included funding a daughter's dowry, or buying a new suit of armor, or getting ready for a possible lean year. Land ownership also came with administrative and legal responsibilities. Knights' estates had a manorial court. The knight or his designated representative would arbitrate disputes between the peasants and uphold the rights of the lord in these local courts, which were held on a regular basis, possibly monthly or seasonally. Common issues could be disputes over property lines, inheritance issues, and instances of small-time theft and misbehavior. To administer justice equitably, the knight needed to be knowledgeable about local laws and customs. Everyday problems were settled at the manor level, but major crimes might be reported to higher authorities. Maintaining the estate's infrastructure was another daily concern. By serving as judge and protector, the knight strengthened his authority, and ideally gained the respect of the people living on his land, or perhaps risked their resentment if he was perceived as unfair or harsh. Since mills, bakeries, smithies, and other crucial establishments were frequent sources of revenue or essential services for the community, knights made sure they were kept in good condition on their properties. If the knight lived in a castle or other fortified manor house, he was also responsible for maintaining it. This covered everything from fixing gates, walls, or moats to keeping enough food in storage. Castles required upkeep and a small garrison to be prepared for any trouble, such as banditry or local unrest, even in times of peace, because in times of peace, the banditry does not stop. His fortifications, and the men who guarded them, were routinely examined
by a conscientious knight. Travelling between properties could be a regular occurrence for knights who owned several estates. They might spend a few weeks at one manor before relocating to another to see how things were going there. But not every knight was wealthy enough to own many manors or big castles. That's ridiculous. There were different kinds of knights, of course, and they were not all as well off as the other. Of course, the knight's estate also had to support his feudal obligations upward, and some only had a small manor house and one village under their lordship. Still not bad, but they largely had to run these alone. For instance, the knight's effective management of agriculture and rents allowed him to fulfill his obligations to his liege lord, who might have demanded a period of military service or a payment known as a scutage in lieu of service. A knight who practiced good stewardship in peacetime was able to support his household and prepare for battle when the time came, if the time came. Doing all this without placing an undue burden on the peasants. But of course, it's not all business. They gotta have a little bit of fun, don't they? In peacetime, knights engaged in a wide range of recreational pursuits. Despite their numerous duties, you must find time to relax. Of course, hunting was the most popular noble activity among them. In order to find deer, wild boar, or other game, knights would plan hunts in game parks and forests on their estates. They would frequently do this while riding horses and using trained hounds. Exciting activities like riding, tracking, and archery or spear throwing were all well practiced during a hunt. It was a source of fresh meat, too, for the table, and an exciting sport. A successful hunt was a source of pride. Hunting with trained birds of prey, or falconry, that was another esteemed pastime, and quite a skill on its own. In an exciting demonstration of skill, a knight may spend his mornings wearing a hawk or falcon on his glove, releasing it to swoop after ducks or rabbits. These outdoor activities were also social occasions, kind of like the modern equivalent of playing golf in our modern era. A lord could call nearby knights together for a large hunt, transforming the wilderness chase into a chance for friendly competition and camaraderie. Well, knights resorted to indoor entertainment and socializing on festive days or after sunset. Feasts were typically to commemorate family holidays or holy days. A knight and his guests were treated to a sumptuous feast that included several courses of delectable food and beverages, as well as storytelling and musical entertainment. Can't go without the lute player, by the way. In the great hall, minstrels or troubadours performed romantic epics and sung ballads of valiant acts. Chivalric ideals the knights aspired to were reinforced and entertained by tales of noble love and legendary warriors, such as Charlemagne's paladins or King Arthur's Round Table, this kind of thing. Additionally, jesters might be there to lighten the mood and make people laugh with jokes. Following a meal, knights and women would dance together in stately medieval dances, which gave the knights a chance to show off their civility and grace rather than fighting skills. For more subdued activities, knights engaged in games and other entertainment. Chess was particularly well liked by the nobility, who saw it as a strategic exercise similar to warfare. Knights playing chess could be a miniature version of a serious intellectual duel. Other board games, such as backgammon and drafts, as well as different dice games, provided entertainment and opportunity for friendly bets on long nights. Other popular leisure pursuits were reading and listening to literature. If a knight was literate, he might read for his own edification from an illuminated manuscript, which could be a religious devotional, a romance, or a chronicle. Having a cleric or knowledgeable companion read aloud from books would be enjoyable even for knights who were illiterate. Professional entertainers like jugglers or acrobats may come to a castle on special occasions to perform risky stunts and tricks, enhancing the spectacle of the host knight's hospitality. That all sounds very wonderful, doesn't it? Jesters, musicians, all that knights drinking and feasting together at the table, swapping stories. Fascination of a bygone era. Knights managed to strike this balance between their demanding responsibilities, leisure time, and cultural activities. In the midst of the routines of peacetime, this leisure kept their spirits uplifted and also their minds active. Now, of course, we have the mind, the spirit, and the soul. Of course, the church had their own obligations for knights. Medieval life was heavily influenced by religion, and knights were supposed to be both skilled fighters and devoted Christians. A knight's daily and weekly routine was interwoven with religious obligations and observances. A knight would frequently attend Mass and start his day with prayer. Within their castle or manor, many knights had a small chapel where services were led by a local priest or resident chaplain. If not, particularly on Sundays and significant holy days, the knight and his household would ride to the closest church. The knight would publicly display his piety at church by kneeling in prayer alongside his vassals and family. The year was punctuated by feast days and festivals of the numerous saints of the church calendar. Following religious ceremonies, knights frequently sponsored or hosted feasts for the villagers, joining their communities in commemorating important holy days like Easter and Christmas. Beyond regular worship, knights were expected to support and uphold the church and society. The knight strengthened his spiritual devotion and his ties to the community through these acts of worship and charity. They took an oath to uphold the teachings of the church and to protect the defenseless, which was regarded as a divinely mandated responsibility of knighthood. But in actuality, knights supported religious organizations by providing funds or land to churches and monasteries, building chapels, or protecting nearby abbeys. Sincere faith, a sense of feudal duty, and the conviction that these good deeds would contribute to the knight's soul's salvation were the driving forces behind this generosity. Knights made time for personal devotion on a regular basis. They frequently prayed at specific times of the day and read the Bible or a book of saints' lives, or at least had it read to them if they were illiterate. Many would confess their sins to a priest to be absolved, and many observed fasts on specific holy days. Given the inherent violence of his line of work, a knight was frequently especially concerned with obtaining forgiveness and upholding his rightful place in God's eyes. During protracted times of peace, however, some knights made pilgrimages to sacred shrines in their homeland or overseas, in places like Canterbury, Santiago de Compostela, or Jerusalem. They did this in order to perform penance, keep their promises, and strengthen their faith. Most maintained close ties to local clergy and saw themselves as lay champions of Christian values, even though only a small number joined military religious orders such as the Knights Templar or Hospitaller, which required monastic vows. For instance, the knighthood ceremony was full of religious symbolism. A squire would usually keep vigil through the night in a church on the eve of being dubbed, praying for guidance and purity before he was officially made a knight. In medieval literature, knights were occasionally referred to as soldiers of Christ, implying that they would be defenders of Christian principles. In times of peace, you had to do this too, and that meant making an effort to be faithful, benevolent, and just, so their swords served both the realm and righteousness. And then we have the tournament. Taking part in tournaments was one of the most well-known manifestations of knightly energy during peacetime. Knights engaged in combat in front of spectators during tournaments, which were elaborate affairs. A tournament may be held by a king or a strong lord to commemorate a milestone, or just simply to let the knights show off their skills, blow off a bit of steam perhaps. Knights from far and wide would travel to the tournament field with their armor, war horses, and squires. They would frequently dress magnificently to leave a lasting impression. Of course, when we think of a tournament, you can't go past the joust, that hallmark competition of these events. During a joust, two knights in armor mounted on horses charged at one another with lances, each attempting to hit the other's shield or dismount his competitor. Points were given for strong hits, and they rode along a divider, the lists, to avoid collisions. Knocking the opponent off the saddle was the ultimate goal. Jousting demanded exceptional courage too, not to mention aim and horsemanship. Even though lances were typically blunted for safety, mishaps did occur. I'm sure you can imagine. But like any sport, it has its dangers. A knight could be hurt by splintered lances or an unfortunate blow. Occasionally it was fatal. The melee, a fictitious conflict in which teams of knights engaged in combat, or it was every man for himself, was another important component of tournaments. Dozens of knights may engage in combat with maces and swords in a disorderly yet regulated setting. It's kind of the same as what we have these days if you've not looked at that medieval combat they have in Europe now. I believe they might have it in the United States, but it's quite entertaining. Although they had marshals directing the battle and adhered to established regulations, the melee still gave knights a taste of the ferocity of battle. Knights could win by being the last fighter standing or by capturing opponents, who would then surrender and be ransomed in accordance with tournament rules. Tournaments were as much social and cultural celebrations as they were combat contests. Both nobles and commoners flocked to see the spectacle in great numbers. Announced by heralds and applauded by supporters, knights would frequently parade into the grounds with vibrant banners and heraldic shields on display. As a source of motivation and pride, they might wear a lady's token of favor, like a ribbon. A tournament victory carried a lot of prestige, too. A winner of a tournament would receive cash payouts, expensive weapons or armor, or exquisite horses as prizes. Certainly something worth fighting for. But more importantly, he gained respect from the general public and recognition from his peers. A successful knight would frequently receive invitations to significant courts, or attract attention of aristocratic families seeking eminent sons-in-law. Another obvious financial advantage was that, in accordance with chivalric tradition, a knight who unhorsed a rival during a joust was entitled to the rival's armor and horse, unless the opponent had paid a ransom to get them back. As a result, talented fighters competing in tournaments might increase their wealth. Tournaments were occasions for celebration in addition to actual combat. Knights and nobles had an opportunity to socialize during the feasts, dances, and ceremonies that accompanied these events. In contrast to war, young knights could learn from veterans, develop friendships, or perhaps rivalries, and establish themselves in a setting that was comparatively safe. Tournaments were valued by their rulers too, as ways of keeping knights occupied and entertained while honing their actual skills for combat. To put it briefly, it was a good thing for them. They enjoyed the competition, excitement, and the platform to exhibit the martial skills that characterized knighthood through jousting and tournaments. It also kept them from getting drunk down at the tavern and causing trouble. Although knights are typically thought of as action-oriented, rather than being intellectually inclined, you might be surprised they were not without education or intellectual pursuits. The upbringing of many knights included at least a basic education, and in their spare time, some of them developed sophisticated intellectual and cultural interests. Noble children raised to be knights frequently learned more than just fighting skills, even though formal education was uncommon. As squires and pages in noble homes, they learned how to run a household, how to be courteous, and occasionally how to read and write, which was a big deal back then. A young page might read simple texts or religious prayers with a tutor or the castle's noblewoman to learn his letters. A squire's ability to read simple texts in his native tongue and keep, possibly, accounts by the time in his mid-teens would be helpful to a future landowner. By the beginning of their knighthood, many knights might have what we'd call at least a functional literacy and a familiarity with courtly culture, though not all of them achieved full literacy. As adults, knights frequently continued to pursue intellectual and cultural endeavors, particularly in times of peace. In noble society, a knight was expected to value the arts, music, and literature in addition to fighting. Manuscripts of well-known chivalric romances and epics might be owned or borrowed by knights with literacy. Among the works they enjoyed were heroic, romantic, and adventurous stories about the old characters. Think of Lancelot, Roland, and other mythical heroes. Knights and their families often spent their evenings listening to a cleric or minstrel read aloud these stories. For example, in medieval France, some knights were troubadours who wrote about poetry and songs honoring love and chivalry. In other places, knights themselves became patrons or authors of literature. Knights appreciated practical knowledge in addition to poetry. In order to navigate the intricate web of nobility and identify friends and enemies in combat, they studied heraldry, which includes coats of arms and family ancestry. Since managing a manor required knowledge of legal contracts, feudal rights, and fundamental finance, they also studied law and administration. A knight with an intellectual bent might occasionally go deeper into learning, studying classical works of history or philosophy, or learning additional languages. A popular one, of course, was Latin for official matters, but perhaps even foreign tongues encountered during travel. A knight frequently sought advice, too, from educated clerks, gaining insights into topics such as estate management, local customs, and even the fundamentals of politics and philosophy. Although warriors rarely attended formal universities, knights could learn by reading any books in their lord's library or talking to an educated clergyman. The characteristics of a courtier, and even a scholar, were being incorporated into the ideal of a knighthood by the late Middle Ages. Therefore, a truly successful knight embodied the idea of the gentleman warrior, being as at ease discussing literature or law as he was brandishing a sword. But on to a little bit of the community relations. As we mentioned at the start, knights had families too. A knight's private life, of course, focused on his family and his home, while public life was dominated by battle and feudal service. In order to gain alliances or property, knights were usually married to women of similarly noble birth. During times of peace, a knight and his spouse collaborated to manage their property and bring up the kids. When the knight was not present, the lady of the house frequently assumed responsibility for managing the household, and that includes supervising the servants, keeping an eye on the food and supplies, and occasionally even managing the finances of the estate. A solid alliance was crucial. In order to maintain daily operations, the knight's wife would step in for him when he had to travel to court or perhaps to a far-off tournament, hopefully not without giving him a little ribbon for good luck. Children were raised to maintain the family's prestige and carry on noble heritage. It was customary for sons of knights to pursue knighthood themselves. A boy may be sent as a page to another lord's castle at an early age, starting a journey akin to his father's. It would be there that he would learn riding, basic literacy, manners, and maybe some combat skills here and there. He became then a squire when he was a teenager, and frequently returned to work for his father or another knight. He assumed greater responsibility as a squire too, taking care of horses, polishing armor, and honing his weaponry skills, until he was judged ready or not to be knighted, which usually happened when he was around 21 years old. A knight took pride in watching his son grow, of course, and making sure he learned the qualities that characterized knighthood, such as bravery, loyalty, and courtesy. Knights' daughters, on the other hand, received education in the expected skills of noble women, including household management, needlework, and fine crafts, possibly too reading and writing, though it's a little hard to tell. When they reached adulthood, their unions would be planned to strengthen the family's ties and reputation. Beyond the immediate family, a knight was the head of a larger household and community. He took great care to ensure his daughters had happy marriages, negotiating with other noble families to secure matches that brought prestige or new connections. Pages, squires, men-at-arms, and domestic servants were all members of his extended family who shared his home. Everyone owed the knight loyalty, and he was in charge of their welfare in exchange. They gave their labor and service, whether it was cleaning the castle, serving at the table, or standing ready in arms, and he gave them food, shelter, protection, and direction. Close ties could exist within a knight's household. Squires and men-at-arms frequently developed a loving, almost paternal attachment to their lord, particularly if he was kind and generous. The knight ruled over the peasant families who cultivated his estates as part of his lordship. He dealt with them on a regular basis during peacetime, collecting rents, hearing petitions, and seeing to their welfare. A shrewd knight recognized that a stable and fruitful realm was synonymous with happy peasants. Protecting the weak and impoverished was one of these chivalric ideals, and many knights took this seriously when it came to local government. In order to prevent oppression or conflict among their people, they attempted to administer justice fairly in the manorial court, and would step in if outside soldiers or bandits threatened their villagers. This could range from something as basic as personally settling a dispute between neighbors to something as significant as planning relief efforts during a famine or plague, i.e., opening the Lord's granary to feed the starving villagers. Together with their household and tenants, knights attended the village church and shared in the worship of holy days, further demonstrating their involvement in the community's spiritual life and well-being. Generous deeds like providing alms to the underprivileged, organizing a festival meal for the entire village, or financing a new parish church roof, perhaps, served to strengthen the bonds of friendship and allegiance between the knight and his subjects. Essentially, a knight served as a protector and caretaker of everyone in his territory during times of peace. His reputation was based on his ability to be a just lord, a good husband, and a responsible father, in addition to his valor in combat. These connections, fostered during times of peace, established a solid base of loyalty and support that would endure the storm of war if it finally returned. In times of peace, a knight's everyday existence was of course a patchwork of duties and roles. When they weren't engaged in combat, they had a wide variety of tasks on the table, managing the lands that supported their livelihoods, and undergoing that intense training to keep their skills sharp. Through polite behavior and devotion to their lords, they participated in courtly society and upheld the chivalric code. In order to make sure their homes and communities thrived, they worked closely with their wives and advisors as estate stewards, and, of course, did their best to be good family men at home. They continued to be pious people who based their deeds on their faith and looked to the church for honor and direction. In their leisure time, they pursued activities that bolstered their minds and spirits, hunting, jousting, supporting arts and education. In addition to being essentially to the stability of medieval society, all of these pursuits helped them to define their own identity. Thus the reputation of the knight as a noble leader and protector was developed through everyday duties and behavior as much as it was through brutal combat. The quiet heroism of a knight's daily labor, training, governing, and caring for those under his charge, was just as important to the medieval world as was in times of war. They upheld the structure of feudal life and embodied the ideals that we associate with chivalry through their peacetime roles. Even when the swords were all put away, medieval knights earned their place in history by carrying out their duties, preserving the stability and morals of their time. Thank you very much for listening. Didn't we have fun learning about knights? I did. I always have fun recording ones like this. Of course, if you like this sort of content, then you better hit the subscribe button, like the video, and consider supporting on Patreon. Speaking of which, I will thank the top-tier supporters: Dark, Kimberly, Christine, Sally, Ember, Susan, Cameron, Legitmus, Kerry, Charlene, Lynn, Therese, Katiana, Nicholas, Ulfidnir, Alexander, Charles, Christine, Dr. Neuro Nerd, Erin, Jaden, Jim, Jeffrey, Jessica, Madeline, Melissa, Orthodox Review, Stark Factory, Shell, Wendy, Josie, Sarah, Videoman, Ryan, Thor, Cameron, Stefan, Kevin, HMSHH, Crystal, and Talvery. As always, I wish you all the best, and I will see you in the next exciting video. Good night, everybody. Lots of love to you all.